Hello, Smite Game, and welcome back. Another year of esports kicks off with Smite Prime. It's February, so we're long past the new year, but we hope it's been great so far. I'm Malum, and back-to-back years, I get the honor of starting us off on a year of esports. Hopefully, it's even better than what we had last year. But Smite Prime continues, and I don't do it alone. The whole team is here today. But first, let's bring on Musi to start yapping with me. Always with a fire background. Today it's Assault at Home from the sewer, because we're going to start learning a lot about amateur leagues this particular year of Smite 2 esports. That's going to be the theme. But today, the focus is Smite Prime. The prizes are there, the fun is there, the action's there, all the patches. There's so much to talk about, Musi. We have to start somewhere. How are you?
I'm excited. I'm pumped. I'm feeling pretty good. I don't know about you, but I'm definitely ready and raring to go. And I'm right there with you, Anthony. There is a lot to cover, even a lot that's happened in the game since our last Smite Prime. So don't you worry, there will be plenty of talking points to chew on as we progress through the day. But one of the first things I want to touch on is the insane amount of signups that we have just for today.
Yep.
We got a chance to look at the bracket, and that bomba, it is full.
It is. It's full for North American Conquest, importantly. And why do I point out North American Conquest? Well, today's the kickoff for Smite Prime, and we got a lot of stuff going on in Smite Prime. February 7th, hey, that's today. That's North American Conquest. You will see some EU players in today because they just can't keep away. They just have to play on ping. They still have to try to dominate. North America's got to stand strong through it. February 21st, make sure you come back and check out Smite Prime because that is the EU Conquest tournament. And will anybody from North America try to challenge that way on ping? We'll find out on that. And then February 28th, North American Joust. Joust Nation, rise up, baby. The Joust players are eating good. And you can see the prizes right there. $2 grand for NA Conquest, $2 grand for EU Conquest, and $1,050 for North American Joust. So we're in a great spot for that. It's it makes you really a fan of Smite Prime, Musi. But how do you show off that you're a big fan of Smite Prime, you might wonder. You might ask. Well, I have an idea for you. How about a badge, huh? Badges are really cool. We like cosmetics around here. Surely.
Right?
Oh, it's beautiful.
There it is. Oh
right on cue. I was waiting for the reveal of the beauty. The logo looks so good. It fits in perfect. It's got the mythical around it, too. Great aura. I mean, the badge is aura farming, but it's not alone. You don't just get a badge that says Smite Prime nowadays. No. We're going up in the world. We have a title, too, for Smite Prime. Look at that. Smite Prime Champion titles. You thought it was crazy when all the Xbox World Champions shoutouts were using their World Champion titles as far up as today in Smite 1? Well, get ready for Smite Prime Champion, baby, because that's not going anywhere.
That is exactly the thing you want to flex on in your Plat Games post-ranked reset, right? Like, that is exactly what it's all about. Nothing scarier than queuing up. You're like, yep, just another day in gold. Gulp, is that Paul? It's real. It could happen to you. It happened to me. All right, but that's all right.
Oh, no.
These streets only have the highest tiers of gamers. Smite Prime, it's not the ranked streets. Because they wanted this fight. They wanted these queues.
The dangerous streets of Smite Prime. Well, we have
It's
a lot going on today. We still have a whole plethora of things just to get our day started. But of course, we have to start somewhere. And let's start with picks and bans for our first game of 2026 for Smite 2 esports here on Smite Prime. And we've got ourselves a pretty exciting matchup. A lot of names you're going to recognize. One that even jump scared me before the broadcast. But Musi, you know, let's keep it simple. I have a role. You have a role. Walk us through it, Mr. Analyst.
So, I'm going to be so real. Everything just broke on me, Anthony. But show must go on, and I'm standing right here. So, picks is on what I'm assuming you asked me about. Is that you were saying, what picks are broken and what do you want? Well, let me tell you, Anthony and viewers at home, here's what the business is. Aladdin is still very strong. Jingwei can two-shot somebody given the opportunity, but supports are also really good still, the long-range supports. We're looking at things like ESET, Yamoja, Baron Samdi, and somebody that's been kind of crawling up from the woodwork for me personally, in my experience, Kerberos, who does pretty well into the ESET matchup when it shows up. But we also still have solo laners, things like the Osiris pick, but also Artio has a little bit of play to happen here. Mulan's pretty safe as well. There's just a lot to contend with. But then the weird stuff around the edges, Nut aspect, Chiron is playable. No, he's not. He's banned. Along with Thanatos and Thor, which is important because Thor was the other broken character.
I was just about to get to the banned content. See, we're getting back in the flow. We're remembering our jobs. The Morrigan's banned. Raise your hand if you're shocked, and everybody's hands are down. Chiron, Thanatos, Thor, as Musi mentioned. Of course, our rosters are on the screen. A lot of rosters and names you're going to have to start getting used to throughout this year of esports as more is to come, especially here on Smite Game. And Hydra, Bacon, Mink Stinkus, of course, some of them just to start somewhere. You and I were talking before the broadcast started. Neishaw's not available today. Thank goodness for everybody since Sino's playing. Oswald, Aurora, and Donut Doug, who have been, staples of Smite 1, of course, but of Smite 2 in particular. So far, that duo lane has been a dangerous combination.
Yeah, I was about to say, well, you bring that up about Sino, you're exactly correct. Basically, the Smite community is on a timer. At this point, you have 2 weeks to play the game in a comp setting, because once those 2 weeks are up and Naja hits the field, if Sino's in that game, that's an instant ban, right? You only get to ban 2 gods, because realistically, that one is immediately off the field. Taking a look at some of the bans that are already off the board, by the way, Anthony. There's that Ulu we were talking about a little bit earlier. Sylvanas and Akate, not the things I would ban initially, but it does open up some of the stronger characters to maybe go for in a first pick. So Single Bind does have some options there. And Sunshine Happy Friends are leaving open quite a few things, kind of putting Bind in a dilemma of what's worth picking first. Another pick that I want to throw out there that I think has a lot of potential, Medusa can do quite a bit, and Cuckoo as well. We can touch on that later, but that is broken sauce.
I'm hoping to see the shotgun Cuckoo. I haven't gotten to see that with my own eyes yet. But the first lock-in is actually going to be Merlin for Single Bind on the Order side, a character who, basically from day one of arriving in Smite 2, kind of picked up where he left off, but did have some spikes in popularity towards the end of the Smite Prime season before the year ended.
And one of the things, too, about Merlin as a character is very safe in the mid lane. He kind of just does everything you want him to do, right? Does crazy damage, AoE denial, proc Soul Reaver really effectively. So he's just super safe to have in your mid lane. It just has a solid matchup versus everybody.
Another character that came out fairly recently when compared, we've been gone a while here for Smite Game. Artio gets picked up first for the side of Sunshine Happy Friends. A lot of changes there. Another aspect I kind of hope to get to cast, because, there's playing with it is one thing, but getting to cast it and kind of experience it that way is another. And as we get out of the grayscape, the Hoonbots gets locked in alongside it, which, I keep talking about staples, and it almost feels like I'm going to say that word 100 times, but it's relevant because Smite Prime really did begin to develop its own kind of mini meta towards the end of the season last year.
And Homebots is going to be one of those characters that I think is forever valued just because of that Fear No Evil ultimate. You pop it off in a backline, you're forcing beads, you're forcing, dashes, Aegis Relics, anything to be able to save yourself from that. I like it paired with the Artio, just because Artio also has a little bit of threat potential when it comes to burning away beads or just being a problem. So it's a good start for the comp for Sunshine Happy Friends.
Geb will get locked in alongside the Odin. Odin was somebody, I always thought of Odin with this kind of two-track mind, but it was starting to be less and less impressive in jungle, I feel like. It kind of came back for me once we started seeing Sunprod play it. It even got target banned in the last Smite Prime before the year ended. So now seeing the Odin locked in so early, I feel like it can be a core defining piece, especially into somebody like an Artio. What's Artio going to do? And for that matter now, ESET, who gets locked in alongside it.
So ESET and Artio Artio was already picked, so the Odin pick is a good pick into that Artio because of that cage. She has no way to get out of it. ESET as well, no way to really get out of that cage, so we're definitely forcing a couple shells for the Sunshine Happy Friends, but shell paired with the sustain from an ESET and an Artio, maybe they're kind of happy to play that game of giant circles and keeping the health bars up. The Geb, by the way, Anthony, I know what you're thinking. Oh yeah, Geb support. No. That's a Geb ADC. I'm almost positive because of his aspect. He puts out crazy pressure in lane. He can just constantly throw these auto attacks that pierce through minions. And then he has a little bit of self-peel with his ultimate and a little shield to keep him up as well.
Well, as we were talking about jungle, there's the jungle pick in Loki for Cyno. A comfort pick almost as old for Cyno as the Nasha is. Ares, so that does basically soft confirm what you talked about, which is going to be Geb ADC. So if you're just tuning back into Smite 2, if you're just dipping your toes back in the Smite 2 water, or maybe even for the first time, get ready for Geb ADC, because that's going to be a sight to behold. On the other side, it's going up against a Hou Yi, a character who's gone through a lot of changes for Smite 2 that, you know, as one of my favorite characters, ones I really enjoyed, but not a matchup I've played often, and is Hou Yi into Geb.
Well, it's really funny because both of these characters have anti-crit mechanics in their kit, where if Hou Yi gets crit, he can't be crit again for a bit. Geb takes less damage from crits, so it'll be interesting to kind of see how these ADCs itemize against each other, if they're going to worry about maybe trying to kill each other or focus on the rest of the team. The Ra's the last pick here for Sunshine Happy Friends. Anthony, I'm looking at 3 picks that just kind of get owned by an Odin Cage, and it makes me a little bit concerned for Sunshine Happy Friends. This Odin has the potential to get a crazy amount of value, but think about this too. The Loki also locks down a Ra, right? What is a Ra going to do when an assassinate hits him? He gets cooked, right? That chicken's on a spit.
You'd think they'd be committing to shell early, right?
Yeah, you would assume. But then, if you're getting a shell, do you have a beads for your Ares? Do you have a beads for your Loki? For the Geb, right? So I really like single binds composition.
Not to mention all the changes to relics that have come out recently too.
Oh, my gosh, there's a lot that we have to talk about, and we're going to get a chance to get into it in just a little bit here, I imagine.
Just a little bit. How about right now? Let's get in game, our first game of the day, our first game of 2026 for Smite Prime. Single bind versus Sunshine Happy Friends. I'm Malum, he's Musy, Rosie, and Tess behind the scenes, alongside Jithens, of course. Happy birthday, Jithens. And it should be a fun matchup, to say the least. And, you know, you hear that at the start of a lot of games, but for this one in particular, I mean it. So not going to be the Loki jungle, as much as I thought he'd be comfortable. Instead, Odin in the jungle. Whereas Sunshine Happy Friends, they see the god compositions, but they say, what if we walk to that other side? Now, we saw a lot of crazy invades last year on Smite Prime. There's so many clips of people hiding in bushes and just torturing one person, but it looks like that won't be the case to start this one out. We do get the Geb ADC and builds and relics. Musy, you have so much to talk about. I almost envy your decision paralysis to start us off.
There is quite a bit to look at here. I think one of the first things we could talk about are relics, just because we were talking about that in picks and bans. So knowing that single bind has the Odin Cage that's going to come up at level 5, that's his ultimate. We do have Mink Stinkus with that shell, but also Hydra with the shell as well. So the 2 characters that do get kind of locked down by the cage will have ways to get out. That's important, but that means that they don't have beads to deal with this Ares. So this ESET, who also doesn't have a CC immune ultimate, could get pulled in by a roar. So this dual lane has the potential to get kind of gnarly once we hit level 5.
And there's those Geb ADCs. Those autos are wild to watch. Like I said, if this is your first Smite 2 game you've tuned into, or you're just jumping back in after a while, that might be a sight to behold, to say the least. As we're starting to see items get built before action truly gets crazy, the only item banned today will be Daybreak Gavel.
Yeah, and it's not an item that saw a lot of play to begin with, but just has some interesting interactions, I think, with Cernanos and Sylvanas. So just kind of were to take that
Loki's
off the board.
Oh, he gets out. We're good.
We're chilling.
I got scared for a second for the poor Loki.
He has kind of a tough matchup into that Artio, Anthony, just because Artio does a lot of damage just on top of her. She's got the bear swipes, a dash, 4 abilities that damage that she can cycle through because she's a stance switcher. So Port Degree does have to stay kind of careful, at least in the beginning of their lane.
I'm going to say it 100 more times. This is the first time I've seen the autos on spectator perspective for Geb. It's kind of hurting my brain. Cyno getting aggressive in the jungle of Sunshine Happy Friends, but it looks like they're knowers. That's a lot of red jerseys converging on Cyno. The jump away into the waiting arms of the bots, gets the stun, has some damage on, but unfortunately not enough to fully commit onto Cyno.
I like the response there from the Happy Friends to be able to kind of show Sino like, hey, we will show up. We will threaten you if you try to get away with it. But when you think about it, Sino definitely did just get away with it. Yeah, Hyrath has the stun on the Hunbat's overhead smash because of that aspect, but when you run that aspect, you're losing out on quite a bit of damage as well, so the Odin gets to be full health for this next engagement.
There's the jump on. Bacon getting some damage on his head top. Gets stunned out too, but able to turn around and stay okay. Does pop the Aegis towards the end of the engagement, just to make sure there wasn't enough health to be worth the dive on, and still no kill early. Some poke and dueling, but nothing crazy there either. So Muzi's still calm goings, at least for now, as we get closer to 3 minutes into the first game.
3 minutes is a very important marker. If you look over on that solo side, we do have the Firebrand spawning where the junglers are going to start congregating to argue over who gets to have the first crack at that. This is an important tempo step because whoever gets to walk away with this gets rocks that give you bonus strength and intelligence, but also just some extra golden XP too.
So keep an eye out for the rocks, because rocks equal good, equal numbers. Sino fighting for those numbers, but can he get some backup equal to anything? No, unfortunately not. So those Firebrands look like they're in control of the Sunshine Happy Friends. Sino now very poked out, has to fully back away, so the rotation from Oswald, that will not help. Duo side of the map, there's some aggression coming out from Single Bind as they try to push things forward and get a kill back between the Tier 2 and Tier 1. But it works to steal the purple away. Aurora takes it on his way out the door.
Single Bind's dual lane is going to have crazy priority over this purple just because Donut Dog has that jungle starter built in the ADC role, and Gab and Ares have better clear than a Hou-Yi and an Izet, just virtue of the fact that Donut Dog's autos pierce through waves. So they clear that wave really fast, then they just get to have first crack over at the gold camp, they get to have first crack at their enemy camps, so this dual lane is going to get farmed really quickly. That level 5 that I was scared of, here it comes.
Blink, ult, pull, Hydra's brought back, might just get brought down, and ult for good measure, just another auto, why not another bit of flames? First blood goes to Single Bind.
You do see that Ares has got that blink ready and roaring. Blink ult, what did I say at the start, Anthony? No beads for an Izet, no CC immune ultimate. It's easy pickings in that dual lane.
Which worries me, especially, we were talking relics so much, but looking across, I feel like the relics are kind of spread in a weird way across the map. I look at the Ardio, Mink Stink is not looking to rotate, but hang on, speaking of rotations, trouble for the Loki, but the ult out just in time will keep Porter Degree safe. That was worrisome, but able to make it work.
Port Degree, I mean, Loki being able to, in this lane, kind of chill out for a bit has earned him the chance to build this Yogi's necklace in the first item slot. Now, this item basically means that this Loki, I don't think, dies unless he wants him to die. Like, Port Degree himself says, I welcome death with open arms. I'm inting for this fight. It's cool. Just because you have so much sustain now attached to this Yogi's necklace, and Ardio, with a lot of sustain of her own, just doesn't really have the damage to put on top of this Loki aspect, just because he's so slippery, and now he's got damage that attaches to like his protection scaling and everything like that. So this Loki's just going to be a big pain in the butt in solo lane now.
Yeah, Yoki's necklace giving you just 400 health off a rip. That alone is crazy, but it reminds me of those old, you know, we're going to talk new Smite 2, but let's go old school Smite 1. It reminds me of the old school Stone of Gaia builds.
Yes. It is
Ball
like exactly that. Just the we're up. Oh, speaking of ball.
Ulted, and the ball is deflated. Water Trickster goes down. Donut Doug with the kill. The first one for the Gab ADC.
2 ults for that kill, though. This Hunbots is going to be able to jump away. Gold Fury could be the look for Single Bind here, just because Sunshine Happy Friends are a little bit behind in terms of what they can show up to a fight. Hyrath has Hunbot's ult if he wants to show, but I don't think it's going to happen.
That Gold Fury already very low, and Hydra with a steal attempt, but Donut Doug able to secure it for the side of Single Bind. Also, as you can tell, the map has gotten darker. If Hydra doesn't die here, we'll walk you through what that means if it's your first time seeing it. So it looks like we can. Musi, the lights went out. What does that mean?
Well, it means it's time to get a flashlight or direct your attention to the top of the screen there as Sino continues to harass the dual lane of the Happy Friends. But basically, if anybody gets a kill right now, they're going to get a little bit of healing. So the aggressors want to stay up and want to stay on. And 30 seconds, that mid pad's going to spawn and single bind is going to congregate over there. And we might have a fight on our hands. Teams want to fight for that binding pad. Sorry, for that pad there to collect shards so that when you reach 100, you get some lane pushers in each minion. We'll get our eyes on it in just a little bit here.
If you like to capture the flag in Smite 1 Adventures, this is the new feature for you, basically. A lot of pressure onto the Tier 1 tower on the left-hand side of the map, and the Sunshine Happy Friends are just trying to get some control back of the dual lane. You can see in levels alone, level 9 now for Donut Doug compared to the 6 of Water Trickster, just unable to get impact going. Here is that capture point up that Musi was just talking about. Moswall on it first, standing at level 10. So even with Hyrath here, it's a tough risk management decision to go in and fight it. Now Hyrath turns the corner. Sino's there. Time to jump away if you're the monkey.
It definitely does speak to the level of pressure that Single Bind is putting on the Happy Friends. I think mentally that they're not even stepping up to contest this pad, even with a numbers advantage. And you can see why. Sino is just chopping up everybody that he comes into contact with, but he might get pincered here.
Pops the shield early, but the shield's going to get broken down, and he's deleted! Oh my goodness! There used to be a Sino there, I'm sure of it. Down he goes, but at least for Single Bind, they do earn the Moonlight's favor and win the ritual, as it says in big letters, top of the screen. Big numbers, middle of the screen, the fight in mid lane, Moswall repositions. He'll be A-okay.
So another point to remember as these pushers start to push out across the map, you can see the little diamonds on the mini maps for their location. When you take your base teleporters out now, they don't go to your tower, they go all the way to where the pushers are, and it resets your teleporter as well. Aurora taking a lot of damage here, fighting off 3, but where's the team?
All the stuns, all the damage. Aurora's still alive. So much burned on just Aurora. Single Bind, do they want to make a play on this? You can see Moswall could cut off high, but won't be the case. Sino jumping into 4, dropping the cage and taking the fight, but hello, Sino, where's the homies? They're here now. The burn is on from Moswall. Can't find the kill, but with Portigree here, down will go Hydra, and they're gonna look for more at that. Bacon low in the back line. Loki on, gets stunned out. Can he find the kill? Not so far. He's got to get away, but the up, down, the jump, not good to kill so far. Moswall through the wall. He gets away. Portigree goes back in. Can he find the kill? Down to 1 HP. He needs the invis now, but he won't get it. The overhead smash will finish the job in the mid lane. Moswall will die, but he's got backup, and Aurora's chains will handle Mink.
That was a ludicrous chain of events, huh? Chain, huh? Aries? All right, I'll go home. My bad.
That was good.
Thank you. Hey, 6 out of 10. But Sino jumping in there almost by himself. Yeah, Portigree's got the ultimate to follow up, but 2v4, putting a lot of faith in your mid laner to be there. The damage was just a little bit off the mark. If Moswall was just a little closer, that fight goes completely Single Bind's way. But I really appreciate the way, too, that Hydra didn't pop the ESET ultimate until the cage fell down. Something to remember about owning cage. Not only does it lock you in place, but it denies all healing while you're inside that cage. So it was a good play from Hydra to keep his team up and not popping that ultimate too early.
I think the biggest thing concerning me so far, looking across the board, we're 10.5 minutes in, and the gold lead, that's frightening. Gold is kind of the thing you want to look at. Kills, they're cool, they feel great. Big numbies go burr. But that gold number is real big, and it's getting cold for the Happy Friends. You just have to reel it in. But the experience difference, too. In the chart, it's one thing, but even just across the board in levels, it gets to feel so oppressive in fights, which, you know, even while I say that and how scary Single Bind is, the Happy Friends put together a good fight behind those levels, but you have to keep it up now. Doug jumping forward with the agility. Hydra takes the turn, but ESET not known for the mobility, and Aurora's on the hunt. One chain, flames, back up from Doug. One more auto should do it, but has shield to waste some time. So Aurora will just be stuck on the mission of taking Hydra down. This might take a minute.
Well, Hydra's got the chicken dance song playing, but while all of that is happening, it wasn't Sunshine wasting Bind's time. Bind was wasting Sunshine's time because Bind gets the gold Fury while that fight happens. Friends plays the map and picks up that Pyromancer, so Bind, I think, kind of comes out ahead in this engagement, right? They get a kill, they get their second Gold Fury pip, so now their minions are going to be enhanced when they're standing next to them, and now could be a solo gank from friends to even it out, but Port's just kind of chilling, not threatened at all.
A lot of damage from Mink. That kind of surprised me. It caught me off guard a bit. But to the Pip's point, that's the little gold coins at the top of your screen underneath the numbers for kills. So a good way to track of who's gotten what Gold Fury, or if you're me, to see who got it when the fights get really chaotic.
Mm-hmm. The gold coins are for us. There. Think about it. Shout outs, Rosie. So single bind. They're going to be looking for that third Gold Fury because that's what gives you the ability to shred through.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Water Trickster caught in the ring. So much damage on, and he's deleted by the Geb. Time to go for Sino and Doug. The commitment back, the ultimate response from Doug. Doug will take that fight, but now caught in the Fear No Evil. The up down from High Wrath, the back up from Hydra, but Doug still brings him down on his way to the grave. Double kill for Donut Doug and a trade back for the Happy Friends.
What a crazy good crit. Now Moswell looking to put some damage on himself. Blinks in with the bees. Got the flame on. Can you cook that chicken? Bacon is crispy.
Sure can, Johnny. Flame was on indeed. A pullback from Aurora. Hydra takes some damage, but you can see Single Bind realize that the kill potential in Hydra is getting lower and lower as this game is progressing. Aurora learned that before in the jungle, right? But still a great fight for Single Bind that they continue to find.
And Single Bind, I think, continuously exude this pressure on the map. Aurora's biting off a bit more than he can chew here, though. I don't know what you're doing up there, buddy.
You have Moswell in mid, and Aurora's kind of turning it around and sort of just erasing High Wrath, who now has to back up completely as Aurora took a tickle of health. Meanwhile, by the way, mid lane tier 1 gone. Moswell gets it on the split push. Aurora blinks in on his lonesome, not afraid of no-goes. Moswell and Sino on the way to back up Aurora. But Aurora will slow things down as they get closer.
It's kind of insane. Aurora's just standing up here, Aurora farming. Huh? No? I'll workshopping.
I don't know if I don't know if I can back you up twice.
All right, that's fair. No, that's my bad. Anyways, but Aurora's up there, and I think Smiling Friends doesn't immediately blow everything up on this Ares because of the threat that there could be a Sino, there could be a Moswell behind them, even though they weren't really within an effective range. Hunbots getting jumped on, forces out the shell, Port Degree, should be okay.
Now gets rooted though, but won't get booted this time quite.
Yeah,
as you
kind of. Yeah, right. Well, the long and the short of it is, I feel like Sunshine Happy Friends are scared of anybody that shows up because they feel like the rest of the team could be there at a moment's notice, and honestly, I don't think they're wrong.
I love watching just a good solo lane duke it out, but even more than that, I like watching Donut Doug say, hey, you know what? I'm a little pushed up, gang. I'm just going to bring this one back. 15 minutes. Bravo 6 going dark, 8-6, and a 10k gold lead for Single Bind. So with the moonlight up and Donut Doug getting ganked by the gang, trying to get the CC immunity up in time, cannot do it. Stuck in the ult. The ultimate from Bacon hits a ghost, but thankfully Donut Doug still becomes a ghost, so not going to be hurt by it.
Yeah, Bravo 6 and Geb going dark. Single Bind will split the map here, taking a look at that Pyromancer. You can see, too, Port Degree getting soloed, but trades it out with Mink Stinkus underneath that tower. That's wild. Solo lane fight, Slap goes insane. But, Anthony, I want to talk about that little lotus, silver lotus flower on the right side of the screen there. The Queen Naga has spawned, and that's going to be something that both teams want to pick up. When they kill it, they get a buff. It gives them 5% strength and in scaling forever. And it's super good for a fight, especially like one Aurora pincers in on now.
Still hit a chain, by the way. Somehow, some way. Hydra getting chased out by Sino. The ult gets dropped. Instantly, we'll get a shell from Hydra, but it is a solo shell. The damage is still on, and Hydra will die regardless, no matter how much time it takes. But a shell burned with it perhaps is the bigger victory.
And the fact that Odin has so much cooldown, their ultimate's going to be up pretty quickly too. Pendulum Blade and that breastplate. Smiling Sunshine Happy Friends, not Smiling Friends. That's a different thing. But it looks like they wanted to try to pick up that Naga, but couldn't. Sino dies underneath the tower as looks like this Water Trickster gets to slither away.
But hey, if that was just to buy some time, it'll work out. The Queen Naga is defeated and goes to the side of Single Bind. Aurora is still, by the way, just farming it up there, completely unafraid, taking basically 0 damage at all times. No big deal. What do you do to this Ares? How do you kill him? We'll see if they can find out. The Happy Friends go in aggressive, looking to make a play happen. A Fear No Evil's pretty good, but Aurora's got an answer. Gonna ult everybody, bring back a couple of the damage back from Single Bind. Will it be enough? A pull back from the Merlin, it's enough. And Minkstickus will go down to Mazwal. But so far, just the 1 kill. But it was a big kill. That answered back the first sign of aggression we've seen from the Sunshine Happy Friends.
Hey, you asked me earlier, how do you kill this Ares? We gotta get some penetration online, because Aurora is just way too tanky with that Pridman Dwarven Plate combination. It is just so many prots, plus his 2 that gives him that aura as well. Sunshine Happy Friends just gotta try to get whatever value they can out of their ultimates, but Single Bind are just kind of in a position where they can take all this damage and turn it back in big ways, pulling in Hydra and poor Water Trickster there, who has to back away from the giants that are Single Bind as they get this pad.
It's so funny how literal of a name Ares' second ability is, Call to Arms, because it's a call to arms that the other side just can't answer.
For real.
That's the big thing for me. And third Gold Fury, by the way, will just go for free because, you know, Geb ADC just hits like a truck. So it'll be all 3 Gold Furies so far this game going to the side of Single Bind. Plus 3 Gold Furies, Musi. That equals quite a bit, actually.
This is the pip that we were talking about before, that you need to shred down things like towers, phoenixes, but also objectives. So now Single Bind's objective burn, it was good before because you have that Merlin fire stance that does so much, but now the game itself is helping you get it. Speaking of burns and flames, poor Hunbat's getting jumped on, jumps away, but can he get away?
No. The answer is no. And Port Degree will make sure of that, matter of fact. And all the elements were just smacking Highwrath in the face. And matter of fact, looking at the mid lane, Happy Friends could be too pushed up. You see the cutoff already, and they all dropped the cage. Hydra low, an ult back from Bacon. Big ults all around. The damage so good. A blink through from Aurora. You're not going anywhere, buddy. Mink gets stinked on, and a killing spree for Mazwal.
Single Bind is going to be able to take this and shove it down, get a T2 in mid, might be able to play for a little bit more here. That Fire Giant, that Pyromancer looks fairly appetizing, but Sino's soloing somebody in the left side.
Just completely unafraid.
Or not!
But maybe you should be. Water Trickster able to turn it around. Really, the only bright spot we've seen in the last few minutes for Sunshine Happy Friends is that that's the second time Water Trickster has been dove on by Sino and been able to handle the situation. But Fire Giant will go completely unanswered and around the belts of Single Bind, at least 4 members.
Well, Sino won't be able to have it, but Mazwal will pick up the dagger, so with this Fire Giant buff, Single Bind is going to be looking and feeling very strong as we're on the power play here. Notably here about this dagger too. Giving it to Mazwal, if this Merlin gets jumped on, he can pop that dagger, get a revive, and get right back into the action. As Sunshine Happy Friends also have to give up this Pyromancer too. Single Bind are clearing out the map.
Obsidian daggers are pretty cool, I have to say. I mean, I know it's a simple way of describing it, but anything that you can make a play with is one thing. But to get a reset button, to get a Smite 1 Chronos ult, but almost better, that's just terrifying.
The only thing you have to worry about is the fact that you have to kill yourself with the dagger to get the revive, right? 500 true damage. That's trickier than it sounds. It's kind of easy for a tank because your health bar goes down slower, but for Mazwal, it's gonna be tough because mages can get blown up so easily, and you can't pop the dagger while you're CC'd. So Happy Friends do have a lot of chain CC that they can use to burst down Mazwal and maybe steal that dagger.
Bacon caught in the cage and might just get cooked. There's a stun to help out, but I think it's over for Bacon. The ultimate doesn't even fire off before Donut Doug gets the kill. In the mid lane, Hydra's now alone and the target of the 3 members of Single Bind who are sprinting after this E-set. The damage is real good. A flame should do the work. No? All right, there it is. There's that last tick. Hydra goes down.
both birds cooked. Bon appetit. Single bind are going to be eaten pretty well here. Now with this fire giant and 2 people down, they can walk up and pressure this left and this mid side for a split push. They bomb open the door too, so they can have full range of access in this next fight.
There's the ult from Dog, the damage good. The Fear No Evil, though, does bring the Geb to be vulnerable, and Water Trickster takes advantage, continuing to be that only shining light. But now you're the only remaining member, as everybody else is seeing black and white for the happy friends. Single bind, take the left side, Phoenix. They march to the middle, Phoenix. Health bars looking fantastic. Cage out, instant blink, answered back by Bacon. The turnaround ultimate, unfortunately, is no good. Water Trickster survives, chased out. Some damage gets popped on. Is this some kills? Is this the game? Potentially. A shutdown on Water Trickster, who has been that strongest member recently, and the mid Phoenix will fall too.
They still have to get rid of that T2 tower in the solo side. You know, you have to remember, for every tower that's alive on the map, that Titan's going to be just a bit stronger. So Single Bind want to play it safe and play it slow here, making sure that they can get everything that they can. You can see that as we enter the next night stage, we're going to get the Ancient Gold Fury hitting the map soon as well. So it'll be able to debuff any Phoenixes that might be remaining to make that push all that much easier. But Single Bind, if they find a couple picks here, Anthony, it could just be the end of the game as we wait in this bush.
Here they go. Oh, wait. They showed themselves slightly, but
nice restraint.
Did Mink see? I don't know if Mink saw. Sino will step out first. The follow's on. Sino jumps forward, gets stunned instantly. You see it's kind of a slow commitment. The opportunity, not perfect, and Single Bind will back away.
Still can play the map here. You've still got Pyromancer you can pick up. The bomb will be useful for either blowing open a door or breaking down a Phoenix. Gold Fury is kind of an instant pick because Donut Dog... Whoa, hold on a second.
I don't know if they have a second. They're getting lit up. Single Bind ready to end this game and just dropping everything they've got. And the happy friends are happy no more, as 4 of them are dead. High Wrath will fall back to the Alamo, but I don't know how long it's going to stand. Single Bind will march in, ready to end this game. Onto the Titan they go, and the throne room will break. A good Fear No Evil, but it won't matter when Donut Dog pops ya. The game goes to Single Bind.
Single Bind just played the map spectacularly, and really their draft was just super solid. Talking before about how the Ares forces relics, the Odin forces relics, but there just weren't enough relics in the game to save you from those giant Odin cages and the chains that pull you towards your destiny.
Well, Single Bind take it, and they do it cleanly. Way more games to go, but a breakdown of this game and more when we come back after this short break. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Smite Prime. We continue our day rolling, and a little bit of a hint for our next matchup. When I got told the matchup, I said, wait, hang on, I need a full drink of tea for this one. I cannot go without a drink, so we have a banger in store. But I'm still Malum. He is still... Usually we're still Smite Prime. Thanks for hanging out with us, and apologies for the kind of abrupt cutoff there as we got to the end of the game. We're operating on a bit of a delay, so still getting used to and adjusting to that. So thanks for the patience on the ending of the game. But Musi, we got to see a pretty quick end. So you didn't miss much, because basically one fight at the end there for Single Bind was enough to end it.
I mean, Sino's slash line would tell you that maybe they didn't have the greatest game, but I'll tell you something right now. An Odin with a cage is all you need to be able to swing a fight, and that's exactly what Sino found at the very end of the game there. Just threw the cage out, everybody in the damage got caught up in it, and that's how the game ended. But talking a bit about how the game got started, and Anthony, it really did come down to the fact that the relics were just split in an unfortunate way. We were so scared of Odin cage that Ares would pull up and pull back on the chains and pull anybody into a kill.
Yeah, that's kind of... It felt like the name of the game was Aurora would stand there, get attention, not die.
Menacingly.
Sino would jump forward, set everything up again by existing, as Donut Doug would just drop damage and Port Degree would pick a target and they'd die and do Loki things. And it sounds simple, but it worked. And it doesn't matter how simple a strategy is if it's executed perfectly.
Yeah, and sometimes the simplest strategies are the easiest ones to execute. Walk up slowly and down smash, that's going to get him 9 times out of 10. Get a chance to see some of the damage numbers here as well. And some of the builds too. Didn't get a chance to talk about it too much, but I know for those of you at home, maybe been out of the Smite loop a little bit, direct your attention to Bacon's build. That is a Blink sitting there along with that Aegis, so maybe we'll get some more examples later on today, but you can get more relics than maybe you initially bargained for. But just taking a look at some of the things we see here, Aurora's just super crazy tanky. Same with Port Degree. Yogi's was putting in a lot of work. Void Shield is an interesting pickup. We'll see if that shows up anymore today. But all in all, everything kind of looks as you would expect. Damage dealt, 24k from Donut Doug. Aye, caramba. That Geb character is pretty good.
Yeah. And Maswal and Port Degree keeping up, but that's on Merlin and Loki. You know, you expect that. But to see a number like that come from a Geb, that is what makes it just so frightening. But hey, that was the past. What's now? The future's now, old man or experienced man. And hey, experience? Well, this game has all of that. This next one is a heater. It is Witchcraft versus Clocked In. Now, if you've watched any Smite Prime, you know a lot about Clocked In, because all Clocked In knew how to do was win Smite Prime last year. But Witchcraft, Musi, you want to talk about a stacked roster? Walk us through. Come on.
I mean, you got a lot going on there, right? You got witches, you got wizards, there's magic involved. And the magic of these teams is what's going to carry them over Clocked In. You got spells.
Let's go less literal. Let's talk players. Let's talk ADC, Zapman, Jungle, Sun Prodigy.
All right. You're right. Well, I mean, hey, if you know Smite Prime, you know Clocked In. But if you know Smite, you know Zapman. And Zapman is going to be one of those crazy solid ADCs from the Smite of old. Just deals an incredible amount of damage, pressure in lane. Who loses to Zapman? Pretty much everybody, right? And you're running Zapman with Sunprod, who's this... Can you still call him up and coming? I feel like, yeah, Sunprod's still pretty young, but they're already here, right? They're no longer up and coming. They're standing at that top and hanging out with the other big dogs. So I'm really excited to see how they play the map together. We've seen Sunprod go up against this Clocked In team before. And I feel like one of the problems that teams run into when they fight Clocked In is they kind of subscribe to Clocked In's game plan. I want to see the Sunprod aggression come through in full. Don't hold back because you're up against Clocked In.
I want to see picks and bans. Can we make that happen? It's so cool being a caster. I have power.
Wow.
Thanks, production team. Anyway, Clocked In versus Witchcraft. Absolutely stacked matchup. Karmic, Tegvir, Paul, Happen, Hydrogen. That's one thing. Those are your back-to-back or something close to that Smite Prime champions. Against Witchcraft, Snatty, Sunprod, Kaidon, Baronary, and Zapman. Come on. We're in for a heater. My tea is completely filled. I hope your snacks, your drinks are good to go. The last time I cast Zapman, Yuzi, was the Founders Series game when Zapman got eliminated. So it's been a minute, but I'm glad to cast him again. I'm excited to watch him play because it's always one of the most fun players to watch, and especially because we started to see so much. I feel like we were just starting to see Zapman kind of turn into that Smite 2 Zapman we were waiting to see. So I want to see more of it, especially now that so much has changed since the last time we got to cast him in a competitive setting.
I'm also really excited as somebody who plays a lot of solo to see the Snatty v Karmic solo lane, just because that sounds like a content solo lane if I've ever seen one. Like, that's just kind of really cool for all the take players at home. Be sure to copy paste all the builds that you see here. We'll be running them in ranked later. But some of the bans that we see coming out here really quick, Anthony. Sylvanas, Akate, and Artio. The Akate Sylvanas bans, playing... this is the second time we've seen both of those gods banned together like that, which is interesting. Where Witchcraft is looking at the Zapman god pool and just trying to lock it down. 2 ADCs, and the Yorm ban too, that is a specific call out to Karmic.
Gotta make sure you deal with Karmic, though, because the thing about Karmic, it's always reminded me a lot of... I think I've mentioned this before because they've played against each other so much, but Cherio and Karmic are very similar to watch play. You might not see the craziest laning phase. You might even see them get focused out. But they will be on level, they will be rotating, and there will be an impact. I always think about the Hades and the Helm of Darkness play that we saw run back over a dozen times for over the course of an entire year and a half, essentially. It just kept working. It could not be stopped. I feel like that just translates to overall gameplay from Karmic in particular.
Some of the first initial picks we see coming through here too, Anthony. Discordia is the first pick priority for Clocked In, one of the newer mages added to Smite 2, and she's had a couple of adjustments as she's moved towards this new battleground, but largely the same Discordia that you all know and love. The Strife deals a lot of damage, her CC, her Apple, everything is solid there. Witchcraft, we see the Houyi Iset dual lane again on Chaos side. Lots of big circles, but again, the Odin still available for Clocked In could be a solid pick here. If anything, just to lock an Iset down, but it is going to be instead Tsukiyomi and Neith to be able to have on their side.
This is the edgy anime team so far, you know. This is the E9 out team, and I like that from Clocked In. I feel like that's one thing too about Clocked In. We for so long on Smite Prime in particular, but even going back before that, every time most of this roster would play together, with the obvious exception being the household Smite name of Paul, it was almost trying to say they're better than you know just because you don't recognize their names. And I feel like today there's a lot of people tuning into Smite 2 Competitive for the first time, or returning to Smite 2 Competitive for the first time in a bit, and you see this team and you think, oh, you know, okay, sure, Paul's on there, that's pretty cool. But this is the pinnacle of Smite 2 so far in competitive. A lot of them made it to land stage already and got that experience out of it. They've only gotten better as time has gone on. To now address the elephant, they have Paul. But for the other side, you talked about this a bit, it applies to Witchcraft. Baronary and Kaidon are two of my favorite, most underrated players. And that's without addressing Sunprod, of course, and Snatty, who's a player who I know you and I have yapped about for a long time about how talented he is in solo on the right roster construction. But so far, the picks continue. We've gotten some more out. The Odin actually went to Witchcraft alongside the Osiris, and it's answered back by a Yemo and a Wukong.
Interesting to see the Wukong lock in, just because I feel like there are some picks that could be a little bit stronger. As a fellow Wukong enjoyer myself, my eyes will be glued onto what that Wukong will be able to accomplish. But for Witchcraft to be able to pick up the Odin for themselves, Yamoja and Tsukiyomi kind of get stuck in there unless the Tsukiyomi can use their ultimate to get away. And Wukong has their ult to get away as well, but it is going to force some relics, some shells, I think, regardless, just because the threat is there. And seeing that Odin too, that could be the Odin jungle that Sunprod is known to crank crazy numbies on. So I'm super pumped to see how they get to utilize that. A lot of circles between Iset, Houyi, Odin, and the Merlin. So this feels like a classic lawnmower comp. We're pressing for, we're throwing out giant circles, and we're just running it down.
I'm rolling my sleeves. I got a feeling we're going to be sweaty.
They're rolled.
Let's start it off. Let's head in the game. Clocked In versus Witchcraft. The second game of our day, but one of the most anticipated you could possibly ask for in Smite Prime. This early, best of one. Find me a better situation. I don't know if you can. Clocked In the blue side, Witchcraft the red side. Hydrogen versus Zapman, Baronary versus Happen, Paul versus Kaidon, Prodigy versus Tegvir, and Karmic versus Snatty. You couldn't name better matchups. Aspect for the Neith, aspect for the Iset, no disco aspect. I'm sure there was some hope and hype for that, but everything else across the board. You've heard me ask you this 100 times before, Musi. It's my go-to. What catches your eye?
Well, I think the best place we can start with every game that we take a look at, Malum, is just going to be the relics. And I think the relics do tell a story here. 2 shells, 3 Aegises for Witchcraft, right? The Osiris and the Iset people that could maybe potentially get stuck inside that Odin cage or just need a little bump in health are going to be able to have it. But this means that everybody from Witchcraft is kind of susceptible to any CC that Clocked In could throw out because you just don't have beads, right? So the Yamoja could get some value here. Karmic has Tiger Stun that could be good. Hydrogen's got a root and the stun as well. But Paul is going to be the big scary thing if you get hit with that taunt or the madness, rather, that forces you to attack your allies off her second ability. There's no escaping it. Whereas Clocked In, they've got that blink engage from the Wukong. So Karmic loses some survivability, but does have some crazy potential to start a fight.
And let's not forget the biggest thing with Discordia that's forgotten about. Because we've heard about this with characters from Smite 1 like Nike. Discordia is the other big example. The passive is crazy. But when you're a player like Paul, a lot of times you get that passive yourself.
Being able to give yourself extra damage just by dealing the most damage in a lobby, it is kind of like, it is the most Paul passive ability you can think about. Just like, yeah, I'm already goated. What if I just make myself better, right? What if I just do even more damage? And Discordia does a pretty...
He's already better. Like, he's better. Why not make myself better? Yeah. Because I'm better.
Yeah, well, I know. The better butter is bitter better. But it is really funny because Discordia is so safe with her damage, too. She can just throw stuff over walls and get damage for free. So now she's just doing more of it. So thank you. Thank you, Paul, for just being the GOAT, I guess.
You touched on the solo lane matchup a little bit already, but I want to touch on this kind of every game we go into as a bit of a jungle fight going on by the side, and Tegvir getting the better, going to force the jump away from the Odin. Daybreak Gavel is the only item banned, and God bans Thor, Thanatos, the Morgan, and one that just left my brain. It just poofed out like a whisper, but...
Chiron?
Thank you. Chiron not available. So solo lane is impacted by that, which could have to do with the picks. Gank in duo lane. Sunprod here, getting aggressive early. The up-downs are big, and the first blood will go to Witchcraft into the pocket of Sun Prodigy.
I love that gank over in dual lane too. And it's so funny because usually there's been so much pressure put over on the solo side early in the game because you want to set your solo laner up to take those firebrands. But Witchcraft take that and turn it on its head and get their dual lane ahead. So now Zapman, a player who is the Paul of ADC, is going to be able to take that and just run it down. Bayonary with Spirit Balls can stun people out. Oh, he's got the stun too. And as long as you can catch people, they are going to die. So it's a very scary start here for Clocked In.
I haven't gone to see a lot of Tsukuyomi. Came out towards the tail end of the Smite Prime season in 2025, so we didn't get to see any of it really on Smite Prime in comp, and it was going through its phases. It was then banned, so just getting to actually see it get used is one thing. But Tegvir, I feel like Tegvir has this problem where Tegvir is always playing so well, but he's always on teams that are so good that you almost forget to talk about Tegvir, and that's been Tegvir's problem as long as I've been casting Tegvir, which is way too long. This could be a game where we could see a lot of that. Tsukuyomi brings that potential.
Well and truly, they forgot about Dre. Dual lane, though. That early duo kill is going to earn them prio over this purple buff. It looks like Witchcraft will be able to steal it and walk away, and Hydrogen and Happen can't do too much about it. The snowball is already starting to develop on that left side, and that has implications, Anthony. This means that Witchcraft could take a look at an early Gold Fury. When you think about who they have, ESET Ultimate is known for being able to confirm those golds. This is what I was talking about. Change the game on Clocked In. Play your game, and don't try to play around what Clocked In wants to do. Just force your own issue.
And I've referenced previous matchups between teams like this and the kind of caliber comparison a lot, but I think it does matter this time in particular. 4 of the 5 members of Clocked In being comparatively newer to Paul. One problem that a lot of teams of that echelon had towards the beginning of Smite 2 esports was they go up against rosters with more experience and they would just get completely outpaced with gold. Now in this case, with kind of 8 players of that sort of new echelon, that new era, against 2 of the experience, they each have 1. Gold plays an even more pivotal factor because things can swing so quickly. So you really need to watch not just the big gold jumps, but the little gold disparities. Who's getting every bit of chalice, and you can see that in the spikes. It'll be a back and forth like that. But once you have that full lead, that's when the objectives start to get got. It piles on, Musy, and that's where we get into the big, fun chaos.
And talking even a bit about the smaller dips, things like the oracles on the left side, being able to give yourself vision on that Gold Fury. That's something that Witchcraft wants, and they'll have it. They did get those. That means that they'll know if Clockton tries to do anything sneaky, and they could just pull up and control the map. Like you said, it's those little things that all add up over time to give you those big splash plays. I think again about the Firebrands on the solo side. You know, Clockton were able to get those for themselves, so maybe that's how they're able to stay up in that solo side. Couple of ultimates exchanged here, Shell used as well, but Clockton is going to be okay. Witchcraft can't force it.
We've been touching on a lot of new things for Smite 2 today with all the new and returning viewers. The Shell used, well, that was the big sun wall that goes with the Hou ultimate now. A new feature, +1 for Smite 2. That is something that will matter, I think, a lot in this game because you have to respond to it, and it becomes a very interesting kind of answer to what Happen brings in the River's Rebuke.
And Sunprod as well. Odin Cage with the Zapman ultimate. There's just a lot of player-made obstacles that are going to force out the Shells. That's why you see 2 each between Clockton and Witchcraft, because the Emojo walls too, like you mentioned, are going to be able to force those out. So
and you can block them into you can lock them into the circle of protection from the E set too.
Yes, giant circles, and that's what the Witchcraft comp is. Throw out the giant circle, throw a bunch of damage in said circle, pray.
Pray indeed. Can you defend your purple? Did you pray enough for that? Looks so. Clocked in. Turn on the boosters. No, not going to defend it, unfortunately. Clocked in just can't keep that purple buff safe at the moment.
I mean, and that just starts with the fact that Sunprod showed up
battle by
early
blue.
and just... Oh, hold on.
Snatty and Karmic both low, and Solo up to the air just in time as Karmic. We get aggressive. Yes, he does. He slams down onto Snatty. Gets some more, too. Goes for the chase. What's bird form? Catching up. Ultimate out from Snatty. Does he get Solo? No! Snatty gets away. It's ticking. Doesn't tick enough. Snatty will live. Karmic can't find it.
Oh, the Golden Blade giving you just enough health. Warriors proc as well, but all that action has dragged the attention of Clocked In, and Witchcraft try to go for a sneaky Gold Fury pull, but they think better of it and they drop it afterwards. So all's quiet on the Western Front. It looks like it's going to be the mid pad spawning in just 3 seconds, where we might see some blood on the dance floor.
You just crammed so many references in. That was good.
Thank you. I love it.
there was so many on that one. I like that.
Thank you.
Of course, that's what I'm here for, honestly, just to compliment you.
Gold
Fury is started up again. Will a fight break out around it? I was buying time. That's behind the scenes to my brain, because I thought they might fight at that gold, and now that's the brain of a caster. Capture point in mid lane. That's the new attention. Witchcraft have 3 nearby. Happen and Paul stepped up a bit, but is there enough opportunity? Not quite. Now Tegvir's here too. And this could go from looking good to dangerous. Now it's dangerous. Look at that damage already on the Baronary. But the E-set yet to fall. The Rebuke, though, picture perfect, maybe pixel perfect. And Tegvir starts cleaning house, almost able to find more. They get 1 kill to even up the board, and onto the capture point they go.
Clocked In dumped everything onto Bayaneri there. Karmic solo Snatty. Yeah, I didn't get you the first time, but I will get you the second time. So Clocked In are winning all across the board. That's going to break this Gold Fury open here for the Order side. But I really want to point out, Sunprod had ultimate that fight, didn't have a chance to let it rip, and Clocked In was able to just control the fight from there. Yamoja ultimate comes out, pins the E-set against the wall. That's how they get that pick. Now, Clocked In walks away with a Gold Fury as well. But who got the mid pad? Also Clocked In. Ooh, that's kind of tough.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a major gold swing compared to where we were, but still noticeable. Trouble in the duo lane. A backflip from Hydrogen into the Suns. The damage too much for Hydrogen. They'll go down. A kill for Zapman.
Zapman here to keep the mentals up, telling his team, hey, listen, we just took a couple punches to the face, right? It's a brutal loss to handle. Oh, Sunprod getting aggressive.
The stun, the combo's there. Now the cage is out, but the cage to get away for Sunprod.
Looks like Karmic shows up as well. Finally Clocked In defend their purple buff, so they're feeling confident to be able to move some people around the map. Yeah, Zapman kind of had it dead to rights for a bit there.
Many years later.
Looks like, yeah, reinforcements arrive. One of the things we were talking about earlier about how we have like kind of two titans of Smite 2 here between Paul and Zapman. I'm really excited for what Zapman's comms can do for this team because you've got, the young buck, Sunprod, and, Snatty, Kaidon, Bayaneri, who are goats in their own right, but being able to have the Zapman comms to be like, here's what we got to do. Here are the good plays to make. Just chill. I think is going to do wonders for this Witchcraft team.
Whew. This has already been a fun one. I mean, we knew it was going to be, but for 10 and a half minutes to it already have this kind of ebb and flow, it feels like it's only going to get better. One thing that's surprising, we've talked about so many different things, but I'm looking at the scoreboard, and I see about a level and a half lead in mid for Kaidon on the Merlin. The Discordia so far, I mean, I understand there's stacking going on. Discordia not exactly known for the craziest things, early in the game, but for Kaidon to be ahead, kind of surprising to me.
Well, I feel like Merlin is able to just kind of throw out the clear and then walk away just like that, right? Ice shards, go to a camp, right? Being able to do that is going to let him farm a little bit faster, a little bit more efficiently. But to do it over Paul is pretty intense. I feel like the Odin might have something to do with that just because they're able to put so much pressure into that lane. But it is sacking the Odin's farm a bit because look, Tagveer is going to have a level up over Sunprod, which could get dangerous for anybody from Witchcraft if Tagveer decides to take that slight lead and try to blow it into a bigger one.
Tagveer has improved his farming so much ever since transitioning back/into the jungle compared to where we have had seen ADC for a while. I feel like there was a short period of time where we were talking about there was always kill potential, there was always great fighting skill from Tagveer, but sometimes you'd notice farm was either on par or a little bit behind. But lately, towards the end of Smite Prime last season, it was just always so good. Tagveer was always getting ahead and by significant margins. Neath ult out, Karmic in the ring, in trouble, back up on the way in the form of Tagveer. Shell out, the fight is back, damage on Snatty now. A shell answer from Snatty, but he's gonna go down, just a matter of when. The ultimate doesn't do it! No! Snatty didn't die!
No!
Tagveer in trouble! The focus goes and cleans up Sunprod, and Happen with the assist in the alley-oop to handle Snatty. Ends up being a 2-for-0, but it got a little scary.
Few things happening there as Witchcraft is posting up against this purple buff, by the way. Let's see if Hydrogen can defend it. The answer is no. In fact, might lose his own life, stunned out, backflip over a wall. He's okay. But I like the gank there from Witchcraft initially over in solo lane. Yeah, Neath can backflip over walls. Don't get jump scared. It can happen. Wukong ult was down. That means Sunprod can take a look at that gank and try to walk over. But Clockton shows up in force to just overwhelm a numbers advantage. So Witchcraft, in turn, are going to say maybe we can take a Gold Fury, knowing that Clockton had to reset and go on their right side camps. It's gutsy, and it gets turned off, as Witchcraft cannot finish a gold. That's the second time they tried to pull one, but have not been able to commit to it.
Gold Fury, very, very valuable in any instance, but especially in Smite 2. We talked earlier about it, but a reminder, every time one of those gold coins ticks up, that's a Gold Fury being taken, and they give pretty fun and powerful passive effects to your team. Obviously, these are two teams that understand the value of everything going on the map, which is kind of why you almost get to there's so much on the map now, you get to this point of not a stalemate, but an answer. We'll go with you to this, we'll fight here, and that's what we're getting. But at some point, it always breaks, Musi. It always has a tipping point. What do you expect it to be this time?
It probably comes when one of the teams feels gutsy enough to pull an objective and actually commit to it. Right now, it's a lot of risk-reward calculation going on. That's why we're picking up Gold Furies and putting them back down. Why are we putting them down? Well, if we lose this gold, we might lose the game. The snowball might be too much for us to be able to pin down under control. Let's just farm our own camps. Let's control our own farm to make sure that we stay up and in there. Once a team feels gutsy enough to commit to an objective, that to me is that green light, that starting gun that says, hey, the real game starts now. It's about to get gnarly, because all it takes is one Gold Fury, one tip here. Because look at the gold, 300 difference, right? We are tied. It's going to take one tipping point to just say, cool, I'm busting this
Wow,
open.
experience
but
is
we're running it
37?
down.
That's
You're
insane.
Like, look at this.
That's
Here
an
it is.
insane experience differential. Wow. The lights go out. It adds some drama. Will be gold, will be mid. It'll be mid. Kaidan down. Karmic gets the kill on the rotation. Paul in trouble. Perfectly
No
timed
way.
Aegis won't matter because once you come out of it, Snatty will pop you. Odin Cage is out. Karmic has to go up to the cloud for some safety. The Rebuke too, but the difference is not split, and Clocked In have to begin to retreat. Through the Riptide they do it, but the chase is on from Witchcraft. Some damage answered back by Tegvir, but just not enough. Clocked In do not have enough answers for this fight, and Witchcraft will gain not just the positional advantage, but they'll grab a pick too.
6-second difference here. So that means that Kaidan's going to spawn before Paul. This could be an opportunity to pick up the Gold Fury. Snatty's going to play for space, but Karmic's going to walk up and see if he can seal it away.
3K. It's going to be a close call. Karmic can stand for a little bit. Now with that Ricochet mark on, it'll help out. Will the Crow's mark and the knowledge be enough to stop it? Karmic can't get close, and the Gold Fury will fall down. Witchcraft will get it. Tegvir takes on Snatty, but can't get it down! Neither can Hydrogen! Snatty will stand through it all. 2 dead for Clocked In.
Looks like the Pyromancer also took the rough and tumble for the side of Clocked In. They left the bomb behind, but this is what I'm talking about. It's the guts. It's who's going to walk up and go for it to fight over these objectives. And what's so funny about it, Anthony, is we're right back to being tied again, basically. So it's going to be the Queen Naga in the mid pad. That's going to be the next things to look at here. Look at the way that the Golden Experience spikes. This Witchcraft team has me so excited for every other Prime in the future. This is insane.
We've been waiting for some kind of answer, and you know what? I won't even just say we. For once, I feel pretty confident that the Smite Prime viewers at large, going back to the season, they were waiting for someone to answer Clocked In. Even the YouTube comments were talking about it. If YouTube comments have a clear target in mind, then that means the feelings are strong and everyone wanted an answer to Clocked In. So far, it's early. It's way too early to call it, but Witchcraft, up to this point, have had that answer. Can it continue? The capture point so far going the way of Witchcraft, but a little bit of damage from Paul, to say the least, will back away Sunprod. Add some more onto Baronary, and Paul's hidden like a truck all of a sudden on this return to the mid lane. The capture point still split. Will someone get that edge?
Snatty makes the rotation as well, just to try to argue for some of the space here, and the rest of Clocked In pulls up in force and goes for the initiate.
Tiger stun, damage back from Paul, the jump away from Snatty with the ult to stay alive, and that'll give the capture point over to Clocked In. They do not want to let Witchcraft back into that zone. Sunprod shows face and gets tons of damage dropped, and Clocked In will take the Moonlight's favor.
Sunprod wanted to walk up there, jump and ult in, but there goes the golden apple. Yeah, it hits the E-set, not too bad. Paul's been a menace with this Discordia. The CC is one of the strongest parts of her kit. Being able to root somebody at range is incredibly powerful because it lets the rest of your team confirm their damage off of it as well. And to give it to somebody like Paul, whose mechanics are out of this world, and the fact that, you know, maybe the ability is a giant rectangle, what do I know? But by and large, it does put Clocked In a very scary position for these team fights, just to say, hey, I can and will just delete half your health bar.
I just realized there's so much on the map we haven't even talked about. We have a slight lull. Let's use it. Let's talk Totem. Let's talk the teleporters that aren't on the map anymore if you had played Smite too early. There's a lot that's changed recently.
Yeah, no more side TPs. So these, you know, the Queen Naga, you know, lane pushers are going to be the main way that you're getting through the map. You can still teleport to towers as well, but I don't think we're going to have much of a lull here because it looks like Prod's getting jumped on, forced to use the
It
beans.
was nice while it lasted. In the cage, a turnaround, stun no good, but Prod gets the cooldown and goes back over the wall. But you notice, that's a lot of different colored jerseys all in the same location. Does it break down around this pyro? Clocked In will start it up early. Witchcraft are aware. They certainly want to answer. A Spirit Ball to test things out. Around the corner comes Snatty. Does he get aggressive? Not so far. Pyro down to 2k over the wall. Damage from Paul. Tegvir steps up. 1k dead. And it goes to happen, able to secure the pyro. But the damage on the Clocked In is pretty decent so far. In the backline, aggressive as Karmic has to go into the cloud. Maybe looking for Snatty, who's dropped down low, but they can't find their way in. Clocked In have to regroup back behind. So they'll take the pyro victory and then back up. And we're talking about Smite of old. That was a classic Smite fight, all for the objective, no blood required.
And at the end of the day, we are back here with tied gold once again. I'm losing my mind.
I said it'd be a long game. See, I wasn't just being a diva when I made everybody wait so I could refill my team, Yuzi. I knew I was going to need it.
You got a second cup? Can I get a glass here? Because I got a feeling Clocked In and Witchcrafter is going to be a barn burner for sure. I mean, it is just crazy.
I might need Jimpins to reach out and get me an Arizona tea sponsorship by the end of this game.
The Sprite that the Sprite from the Founder series is what we need to lock in.
Gold Fury low, and it happened mid-sip. Can Clocked In make a contest? The apple off to the side, that damage is pretty decent, but it's on Snatty, who's so tanky. Gold still at 1k, Witchcraft has slowed it down. They let it go back to the middle, and it's going to start resetting and regaining health. Clocked In want the advantage, Happen calls for it, taps the aggro, has to back away, and the dance of the Gold Fury will slow down, and nobody will walk away with it.
It is so tense, so unbelievably tense. Both teams are trying to goad the other one into an engagement, and both teams feel absolutely confident that they can walk away with
and they're still finding
fight.
time to farm.
Like, this is wild. Think about it this way. Witchcraft are trying to lock people in a cage and get their giant AoE circles off to win the fight. That's all that they need. Clocked In has a bit of a different plan here, Anthony, just because they've got Tagveer, Paul, and Hydrogen for their damage. It's very committal, so once they commit to a fight, you can't really uncommit it, right? You can't put the toothpaste back in the container.
You can't put the toothpaste back in the containers.
I'm full of references today.
You saved that one for a game like this? That impresses me.
Yeah, well,
I thought I knew all the music.
If these
lines.
teams are going to be on, we got to be on too. What can I see?
I'm about to get my cue cards out. What was that? Anyway, 22 and a half
22 minutes.
5-5. The goal difference? Oh, what goal difference? Level difference? That man's got a bit of a level lead. Everything else on the board, look at the charts. The charts and graphs should finally make it clear. That's an old song reference. This game is close.
This is one of the better games of Smite 2 that I've seen in a long time. Snatty soaks up a Neath ultimate. Looks like we're going to Tiger form after them, but that Osiris is going to be super tanky. They got the Spirit Rope Berserker Shield online, so anytime they get hit with the CC, Anthony, they're going to start regenning a little bit of health. So that's what keeps this Osiris up and running for so long.
Pyro, 2k health. Spirit Ball for the steal.
Nice
Won't
hold.
work out, and it'll go down. Pyromancer goes to Clocked In.
I really like the way that Clocked In played that Pyro. You'll notice they stopped hitting it, they throw down that Pyro Bomb, because not only does the Pyro Bomb hurt things like towers and phoenixes and blow open doors, it's 1,000 true damage to an objective. So you put the Pyro down sub 1,000 health, ESET's not going to be able to do that much damage with the support build, not without their ultimate. So they throw their own Pyro to confirm the second Pyro. And it's just stuff like that. That is the difference between a good team and a great team when it comes to confirming these objectives.
I was curious that Spirit Ball might hit. That was the dramatic pause, but then it didn't, so. Anything? I'm trying to think of kind of what's the next thing to explode, because so far you've had a near perfect track record of kind of calling that next explosive thing, that next item to look for, that next fight to start up, but we're starting to get to a point. I mean, I'm starting to see level 20s. So what is that next thing, and is that next thing one of the last things, or is this game too close for one swing to end it?
I always like to say that the game never ends off the first Fire Giant, but we are approaching a few minutes out that EFG that could be hitting the field. The Gold Fury is enhanced now as well. That's why Witchcraft pick it up. If they can get this Ancient Gold Fury debuff on the field, it's going to debuff the towers that are up, and that's going to make pushes a lot easier. No contest from Clocked In so far, and Witchcraft are going to be able to walk away with it. A small tipping point to try to get away with just a bit more gold in their pocket.
Second Gold Fury for Witchcraft, but it's shocking to me it was so free. It feels like Clocked In, I hate to say they rested on their laurels, but they just were caught unaware. Or is it just that we're getting to a point where Gold Furies aren't the biggest concern, Musi? Is that possible? I mean, it wasn't an Ancient Fury.
The comm might have been... Well, it's not Fire Giant, right? So if it's not Fire Giant, maybe it's not the scariest thing in the world to give up. And even if you get that Ancient Fury debuff, if you're not actively pushing with it, it's not the worst thing to deal with. You still have towers up to soak up that debuff, so you have space to play with. I think getting the second gold pit might be the relevant thing. Oh, pause everything, including the game, actually, because Witchcraft just picked up Fire Giant.
That was a little... That's a scary time to see that happen. You start to see damage tick down from the fire and the instantaneous pause. So we'll have that back as soon as we're able to. And if I get an update or reasoning for the pause, I'll be sure to let you know that as well. So, wow.
Deep
we had a
breaths.
chance to breathe, you know?
I'm not kidding when I'm saying this is one of the best games of Smite I've been watching in a while.
Not brackets
a lot
be
of
bracketing,
bloodshed.
you know? How do we get this matchup?
For real. This is game 2. Dude, we got we got a whole tournament to do today. Like, whoa. But
hello?
It is kind
John
of crazy
Hires.
that we've been seeing so much action, Anthony, yet not that much blood, right? A lot of fighting going on, but it doesn't always lead to death necessarily. So get a chance to see. Oh, speaking of the bracket, actually,
we have a chance to what's been going on in the bracket? Yeah,
Sparta's
accounting
finest
department
dogs
moves on. We were talking about
gaming.
that. Accounting department's made up of a lot of classic names, a lot of EU names at that. Oh, and hey, just on time, we're back. So thanks for hanging out with us. We're back in game. The pause is over. The Fire Giant is at half health. We get to go right into the action. Karmic steps up, is already low. He'll walk back, not using the ultimate yet, but Snatty's around the corner, gets the stun across. The bird to get away. And Clocked In group up. The Fire Giant let go by Witchcraft.
The pad's up. So maybe you can argue over the pad for a little bit, get some lane pushers. That'll go well with your Ancient Fury debuff that you've got going on the map right now. That does give you some value from it. But also you had Karmic poked out there a bit, so maybe you can look for a fight now as he respawns.
You can see a lot of low towers, a lot of stuff could kind of collateral off of this. Midpoint contest. The apple is out to the side. It hits Snatty wisely. Snatty walks the apple away from his team so it does not spread. Back into the point. More damage on. Still no commitment. Happens looking closer. Has Karmic for backup as well. Do they go in fully? Not quite. There's the up down from Karmic on the ultimate. The Riptide is perfection to bring back Sunprod. Now the Rebuke too, but somehow, some way, Witchcraft get out of that River's Rebuke. So despite the pixel-perfect Riptide, Sunprod will still stand. The midpoint will be captured by Clocked In.
All said and done, Clocked In are going to feel good about engagement just because they're able to get some free resets and lane pushers down in the minions that's going to defend their towers as they are debuffed by this Ancient Gold Fury. Witchcraft, I feel like they had some chances and opportunities here, but it feels like whenever Sunprod tries to walk up and get in there, they just immediately get poked out, lose half their health, and then forced to drop the cage and then retreat. We haven't had a chance to see Witchcraft really let loose a bunch of damage inside of that cage, because it feels like the shells are always online. If it's possible for this Odin to get their ult back, they already have it, now would be a great time to try to force a fight somewhere. There are no shells available. This, you have like a minute to force something with no contest, I guess would be the best way to put it.
No repercussions from getting that aggressive.
No repercussions. Yeah, that's the word. But I feel like instead Witchcraft are just going to play the map because they have to get rid of the pushers. Otherwise their towers are going to die and they lose gold on the map.
Clocked In, starting up the Fire Giant. Everybody buckle up and get ready, because Witchcraft's got to get here quickly to get a contest online. Fire Giant down to half health, Witchcraft show face. Where's the answer so far? Karmic gets a Tiger Sun, a lot of damage on Baronary. Can they bring him down in time? Not so far. Baronary steps away, off to the side. Tegvir gets caught and is low. He's the focus. Will he go down? Not yet. The cage, though, helps secure it, and Tegvir will fall to Snatty. Now Witchcraft try to get away and keep Sunprod alive, but on the hunt is Karmic. Did he get caught? Paul's able to bring him down. So no more junglers for this matchup. Karmic in the sky. He'll come back to the squad, 1 for 1, and everyone will retreat and lick their wounds.
Oh my goodness. You're kidding me. I can't believe it. Again, these teams each lose a player, then go back to playing for space and time around this FG. It was crazy. Sunprod almost gets away there when Karmic jumps in because the rest of Witchcraft just decided to dogpile on top of that Wukong, but Sunprod was just a little bit too low to make that squeaky clean getaway. It's a good thing that Clockton got that return pick as well, because otherwise Witchcraft would have been able to get Sunprod that reset, maybe come back for something like a Pyro or an FG afterwards, but it really does have to come down to picking the right people. Bayaneri soaked up so many ultimates that last fight that Clockton didn't really have anything for the rest of the fight, but they weren't able to kill him. So you have to make sure that if you're going to throw that punch, you better knock him out.
Pyromancer started up, but notice how quickly Witchcraft is making their way to the Pyro. Do they pick a fight? Do they go for a steal? The Pyro let go. Karmic grabs CC on. Damage on top two. Karmic's got ult, but he can't even use it in time. Zapman shuts him down. A blink forward from Prod, but he gets caught and bounced back away, which will slow down the efforts, but they'll catch Tegvir. He has to ult just to displace himself, but he gets popped anyway by Sunprod, and Witchcraft are taking advantage and pressing the fight further. Snatty looks for Paul, can't find it, and goes back to the group, but damage done. 2 members of Clocked In have fallen.
Paul doesn't have Aegis and doesn't have ultimate here, so this Fire Giant defense could get tricky. It's going to fall on Hydrogen to do a lot of the damage, but Snatty's basically full health. That guard dog can bark. This does look very tough for Clocked In as that Fire Giant health cascades down.
Gets lower and lower. 7k. Witchcraft trying to burn it as well. Can they get it in time? Hydrogen can't step up, but Happen can. The Rebuke is out. The Fire Giant at 3k. Happen trying to make the steal work. Can he get it? No! Zapman shuts him down. Paul with the last-ditch effort. It will not bounce. It will not hit. And the Fire Giant will go to Witchcraft.
Oh boy, this is it. Here's your tipping point, Anthony. A Fire Giant buff around everybody on Witchcraft. Not only do you walk away with this Fire Giant, now you get to play for this Pyromancer. You immediately walk over to Ancient Gold Fury. You start to pick that gold up as well. You're gonna have crazy gold in pocket to be able to finish off these item builds for Witchcraft. I feel like a balloon was just popped, right? Like I've been holding my breath this whole time waiting for it. Everybody exhale. Clocked In has their backs against the wall.
It feels like the second Karmic goes down or goes low, Witchcraft used that as their opportunity. Karmic could not even get the ultimate off last time, which is insane to think about. The amount of damage that would have need to have been dispersed in such a short period of time, but Witchcraft made it happen. So where are we at now? 32 minutes, 6-9 reads the scoreboard. A pretty strong gold lead that really has just accumulated, as Musi touched on. But Witchcraft with Fire Giant now, they're making the push. They're cleaning up the towers. So now Clocked In, a team that has so often been on the press, on the aggression, in a place where they have to make a huge mistake to lose the game. They're on the back foot. They're playing tower defense. How does their tower defense look, Musi?
You do have this Umoja ultimate that can definitely cut up a fight here, as well as Discordia, who I think does a really good job of just hanging out underneath Phoenixes, throwing out that Strife, get those Madness procs, and force some damage onto Witchcraft if they want to walk up a little bit too much. There goes that Ancient Gold Fury as well that we talked about earlier for Witchcraft, so the snowball becomes a rollin'. But honestly, Clocked In's defense, beyond Paul and Happen, I'm not a big fan. And the reason why I'm not a big fan is because Witchcraft, I don't think, cares. You've got ESET Ultimate that can give yourself a big burst of healing when it comes to it. And also, they've been doing such a good job of getting their pick initially and catching out Tagveer and Karmic, right? You catch the Wukong, you CC chain him to death, you catch Tagveer inside the Odin cage, that's curtains. No amount of strife or Yamoja ultimates are going to help you with that because you have answers in pocket when it comes to things like the shell that Snatty has built for themselves, and everybody has Aegis to deal with any kind of damage, right? So it is a tough position for Clocked In.
The Phoenix is being looked at on the left-hand side of the map by Witchcraft. Snatty will step up first. Karmic around the side, looking for an opening. Nothing there so far. A lot of damage so far on the Zapman, though. He had to jump away and fall back to the team. An apple almost catches. A great catch from Sunprod. Honestly, that could have found Zapman had it bounced. But it does enough. Clocked In, force Witchcraft back, and they're able to survive and keep their Phoenix online.
Honestly, Zapman just took way too much damage, positioned maybe a bit too aggressively because, yes, I love Witchcraft's W key composition here, but if you get caught by Paul and you're a squishy, it doesn't matter how weak that defense might be, it's still gonna get you, right? So you have to respect the damage going into this. So Witchcraft, I think, still wants to play the map here. Look for T2s, look for Pyromancers set up for that EFG that's gonna be spawning soon.
Middle tier 2, probably a soft defense from Clocked In. Hard to imagine full-on, all-in defense. Karmic forced to ult and get away. That's pretty big, Musi, to lose that ultimate. I mean, I know we're not right around the corner of Fire Giant, but still, to have to burn it like that, it kind of goes to the talking point of Karmic just getting so pressured out so quickly, becoming such an issue.
Yeah, and part of the thing that this Wukong does for this Clocked In team is Karmic just going to the backline, causing havoc, immediately ulting, right? That is what's been kind of enabling Clocked In to, maybe not recently, but in the past, be able to walk away with fights because you're putting so much pressure on those back characters. That's not going to be an option for about, maybe less than a minute here, and a lot can happen in a minute. The mid pad's up, Pyromancer's up, so that means that Clocked In are going to be on the back foot when it comes to these fights. Witchcraft will have tempo and momentum to be able to say, listen, we're going to kind of dictate how this goes, and they still have Fire Giant buff for at least another 30 seconds or so, so they still have control of the game, and there's so much left on the map to be able to take. If they can get that mid pad and force some pushers down the lane and then also reset their teleporters, that's going to put them in the position to be able to look at that EFG once it spawns.
Short pause, but we are back in, and just as we're back in, the Pyromancer will fall, so add +1 more bomb in pocket for Witchcraft. That's 2 total bombs, and this is going to be a tough, an uphill battle to say the least. But, one thing we didn't talk too much about, Musi, that now that I'm kind of looking across the board, the amount of Aegis online for Witchcraft also makes defending tough for Clocked In, because I feel like there's so many get out of jail free cards, and not even in the traditional sense, but if you are able to actually get someone like a Zapman incredibly low, you kind of just get an instant but you didn't button, and they're able to retreat and start again. So that same headway of, oh, we defended and got picks doesn't exist.
Yeah, Clocked In's lack of hard CC, or maybe the lack of an overabundance of hard CC is starting to come back to bite them in this draft, just because Zapman doesn't have beads, he's got the Aegis, but he also has a blink as well, so you never get to catch this Ho Yi, because they're just going to be able to combat blink away or combat blink to cross the distance and get a bunch of damage off on top of you. Plus, you can just kind of walk up in front of somebody and Aegis them, and then chill, right? So you're absolutely right, Anthony. It is just kind of aura farming up there and saying that you can't hurt me at all.
Another new thing, if you're coming back to Smite 2, the Fire Giant, hey, he's back in purple. So if you missed EFG, welcome back.
I want to be in purple.
Clocked In, Witchcraft, all around fire, and while it's easy to talk about how ahead Witchcraft has become, still important to note, no Phoenixes went down before for Clocked In. So they can step up, they can contest, they can make an effort here to stop this next fire.
This thing, too, about Enhanced Fire Giant, it is significantly harder to kill than a normal Fire Giant. Yes, the rewards that you get are essentially game-ending when you have it, but the commitment level, in order to be able to have it, you basically need to win the game before you even win the game. Witchcraft needs to look for a few picks here. They need a good fight to start this off.
I'm tightening my headset personally. That's what I deem to be the best call in the moment. Ooh, deep breaths, everybody. In.
Here we go.
Out. Fire Giant started up by Witchcraft, clocked in, aware. They group up, Witchcraft see a target, they get the stuns on Karmic. This has worked every time, can it continue to work? A lot of damage back though, Zapman able to jump out in time to avoid some damage back from Karmic. The chase is on, the cages are dropped in response by Witchcraft. Can they turn it around into Tegveer? Tegveer's stuck against the wall, but still not dead. Will he get caught?
Boom!
Yes, he's popped by the bird bomb. And down goes Tegveer. And just like that, clocked in, called a retreat.
They have to back up. So does Witchcraft, though. They have to reset so we can right back on that EFG. Got to get back on that horse, man. And that fight looks so good for Clucked In. Not only was Karmic in the back there, but Tegveer as well. That's almost an ideal situation for those two characters to be able to dive back there. But they got pinned down by this Odin cage. They got pinned down by this E-set. Bainary had crazy heals, so now Witchcraft picked back up this EFG.
EFG getting low, but remember, much tankier. Karmic stepped up again. Normally this makes Clocked In pay. No ultimate online either for the Wukong. Fire Giant now down below half health. The EFG should fall soon. Is there an answer from Clocked In? Paul's looking for something,
5K.
looking for anything. 4K, 3K, continues to fall. The rebuke, the damage, it's all good, but can you make a play work? Karmic gets ult in the nick of time, gets up in the air. When he lands down, the fire's low. It's a 10.
What?
Stasis in the back line. Fire goes. Zapman's able to get it! Now Happen tries to get away! They've already lost Karmic! You gotta get the troops back to the base! Happen will not escape the sickle of Snatty! The Snat Nation is still eating good, and Witchcraft take an even bigger lead, and with EFG, they march down the mid lane!
Rise up, big Snad Nation. Witchcraft have it all in their hand to end this game. Clocked In, knocked out round 2? You cannot be serious.
Witchcraft take 2, Phoenix is out, and they have their eyes on the throne room. In they go, ultimate out from the Odin. What is the answer for Clocked In? Paul off to the side, damage good so
What a
far.
shield.
Tegveer's gonna fall to Kaidon. The Titan, low, the Titan, God, Clocked In, God, Witchcraft move on. They do it, they take out the defending champions.
Oh my God. You have not seen a game of Smite like that before. I cannot believe this. Dude, that was wild. I have no words right now. I gotta draft something.
I have
don't
no
even know what
words
to
either.
say.
I've got an Arizona T calling my name. We'll be right back with the breakdown for this game to go over our thoughts and all the detail. While you recover as well, enjoy these short messages. We'll be right back on Smite Prime. Welcome back, everybody. Smite Prime continues. An absolute heater of a game is in our rear view, unfortunately. All good things must come to an end, I guess, as good as that was. But the day continues, and we have more great games ahead. I'm still Mel, joined once again by Musi to give the post-game recap and get us into our next game. But, I mean, Musi, I had plenty of time to yell and scream and whatever. I won't take the fun stuff away from you, so please, the floor is yours.
Well, we had a barn burner of a game on our hands here, and it was neck and neck for the longest time. It literally was until it was time for the game to start ending that we started to see an actual shift in gold. It really just came down to the fact that Witchcraft's team composition really made it work in the late game. This lawnmower style, Sunprod goes in, finds the cage, and we just are able to catch out Tegveer. Specifically, I think Tegveer got caught in that cage a lot. You can see it right here. Boom. Caught, cooked, right? Karmic is always constantly going in the back, but at some point, Witchcraft was able to appropriately respond to it. Lock down the Wukong, force the ultimate, and then force another fight. Do this again and again and again as time goes on, and eventually that tipping point comes. This was one of the games where I feel like Paul just didn't get a chance to be Paul either. How many times were we going, and Paul goes insane, right? It didn't happen. That's so weird, but I think it really comes down to the fact that Witchcraft played so well together as a team. I really hope they stick together because this has so much potential.
And Sunprod had such an answer for Paul. I mean, you see it right here. just running down Paul, giving him no space to operate. There was never time for Paul to make any plays because Paul was separated from the team, which was so smart because that got rid of the damage, essentially. Because Hydrogen and Tegvir, neither had a bad game. That would be incorrect to say, I think. But
yeah,
it's not like either were pumping out Discordia damage either, you know?
They never really had a chance to activate. Really. And I believe a lot of that has to do with something that I was saying at the start of the game, where a lot of teams will go up against Clocked In and they kind of get scared almost. They don't really quite play like themselves. Witchcraft has an identity. I very much see the identity of this team. Prawn and Snatty play very well together to get very aggressive. And Zapman, I feel like being that backline shot caller to kind of tell you what's good and what's not good. These team fights always looked good for Witchcraft, and I think that's what enabled them to win.
I've always given Tegvir credit for being kind of a multi-role specialist in that helping Tegvir play other roles strongly. It applies to Baronary. Baronary I've seen play mid lane to such an impressive degree, but I think that helps play with Zapman in the back line and also have some ability to be more hybrid and step up aggressive. Either way, it worked out for Witchcraft. And for the rest of the bracket, how are things going so far? Well, Sparta's Finest Dogs, they go up against Witchcraft. That'll be a tough one, and McDonald's Sprite, very crispy, is awaiting them on the other side of it. Whereas at the top of the bracket, we will be watching Accounting Department versus Mushroom Kingdom. Mushroom Kingdom and Accounting Department, both teams I'm excited to see. Accounting Department's got Wolfie, Ragna, Kalas, Ice, and Game Hunter, so a bit of a classic roster in that regard. Whereas Mushroom Kingdom, a bit of a new guard, but still impressive to see with Mario Bro, Tempo, Beast, Shadow, and Big Splash being available as well. But before we get into all that, let's do a reminder of what we're playing for. Prizes, baby! It's all about the cold, hard cash, right? Well, North American Conquest is February 7th, which is, hey, that's today. $2,000 is the prize we are playing for today. Of course, EU Conquest and North American Joust will follow at dates later, and you can find all that information at all times on the Smite Prime website, which is becoming more of a community hub, so make sure you're on the Smite Prime website and checking it out. But the focus now, Musi, is the game at hand, and right on cue is picks and bans. Let's get into it.
I'm up here, I'm picking, I'm banning.
I'm banning.
What am I banning? Let's just say Gods and Goddesses and Smite 2, right? Discordia immediately off the board. I think definitely worth it. You know, just because she didn't have the greatest game in the last one, I still think she's a very high value pick. ESET is very consistently getting through, not a god that we've been seeing banned too much, but Sylvanas has been banned every single game, and it's making me wonder if I am just out of the loop on something. Yeah, he's super good, he's able to get pulls, and I think one of the best things he can do with a coordinated team is be able to use that stasis field from Scepter of Dominion. You pop it, you get a pull for free. We might get a chance to see it because it hasn't been banned yet. In fact, it's going to be ESET and Uller, which is going to leave things open, you know, like the Osiris, the Medusa. We still have a couple slots to get through, but I feel like there's a lot of very strong picks to play with here, but it's going to be that first pick. What does Mushroom Kingdom want more than anything in order to have? I have to double check because we just haven't seen him. Aladdin is allowed, right? Surely. Right?
Yeah, so
Am
the
I
banned
crazy?
gods for today are the Morrigan, Chiron, Thanatos, and Thor.
Yep.
Only one banned item, Daybreak Gavel. Aladdin is allowed, only one of his skins is banned, so just not been prioritized at all today.
I mean, hey, everybody just loves playing with Aladdin's Silent Wish, and if you can't play with Silent Wish, then, you know, I'm just not picking the god, man. That's just not how it goes. I mean, I think Aladdin used to be one of those characters incredibly polarizing because he would just kind of run a lobby into more coordinated teams, maybe not able to run it down as much, but also with Artio being in the game, being able to just kind of turn him off with that cripple field, definitely not something that's as safe or as willing to prio for the pick there. Accounting department kind of crunching numbers and deciding what their last ban wants to be.
I feel like it's a tough call today because so much has been sneaking through, and so much is like the Odin has been sneaking through because you've been seeing kind of more unique picks prioritized due to the bans. But hey, you asked, It's been answered. Mushroom
is.
Kingdom with the first lock-in for Aladdin to start things off. And it makes sense. Aladdin, when I think Smite 2, I think of Aladdin. Kind of plain and
Scream.
simple, you know? And Scream. I do think of Scream, but that's natural.
Yeah. That just happens on the day-to-day. What can I say? But I think Aladdin first pick is still pretty strong here. We do have the audio that can be picked up here as well, though, and that might be something to have. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's right.
Do we get to see it? Do we get to see the shotgun cuckoo?
You are seeing it.
Yes!
Shotgun cuckoo aspect. He does not build the way you think he does, by the way. It is full tank cuckoo with a Ratatouille and he half health squishies. It's bizarre, and we'll get a chance to hover his aspect when we get into game to really dive into it.
I know. I'm only bummed that we don't get to see a real throwback. Vamana's still not in the game. Sorry for the Game Hunter stands out there. Yeah, throwing it way back on that one, I know. Yamoja gets followed up on her. Speaking of... what did you knock over?
Sorry,
you knocked over the map? You just tapped them. Yeah, you just hit the harpies, bro.
My bad, Gold.
Now you're hitting the Oracle. Oh. This is wild. Anyway.
It's insane.
Anyway, Yamoja locked in.
Got some picks locked in here.
That'll be... You talk. All
right, I got you covered. Well, accounting department, you can start over there because we see the Dodgy locked in along with Sylvanas and a Ho Yi. A lot of beads burning to be had, so a relic force composition here means that Mushroom Kingdom needs to either draft some characters with CC immune ultimates or be willing to invest in a team beads. Dodgy especially can pick somebody and just yoink them all the way into a ton of damage, be it either from Cuckoo or Ho Yi. And Sylvanas is great at forcing beads because the pulls can get deadly. The Artio that could have been potentially dangerous for Mushroom Kingdom will be drafted on their side, likely going to solo. We also have Nut as well, and I'm curious to see if that's going to be aspect or no aspect. We haven't had a chance to see Nut today. She terrorized the rank queues for a bit, especially with the aspect, but had a few nerfs. So the dust is settled. Mushroom Kingdom are going to show us if she's still pick worthy or not.
I'm also excited to see Newt. This should be fun. One of my favorite characters to cast in Smite 1. I haven't gotten to cast her yet in Smite 2, so I'm excited for that one. Poseidon, the final lock-in to go alongside Hu Yi, which I feel like there's a lot of synergy for accounting department in their team fight.
Yes, again, beads burn. Kraken, my bad. But Kabraken, oh boy. Oh dear. How's your day?
I'm a little mad at you still.
All right, no, that's fair. But a lot of beads burning here for accounting department because you have Kraken, Dodgy, and the Sylvanas. So Mushroom Kingdom needs to be able to kind of play safely with their resources. Meanwhile, Mushroom Kingdom just has a team that frags. That's like the only way to say it, right? Aladdin's gonna get in and get busy. Artio can get in there and get busy. And Nut's got this giant team fight ultimate that could just suck everybody into a section and completely, what is going on? I lost my co-caster. Nothing. You gonna go?
No, keep going. You're on a. Don't look down at me, dude. Thank you, Tess.
Well, get back on the stool, and we can look each other eye to eye. Are we going to game or what? What's going on here?
Please get me out of here.
It's game 3.
Oh my god.
And we're back.
Mushroom Kingdom versus accounting department. I'm Malamies Musey, Rosie, and Tess making production happen, and Jithin's behind the scene. Everybody in the Twitch chat, the YouTube chat, and everything else, make sure you wish Jithin's a happy birthday. Got to make sure we do that. You don't want to miss a birthday. Those don't come around very often, especially not for Jithin's. The rarest birthday I know. What's looking across the board?
Happen once a year.
The Newt in mid lane. I'm excited to see it mid. I should have known when we saw the on her, but I was admittedly distracted.
Yeah, that's okay. The on her is going to be important here for Mushroom Kingdom because they do have the CC immune ultimate. We get a chance to look at the relics here. Beads available for the Aladdin and for the Newt, but not for on her and not for our tanks. So if Ice is going to go for a target, tempo and big splash, that's snoozism for those who don't know, is going to be people that can get sucked in pretty easily
Big
there.
splash
I
is
really want to talk
snoozism?
about... Yeah, he's big splash, bro. He's splashing out there.
Oh, I have
snoozing.
so much more judgment to pass on. One of the other amateur leagues, if you've been inside of Smite 2 that you've seen rotating on the panels, is the Olympus Smite League. Snoozism, or Big
Yes.
Splash, one of the owners of that league. So make sure you're extra critical of the gameplay from Big Splash.
That's my dog. You know, I gotta be on top of him and let him know what's going on. But he's gonna be up against a really tough pick. Aspect Cuckoo in the solo lane, right? Aspect of it's not the Devourer, but it's Devourer. That's the Scylla one. Aspect of the Squall. That's the one. So what it does basically is when you kill things, you get a little bit more mana. Right? You get more mana, you get more power. So what this character is going to be doing is just building a ridiculous amount of mana. How do you do it? Well, things like Book of Thoth, right? Yeah, but also think of things like Yogi's Necklace and Breastplate of Valor and a Genji's Guard and a Rada Tahuti, and all of a sudden it's the new age Scylla support build, but on a character with an insane amount of mobility, crazy high damage numbers that gets in your face, blows you up, you try to kill them, and they laugh at you because they're building protections and health. So... if you could lock him down, good luck. If you can't, he's gonna run you down.
Damage out in mid will turn into more. I say that because if there's one thing I've always learned with Mario Bro in particular, especially on her, no matter how healthy, no matter how low, there is always threat of Mario Bro trying to take a fight and make something happen, especially when your jungler is lurking or when one's against you. And both junglers happen to be here. Aladdin will run into the Daji. The follow-through on the wall there from Shadow on the Ice. That's a fun way to fight over the jungle.
I really like the way that Shadow waited for Daji to use their dash before chasing after them. Shadow's just going to be not even looking for the kill, but just trying to shut away some of the farm here to stop them from getting active and activated. Speaking of activated, the Aegis pop from Big Splash there, just trying to hold this wave and control the farm. Both of these characters between Ario and Cuckoo are going to have really intense sustain as they both rush for that Yogi's Necklace. So I think it's going to come down to the junglers or a crazy misplay before either of these characters die in lane.
A lot of damage on the Kalash. Jump forward from Mario Bro. Disperse gets the knockup, but do you have more damage to follow up? No, because Ragna with some really good body blocks to assist in getting the support out of there. Now, going back over the solo real quick, Muzi, that Aegis we saw, I found that interesting. Was that Aegis because Big Splash was afraid of dying to the shotgun blast from Game Hunter, or was that Aegis just to, like you said, be healthier during the farming phase?
You want to avoid dying to the shotgun blast, but also you don't want to soak up too much damage from the minions. Hello, speaking of solo side, Daji's going in on top of Shadow, losing a lot of health, but not, late enough the game to be able to kill somebody. But 3-minute timer, Anthony, we're fighting over these brands, and it looks like accounting department would be able to get an early tempo here as the rocks are split up.
And if you're just now joining, to quote Muzi from earlier, the rocks give you bigger numbers to make you do good. So that's why you want the rocks from the Fire brand if you're still learning Smite 2. The battle for purple buff is successful. The jump from Mario Bro to get aggressive. One auto could bring down Ragna, but Ragna is able to step away. Kalas there for backup as well, and there is reinforcements on the way. So the time to go for Mushroom Kingdom has passed. But meanwhile, right side of the map, Big Splash just got humbled by Game Hunter. It's a solo bolo for the first blood.
Unfortunate. It looked like Game Hunter just had a little bit more items ready. Big Splash finishes up their Mana Tome and their Olmec Blue in base. So a little bit more int attached to that Flaming Pearl that Game Hunter has, and that'll be the tipping point in terms of damage calculation. Meanwhile, the Kraken is available for Wolfie. That could put Shanga Best in a tough position here if the Poseidon can connect.
But the step back instead, look where Shadow is. But Aladdin with so much mobility, always slightly safer than it feels. I wonder if we're going to have a bit of a slow burn, objective focus game like we saw before, or if this aggressive positioning we're seeing from these players means we're going to have a more arena just kind of throw hand style.
I'm feeling like in a throw hand style of game, just based on the aggression that we've seen so far from everybody. But also, Dodgy and Poseidon wants to get active the moment they hit 5. They need to get kills going so that they can just start throwing their weight around on the map. And you need to stop this Newt from getting online early in the game. You know, she scales super well towards late, and I feel like Poseidon's going to have a bit of a leg up initially. So try to force that advantage since you've got the clear potential, you've got the beads burning between Kraken and the powwow. So force it. Make something happen on the map.
So keep our eyes around that mid lane, but on Wolfie in particular. And you know, it's funny, of all the things we keep talking about, I've referenced a lot of old Smite so far, because, you know, nostalgia. But Wolfie on Poseidon, a pick that goes hand in hand. And the Spirit of the Nine wins to get the Firebrands, and Big Splash could be in some big trouble. Pulled in the Kraken for extra measure. Now a Whirlwind too, a shotgun also. But you know who's not dead? Big Splash. You know who is dead? Ice Ice. And into the lamp we go for some good measure. And man, is Shadow doing damage to Game Hunter inside. Now the boys pull up, but Big Splash steps into the Whirlwind. Tanky enough, it won't matter. 2 will die. A great fight back and answer from the Mushroom Kingdom.
Big Splash looked pretty much dead to rights, but that Aegis could not have come out at a better time, and what could have waited just a hair of a moment longer was that Kraken from Wolfie. Aegis got so much value for Big Splash because it just soaked up all of the damaging ultimate abilities that Counting Department was ready to throw out, and then Mushroom Kingdom comes by with the clapback, swings in, and now they get a little bit of a tempo increase. Shadow on this Aladdin, you want to talk about a scaling pick, Aladdin's good almost every stage of the game, so if Shadow can get that ball rolling, it gets really dicey for the department.
Has to be frustrating you didn't get that pick, but you got to just move on, forget it happened, and go back to defending your purple. As Mushroom Kingdom are here, Tempo starting to fight off early and getting some decent damage across. Ice Ice will kind of need to step away. I'm surprised that one fizzled. I thought that Accounting Department would play a more aggressive on the defense, but they really didn't have to. They just had enough burn on their own farm.
I feel like they, maybe since that Firebrand fight, starting to hesitate a bit more. They lost a bit of confidence. But because they back off here, Mushroom Kingdom pick up this Gold Fury. This could be
Value.
a commit or bait it for a fight.
Kalas the first there, but now brought forward with the Riptide from Tempo. Look at the damage that's answered back. Kalas is already dead. The Kraken, though, big numbies coming out for the Accounting Department. The answer is Shadow jumping onto the head top of Wolfie. Can he bring him down, though? The Daji was waiting, and it ticks, and he's dead. Shadow gone. Ice Ice brings back another, gets the damage, and Wolfie with the double from the pool. Tempo does get Ragna on the tail end of things. It'll be a 2-for-1, but the Gold Fury also stopped.
Wolfie had a great pincer there. Ice Ice looking for a little bit more if they can connect onto Tempo here, but Tempo's just a little bit too tanky to really go for it. We'll play for this buff camp instead. That gold pull almost got it, but again, I really can't understate. Wolfie had great positioning in that fight, comes up behind them with the Kraken, and this Whirlpool does so much to shut down... Hello? You gonna solo him, Slash? Big Splash? Nah, that's too bad.
Big Splash equals Slash. Slash enjoyer, stand up, by the way.
Stand up Slash Nation. Can we run that back?
You know, so far though, I will say I was kind of roasting Big Splash before. It's, friendly roasting. I know people like to say, we hate players. To get soloed by Game Hunter, but to come back and so far be doing absolutely fine in lane is big for Big Splash, especially because of the strengths of the Cuckoo aspect that you've mentioned. The worst thing that could have happened was to allow the Kukulkan to just run rampant across the battlefield after one simple kill. So, it seems simple to talk about, but the mentality to be able to just shake it off, as we've said, get back to lane and be unbothered, it's really big, and it's equaled Mushroom Kingdom still being pretty comfortable in this game.
They want to stay comfortable too. They scale so well towards that late game, and Accounting Department, because even just off that Firebrand engagement from so long before, yeah, they showed up a bit in that Gold Fury fight, but still feeling a little bit timid. Mushroom Kingdom was able to get the mid pad, so we have pushers pushing in the lane, and Big Splash is proxying, so this could mean a rotation from Accounting Department.
Big rotation, big answer. They want this RDO dead. Left side of the map, the Gold Fury is the instant answer, so well read by Mushroom Kingdom. They get right to the objective, and I'm sure Big Splash would be happy with that. The answer is not close. Gold Fury will go down to the Kingdom. I feel like as a solo laner, Musi, you would be the first to say, solo laners take that 10 times out of 10. That's what you want, because when the gank happens and you're spamming attack the Gold Fury, usually people don't do it. Great play from the Kingdom.
I would almost wager that Big Splash proxies that wave with the intention to draw people to get that Gold Fury. That was planned from the beginning. It wasn't a reactive, oh, they're over here, pull gold now. It's, they're going to show up on me when I show myself here, start the gold right now. And that is going to get Mushroom Kingdom out of base just a little bit faster with that first Gold Fury pip. So good stuff there. You give up brands, but yes, every day of the week, solo lane certified, I take that deal. I take that trade.
10 minutes have crossed, tied up in kills, and gold's pretty close too. The Gold Fury, the biggest difference. Right side of the map, Big Splash continues to be focused, and this time he'll bleed out from Daji with some chains. I wish that was me. And accounting department take the kill lead.
Pause.
Nah, keep going.
You're so right for it, though, King. You're right. Well, here's the thing, too. Big Splash has taken a lot of heat in that solo lane, right? Just because Artio gets pieced out by this dodge. No real way to get away from the ultimate. Big Splash is fine with that, by the way. Big Splash here, this Artio is willing to int their lane 100% to be able to get their team ahead. They got Yogi's Necklace, Spirit Robe. Once we get a Glass Shield online, that's pretty much the build for the solo lane. They will get value simply by existing. Uh-oh.
Kraken and popped. The Riptide does not help Tempo find the tempo to escape. And another kill added to the tally. And usually I don't call kills and the difference it makes, but with how close the gold is in this game, Uzi, it feels like any advantage you can get if your accounting department matters that much more. You can see it. It's starting to make those charts really slide. And experience, especially around 12 minutes, is still very valuable.
Incredibly so. And it is just another back and forth game on our hands so far, which is very exciting to see, I think, for the two of us to be able to have another solid game of Smite 2 on our hands.
Oh, yeah.
I think that last engagement, too, really highlights the potential dangers that Mushroom Kingdom runs into when going up against a Poseidon Sylvanas dodgy combo, right? You get pulled, you are going down. You're seeing the black and white. Big Splash is getting inted on again. This is what we've been seeing.
Does get the CC back now to get away. It's unfortunate, though, for Mushroom Kingdom, because this is now the second time in a row Big Splash has gotten focused to this extent, but there's nothing for Mushroom Kingdom to do anywhere else on the map. They will try to get aggressive in duo. The tower about to fall. Mario Bro will commit, and they'll get it. Do you take the 2v2 now? Tempo certainly wants to.
Pin.
The pillar is perfect. The spears need more. One more auto should do it, and Mario Bro will find it, and Ragna will fall. Can you find a second in the form of Kalas? No, you cannot. And the Mushroom Kingdom dual lane needs to begin to retreat, because look at the red on the way to cut them off in the form of Daji and Poseidon, Wolfie and Ice Ice. The Riptide to try to get away and close the gap, and it is done. A successful heist for the dual lane, and some revenge perhaps for Big Splash. Looking for the kill on Game Hunter. Transforms out, bear mode, go back up here, don't take it!
Boomba!
And they don't take it. Big Splash gets some revenge on Game Hunter.
And what's crazy is that Cuckoo health bar was already so low. There was some stuff happening behind the scenes there, but I like to imagine that Big Splash did a lot of that damage themselves, not willing to back down at all. I'm loving the way that Mushroom Kingdom is playing this map, by the way. You have a bunch of aggression going on in duo because accounting department was putting so much pressure on top of solo lane. Then you pull your forces back from duo, move everybody back over to solo, find a kill there. Feels like accounting department is just one step behind everything that the Mushroom Kingdom is doing right now. Mushroom Kingdom is playing incredibly proactively on this map, and you love to see that.
What I want to see next, I think, from Mushroom Kingdom is to keep the pressure on, because against a team like Accounting Department, it'd be very easy to lose sight of the goal, but they're not losing sight of the damage. On to Ice Ice. The cripple will be enough to go forward now. Not going to chase it out, but good for Ice Ice to get away. But for Mushroom Kingdom, it'd be very easy to kind of lose sight. I said it earlier, but rest on your laurels a bit. Not doing it so far. If you keep that pressure on, then you keep Accounting Department on the back foot. That's something that we've seen teams against so much experience like the side of Accounting Department make in the past, that you have to keep clean.
You got to make sure that you keep yourself competitive and in the game Ooh, Callus is waiting in that bush, looking to maybe get that pull-up, but it's not going to happen quite yet. Mushroom Kingdom are in a position here to maybe take a look at that Gold Fury. Pala is down, and with one Beads Burner down, Accounting Department still have to try to get through everybody else's, and it's just completely uncontested?
Ragnar's close. Maybe Ragnar could do something, but he'll look, but don't touch. Not going to attempt it this time. It goes to Mushroom Kingdom. The Pyromancer on the other side of the map is an answer for Accounting Department. Game Hunter with the kill credit. So an objective for an objective. So tough to lose a second Gold Fury, but at least you get a bomb in pocket if you're the side of Accounting Department.
Splitting the map is good, and putting yourself in a position to do Queen Naga will be better here. Mushroom Kingdom, though, will be here first, but look at the pull there!
All the damage on, and so stuck is Tempo. Nowhere to go, but Accounting Department do not want to commit to the kill onto Tempo, and that's perhaps wise. So Mushroom Kingdom will back up. They will pull the Naga. Accounting Department, will they commit? Will they answer back? Sure, looks like it, but they all go through one choke point, yet to be punished. But now the Kingdom aware. Spear of the Nine Winds connects with two. A lot of damage to the left and the right. In goes Shadow, looking for some damage of their own. Up to the sky, make it fall. The Newt damage, will that be enough to help out? It just brings Kalas away. Game Hunter with a sneaky flank, but can't get the shotgun to connect. And that will cause opening for Shadow to bring down Ice Ice. Who's next up, though? It's Shadow to die to Game Hunter on the dash. Alongside some damage to Tempo, it's time for the gang to get away. The Kingdom are on the retreat. Accounting Department walk away in a one-for-one trade, but all the positional advantage.
Accounting Department will be able to sustain a bit off of Callus's healing as a Sylvanas. Something to note here too, you'll notice that the objective, even though it was dropped, still keeps its health lost. It's going to stay at that 5,800 until it hits 0, but it doesn't look like Accounting Department is ready to pick it up either. The ritual site is open, the pad is available, which means that we got to start fighting for these pushers. So I'm curious, what do Mushroom Kingdom value here more? It's got to be that Queen Naga. You need that consumable, you need that buff. 5% strength, 5% int, and a consumable that lets you spawn a little calamitous rock that strikes the ground every time you cast an ability. Looks like Mushroom Kingdom pick it up and walk away.
Mid lane, Shadow, seen, but not attacked. I got a little nervous with that capture point up, and you can see a small bit of poke. But now with Mushroom Kingdom here, hang on, a pole! Now stuck in the waves, but bigger waves come out in the form of the Rebuke. A lot of damage onto Ice Ice. Ice Ice will fall. The Kraken finds big damage. The Skyfall answer, will that help? Sure,
wow.
Does!
Whoa.
Double! What an answer from Mushroom Kingdom, and a hell of an ultimate from the Newt.
Dude, Newt stays alive because it is nighttime, by the way. Oh, Cuckoo getting jumped on in the back. Lamb comes out. We're going in it. And how long can you live? Not long, my friend. Down goes the Kukulkan. And Mushroom Kingdom, that is going to start to break open this game.
A complete turnaround. It was so close. It was so danced back and forth. A little bit of this, a little bit of ground gained, and all of a sudden, Mushroom Kingdom have just blown it up, it feels like.
I mean, it really does come down to the fact that Mushroom Kingdom has been scaling really well, but there's been so much put into keeping this RDO down, but Big Splash just doesn't really care, it would seem. This RDO character will get to do what she wants to do. Be an AoE cripple, be that root, be the stun. You still get value because it's just a giant bare health bar. Be the root. Look within and become the crowd control. Quite literally, and I'm not even kidding. Big Splash could be level 12 and this game would be the same.
19 minutes is around the corner, and Mushroom Kingdom just looks so comfortable compared to even a few minutes ago. It's wild. Look at the jump in experience. Thank you, Rosie. The timing is perfect, but gold in particular. You know, there's always a talk of... of experience versus gold and how it transitions, and it's been significant for Mushroom Kingdom. An early Spirit of the Nine Winds is already out. The chains start getting dropped. An interesting answer in the Rebuke. The Kraken committed to Tempo, but Tempo still standing through it all, but Game Hunter gets the shotgun, and that's enough to bring down Tempo. Now the bleed out from Ice Ice. Can't find it. Gets pulled back in and brought down by Mario Bro, who has to then Aegis. Turns around, has backup, and Game Hunter will fall. 2 dead for Accounting Department, 1 for Mushroom Kingdom.
That fight started off so good for accounting department. You get your dodgy ult off, you get your Kraken off, but the damage just shy. Shadow living for so long, they were dead to rights, but you just had to be able to finish it off. And when you don't kill the Aladdin right away, you have to invest time and effort to finish off that kill. That's time that could have been spent on Chang'e Best, on Mario Bro. The Honor ultimate was able to come out and get its value. Even though Game Hunter went on that backline to get the kill, you had Chang'e Best show up in the nick of time to be able to save their ADC. And that small difference in a fight is chalked up to the fact that Mushroom Kingdom have just a little bit more online in terms of items because they were able to win a little bit more in these objectives. That's why I said earlier, this game's about to break wide open because Mushroom Kingdom are going to be able to eke out just enough to win these engagements.
I feel like I haven't given it enough credit thus far in the game, so I want to make sure I point it out. Kalas for accounting department has had some massive ultimates that have almost turned around a lot of these fights. It kind of feels like the combos around it are what's lacking, but the ults from Kalas have been great.
Really solid play with the Sylvanas. The pulls, the ults, we just need a little bit more damage on the follow-up. Maybe if Poseidon gets some penetration online, the Krakens will really be able to tear through these tanks and everybody that we're pulling in. Accounting department playing the bush here. Trying to see if maybe they can get a pick for this Fire Giant.
You have to stop change from just like standing in the back and doing whatever they want. It feels like this Newt has been able to escape every fight. The damage isn't there compared to some of the other members on the map, but every fight I feel like we're seeing a Skyfall just completely change the direction of a fight, and you can't allow that to happen, especially now that with Fire up and Mushroom Kingdom starting it up, accounting department will have to search deep inside, use some of that meditation you've taught, and find an answer.
Become the CC. There's the pull to start it off.
Was there enough CC? Blank into the back line from Game Hunter, finding a lot of damage. Spear of the 9 Winds connects, but only on tempo. Shadow already brings down Ice. The Skyfall, when it lands, it does even more. A Kraken doesn't find a home. Next to fall could be Kalas. Wolfie and Ragnar going for the retreat to get out in time. Down goes Sylvanas, double kill for Shadow, and getting even more aggressive after. Can't find more, but I think you're happy. 3 dead for accounting department. Onto the Fire Giant. Mushroom Kingdom will go.
I mean, the fight, unfortunately, everything is connecting, but it's connecting into Aegises, it's connecting into tanks. Big Splash is going to play for space while this Fire Giant goes down. Picked off. Mario Bro confirms that dagger will go to Shadow, so the Aladdin will be able to pop that dagger. Remember, 500 true damage to yourself when you get it, but if you kill yourself with the dagger, you get that revive. So giving that to a playmaker character like Aladdin that's going to be hanging out in that backline, dealing crazy damage and taking a lot of focus, it's going to be pretty good here for Mushroom Kingdom.
Big Splash also seems unkillable. It's so funny how this game started with the first blood being the solo kill. But ever since then, Big Splash has just felt, even when there was focus, it felt like all the attention was a positive for Mushroom Kingdom. Now Big Splash, I mean, in that last fight, you can see just sort of stood there menacingly and let Mushroom Kingdom do their work around it.
Yeah, you've got Yogi's Necklace, Spirit Robe, which is sustain on sustain on sustain. You have health regen constantly happening. Your health per second is also increased by something like 6. And Spirit Robe, whenever you get hard CC'd, you get health back. Guess what kind of composition accounting department is running? It's a hard CC comp. It's a beads comp. So this Artio just gets to live for a long time. And if you keep focusing him down, you're just wasting resources on a kill that's not going to happen. Uh-oh.
Tempo turns the corner, stuck already. The focus on, but the Kraken is no good. You needed that one. The Skyfall, will that turn the fight around? Change lands and the Spirit of the 9 wins. Somehow they're still alive. How is this Newt still alive? Finally they will fall. Is it going to be enough? Ice off the back of it, able to get their own kill. Bakalas left behind.
Your Shadow.
What happened to No Man left behind? Accounting department. Ice now stuck too, and Mushroom Kingdom turned their attention to the Daji, trying to get another one down. Big Splash will lead the way. Can you find enough? Can you get that distance? Does not seem so. There's a slow, the root. Shadow cleans up Ragna. In the meantime, a dismantling of the accounting department for the Mushroom Kingdom, and the budget cuts are hitting hard.
Down they go. You have been fired, Ice. Shut down by the Big Splash. And it seems Mushroom Kingdom, they will lose Fire Giant off of 2 of their backliners. That's actually crazy good for Accounting Department. That stymies a lot of the push here. A very well-placed ambush from the Accounting Department. Let's see if they can keep up the defense here. Mushroom Kingdom don't really have the pushers to make a push happen. So, all in all, good stuff from Department.
Obsidian Dagger on the Aladdin. A very important character to note when the Obsidian Dagger is on. We've seen some nasty plays with that particular combination, and in Smite Prime at that. The mid tier 2 will fall. One more auto does it. Big splash with the last hit on it. And Mushroom Kingdom now control the mid lane, and they have regained from all that pressure lost.
You saw the Shadow walk up Aegis and then cancel it just as the Sylvanas was going to try to pull him. It's a little BM. That's a little mind game action right there. That's Shadow getting inside your head. Mushroom Kingdom will have their backliners back, so they'll be able to make a push here, but Department has all of their ultimates available. FG buff only on for 40 seconds, so probably it's a trim away some tier 2 towers and then back up and replay for FG.
Where do they go next? Shadow will lead the way on Ice and should just kill on the landing. The hunt to the limb. Pop goes Ice. Now melted on the floor. Accounting Department split up 2 with 2 deep mid, 2 by Phoenix. So Mushroom Kingdom, this siege is just theirs for the taking.
They do have 2 bombs. Maybe they can try to quick burst away this Phoenix. Hui ultimate comes down. It looks like it's going to be a brawl.
The Skyfall into the back line won't be massive so far. An up-down from Shadow for Wolfie just to push the Poseidon away. The left Phoenix will fall. Mario Bro steps up and handles Ragna. Wolfie up next on the chopping block. And Mushroom Kingdom are cleaning house. And walking into the throne room, onto the Titan they go. The damage isn't significant so far, but now it drops, and there is no answer from Accounting Department. The Mushroom Kingdom will stand tall and send Accounting Department packing.
Get your stapler, get your keyboard, put all your stuff in a box. You are fired. That's just how it goes. We're making some cuts. I'm sorry, right? That's just how it is. But wow, I wasn't expecting that game to end there, but Accounting Department just kept trying to put up the fight, and Mushroom Kingdom, finding some picks, said, let it ride. We're just going to keep going. We're going to find a pig, we'll let it ride. Just end the game off it. So really good stuff all around.
All around indeed. Another game done, but still plenty more games to go. Well, I need a breather again. These games have been fun. The excitement's been there. I'm sure you need snacks at home. So refill the snacks, refill the drinks. We'll meet you back here soon, and we'll continue our day of Smite Prime. Do not go anywhere. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Smite Prime. The gaming continues, and Smite is still primed. That was clever, right? I'm still Mel. He's still Musy, and the day continues after a fun matchup for Mushroom Kingdom where they looked pretty strong, especially towards the end of the game. Maybe a middling beginning part of the game, but once they got it together, it just never got stopped. He's talking. He'll be here soon.
Getting there. There we are. I feel like there was a lot of pressure put on solo side in order to keep an Artio down, but that did let the Newt and the Aladdin scale fairly freely. And, you know, Mushroom Kingdom was able to put a lot of damage inside this left side as well, which really kept Ragna out of the game because Mario Bro was just getting mushrooms and coins and just leveled up. You know what I mean? No, that was pretty bad. All right, you take over for there. That was rough. I'm going to workshop that one, but I think you know what I'm trying to get at here.
I do. I believe in the vision. It felt too like Mushroom Kingdom were able to capitalize on Mario Bros. Aggression, which is something that I feel like Mario Bros. Teams. Not to say that Mario Bro is a center point, but we usually don't see Mario Bro able to play aggressive. And just like with Happen, I always talk about I don't like when Happen plays more passive. I like when Happen plays more kind of in your face, or excuse me, reverse that. More kind of sit back line, help team supports like Emoja, you know, where there's some plays you can get aggressive with, but you can kind of have versatility. I don't like when Happen plays Afro. I like when Mario Bro plays on her. I don't like when Mario Bro sits back either. I love to see them play aggressive and confident, and once that confidence shows, everything else always seems to click for players such as Mario Bro.
And really, too, Shadow and Shunga best. It feels like this Newt was able to get away by the skin of their teeth so frequently and always able to get an ult off. That game-changing ultimate, a giant circle in a fight, just deals a ton of damage. So, and even though accounting department, I really like their team comp, it just felt like they weren't able to leverage it too well. Mushroom Kingdom just, I don't think the right people were put under duress that game.
That's a good way of putting it too. Like, you didn't know as a team, okay, time to put pressure on this. It seemed like there was so much attention put onto the RDO, but accounting department didn't gain much from doing that, unfortunately. It seems like Big Splash was still able to just free cast and move about the cabin as he pleased.
So we'll have a chance to see how the rest of the games have been going here. We transition a little bracket action here, Anthony, and see what the rest of our day looks like. As we are here in round 4, Mushroom Kingdom.
Only bangers on Smite Prime.
Yeah, this is pretty good.
We'll be checking out Portugal versus Bob W, I do believe. So that should be an awesome one, too. Very stacked matchup. Two teams. I was kind of wondering how far they'd get in the bracket, if we would even get to see them on air, but it would appear we got lucky enough to see it. So what kind of expectations, as we get into picks and bans, perfect timing, thank you, Tess. As we get into it, Musi, what kind of expectations have been built for you on sort of the foundations that we've seen today?
So I feel like I've been kind of surprised and not surprised at the same time. The Cuckoo aspect that I was expecting big things from didn't really have a chance to cash out. Aladdin only ever showed up once, but when he did show up, he was able to make a pretty big splash. All right, that's all right. No, that's cool. Hey, let me, that's all right. But I think it's a lot of what we expect, but also some flavor things here and there. Hakate getting banned almost every single game, not seeing any play there has been fairly interesting. Merlin's been a pretty constant pick to have in mid, but I haven't seen Medusa show up at all. I was under the impression that she was still pretty strong, but I'm starting to think maybe not as much these days.
Yeah, I've been waiting because you hyped it up.
Yeah. I was, she's still good, guys. I promise. Barb Carver, stonks. It's good, but maybe not quite. Maybe a little more team comp dependent. And I really do feel like Thor being comp banned right now means it lets you play with a bit more here. But if Thor wasn't comp banned, I'd be slamming that pick every game that I can, because I feel like he is definitely just one of the strongest assassins in the game right now.
The things I was looking forward to seeing today were the Cuckoo aspect. That's been checked off my list. I was hoping to see Aladdin because Aladdin, come on. Yeah. We got to see that. Checked off the list. Both recent. Ho Yi, checked off the list, and I got to see the Zapman Ho Yi at that, so extra bonus points. I don't know what's left on my list is kind of the big thing. I guess the Medusa, as you've been hyping up, but I kind of want to see what else mid has in store. We haven't seen Giannis. I know there's been a lot of kind of chammering, asking. Hopefully we get to see it today, even though he's not in, I guess, the strongest spot, clearly, having not seen him played. Thor, Thanatos, Chiron, and, of course, the Morgan, all banned today, so no seeing them. Otherwise, Thanatos would be on my list of characters I would hope to see.
Yeah, it feels like the mainstays haven't had a chance to really show up. You know who else isn't going to show up? Hades. We're banning Hades. Something is afoot here that I'm not aware of. ESET's going to be the first lock-in for Bob W. I feel like this is a great chance. I haven't seen the Kerberos yet. I'm convinced that there's a lot of value to be had with the Kerberos, especially Kerberos support versus an ESET support. Like, I feel like he's able to pick her up through the Wing Gust. His ultimate is a Levitate, so it gets around displacement immunity because it scoops him up. The wording is a little funky. So he has the Prot Shred. He's good into sustain compositions because he's got a little bit of the heal steal. So I really want to see a Kerberos lock-in at some point or another.
The RDO, we just saw the strengths of... I'm back. I froze. We just saw the strengths of RDO in the previous game, and I feel like it can't be denied. I understand why at the beginning of the day we saw it banned a couple of times. Big Splash played it so well, it looked so strong, and we saw it combined with the On Her. So it looks like there might be some tech out there worth noting. I'm also excited kind of to focus on roster for a moment while we wait for the next picks to come through. I'm excited to see Leon in support. I feel like there was not enough credit given to how El Leon performed at LAN on support. There were a lot of really good plays that we saw both in the Georgia LAN and the Vegas LAN. Now, last year, as crazy as that sounds, but there was so much good there. So I'm excited to see him back in action, especially with a team like that around him.
Discordia and Humbot's going to be locked in for Bob W here. Pair that with an ESET. A lot of big circles and a lot of really good CC, especially CC you can get at range with Discordia and ESET. So the engage here is really solid from Bob W. It's too bad that the Odin is banned away from Portugal, because that would be a great chance to slam that in. I would almost expect something like a Hu Yi for an ADC for Bob W, just to keep in line with the lawnmower-esque composition here.
I would like that too, because I feel like we've seen so far big circles work, you know? No matter how complex of Smite you're playing, no matter how deep the games go, circles. Yeah. Circles make the make the game go round, or something like that. Like, you know, the famous quote, obviously. A Guan Yu lock-in!
Oh.
That's exciting. Haven't gotten to see that in a minute. And is that a Vape Coast Jingwei we see?
This
it is.
Chat, I think it could be hype. I mean, Jigway's one of those characters that can absolutely two-shot you when she gets the crit build online, so Spectral Armor is going to be an obvious buy-in from Portugal here. Guan Yu, though, is not somebody we see a lot, but I'll tell you this. If Cherry can get Guan Yu ahead in this solo lane, presumably where the Guan Yu is going, well, it also could be ESET solo, because Cherry has a habit of playing these mage solos, too. But all in all, if the Guan's in solo and they get a hand, shout out Hades band. You banned yourself, Cherry. What are we doing? But he really can just kind of steamroll a game. Great sustain, lots of good damage with the Talus Assault, and more CC, a lot of engaged CC for this Bob W team. Very much an easy-to-play team composition here.
And I think we've already kind of addressed it, but it goes far. It goes further than you would think, being able to have something that just works, because then you'd have to think about the other stuff, which, I mean, all these players are far beyond that. I am excited to see the Tsukuyomi again, though. That was another thing I was hoping to see a lot of today, and it's one of my favorite characters to watch be played in the jungle, and so far, nobody's disappointed, but especially Valo. I just have a strong feeling, not that I've seen Valo play Tsukuyomi before in Smite 1, in big games or anything, I have a strong feeling the Tsukuyomi could be a character to watch, especially when its pilot is a player as talented as Valo is.
And what the Tsukuyomi can do as well for Portugal is just be an assassin that can stick on to some of these characters that Bob W has that would normally be able to get away. You know, being able to lock down a Jingwei, the disarm while he's got that, you know, sling and ring and whoosh, whoosh, kabam. That'll be able to shut her down long enough to be able to get the kill in before she gets you.
Well, let's figure out how this one goes. We have another stacked matchup on hand. Let's get it into game, onto the battleground, and see how things go. And I hear the music. Musi, I don't see it at the moment. So while I fix that, I'll let you, Tess, and Rosie take us through what you see on your screen.
Well, like we have been doing all day, we'll take a look at the relics to start out with. And the relic choices for Bob W here, you got a solid little smorgasbord of Aegis, beads, and the shell. And it is going to be the Guan Yu support for Nika. Cherio is going to be piloting the ESET solo. That makes sense. And it looks like the ESET's not going to be going the aspect, so maybe a little bit more of that damage character carry that we all know and love. Cherio loves to play these mages where they'll go like 0-5 in the first 10 minutes of the game and then just kind of win anyways. So it's kind of good to see Cherio playing again with Benny Q as well there too. And then into the RDO as well. Solar Troll, Cherio just kind of wants to throw out the Wing Gust, clear out the wave, and kind of hang out from that point there so far. But as far as everything else goes, couple shells for Portugal as well. Hey, welcome back. Oh,
I'm so back.
But a couple of shells for Portugal too. So not a lot of player-made walls, but little up in the middle of a fight to keep you sustained.
Just in time for the laning phase, everybody's favorite. So Bob W. Portugal. W keys being used, autos traded. Benny Q not stepping up in wave as far as I'm used to seeing Benny Q step. So lane pressure will definitely go to Say My Name.
Well, Merlin has just better wave clear than this Discordia. Flame Stance is going to do quite a bit of damage. That'll give some early prio here to Portugal to be able to clear out some of these neutral camps, which could put Tsukiyomi in a really good spot to maybe make some early plays on the map. And Aspect 2 for Zav is going to hurt his wave clear just because his overhead smash is going to be doing a little bit less damage. But you do have more CC for Bob W on the whole. So we just got to hit level 5 and start ganking a lane.
That is the key, but dangerous to gank duo. Elion on this Yamoja, somebody you have to keep your eye on. One of my favorite selections of Elion in Smite 2 competitive has been this Yemo. I can't tell you the amount of times I saw like pixel perfect River's Rebukes used, granted on land stages, but also in the remote stages still. So I'm curious again, is it still there? It's been a minute since we've gotten to see him in competitive, but could be a good answer on those ganks, but also a good setup tool. One of the more aggressive players you'll see in how Riptides are utilized, which could set up very strongly on ganks from somebody like the Tsukiyomi.
Gonna be hanging around in that left side, clear that back camp. If Nika and Coast push up a little bit too far, that could give Valo the okay to go in. He's gonna go for that pincer maneuver. Portugal has to make the call. Do you want to bait him in or back away?
I feel like it. I don't know. You posed the question, and I don't feel like I'm talented enough of a player to give the answer. So I will have to let this one play. That's the closest I feel. Coast does have a bit of poke, so maybe that slows down the stepping up when the Hoombots rotates. But you can just run it back again once everybody gets back to lane.
One of the things that I do like about the Dual Lane 2 from Bob W is you have this Guan Yu to offer a bit of sustain, hold on, aggression. Merlin blink away. Ooh, Zav was around the corner ready to get that damage in if they wanted to, but like I was saying, Nika has the sustain to match Elion's Yamoja. Maybe even overpass it a little bit just because of how frequently the Guan Yu heal comes up. And Coast is able to back whenever they feel like because of Jingwei passive. She flies into the air, goes straight to that T2, and walks the rest of the way. So Jingwei gets to farm pretty effectively in this lane.
I'm surprised that there hasn't been a big fight broken out, an attempt for an early kill, a something, a this or a that. Maybe now, the stun. Say my name in trouble, but has the answer back, and that Hoombots is not level 5, so cannot fully commit.
That harkens all the way back to the start of the game, just not able to clear through as fast when you got that aspect, and Merlin is giving a lot of priority to their own team. Rocks are going to go the way of Portugal, but meanwhile in the left lane, Hunbat's positioned pretty aggressively by that on her.
Maybe that's a step up. You can see the split. And level 5 still not hit, though, for that Hoombots. If there was a Fear No Evil, it'd be a much different vibe. And just not there. Tsukiyomi will try to steal the blue buff away as well from Cherry. So just across the map, action going. Both teams wisely prioritizing stealing what they can, getting aggressive where they can. Benny Q getting aggressed on currently, but has the tools to get away.
It's just taking a long time for Hunbats to hit level 5, and until he does, he's just not a threat on the map. Meanwhile, Valo already is level 5, so if they can catch that Hunbats looking at their red buff, that could be danger.
And it looks like they're aware red buff will go down. Hoombots with a jump away.
Did he snag him?
With the Piercing Moonlight for the follow-through, and yes, Valo did snag him. Gets the slow on too. So far, though, Zav is holding on to Fear No Evil, and Valo will not hold on to the chase.
Yep, because you've got the aspect overhead smash, like we've been saying, you also have a little bit of peel for yourself when the Tsukiyomi decides to go on you. So it pans out for Zav as we've managed to kind of meander our way through this early game. Portugal wasn't able to force anything too early. Hold that thought.
There's the airstrike to get away right as you see the double stun to help keep Coast safe. Meanwhile, mid lane, some trouble for Valo, who's able to close that gap and keep himself alive. So still no first blood as we tick over to 5 minutes.
That means the Gold Fury is going to be spawning at this point. I do like Portugal's burn potential when you have this Merlin in the fire stance. So a mid lane rotation to gold with on her passive, shredding away defenses on each spear hit. Not just autos, but the pin and the ultimate as well. So you do have the potential to really just get rid of a Gold Fury if you want to. Elion, too, with the Moonstrike, offers a bit of attack speed when you stand in the center of it. But you got to find a pick to make that happen first. And you know Elion wants to try to force it out here.
step around. Coast aware, stepping right up. Guan Yu with the backup as well. Leon takes the Riptide away. Nico with the Wise dash through, because knock up immune through that dash. Now you have Zav here, jumps over the wall. Fear no evil available. Will they use it? They cannot. Portugal gets away.
Good information game from Portugal there. That ward on the left-hand side, or rather the right-hand side
catch
of the left lane, shows the Hunbots making that rotation over, so Portugal don't overextend on that fight or commit too much too early. And it's been a pretty quiet game so far. You always like to ask me what our tipping point is or what our boiling point is. I think it's going to be that mid-pad.
The rebuke is out, but both Coast and Nika getting away. The chase is on. A Wise horse in the back line to try to keep Coast from being chased. Now the damage turns onto Leon. Nika, again, using that knock-up immunity to trace out Leon. Portugal survives it, but now look towards that purple buff where Zav is lying in wait, steps forward, has the Fear No Evil available, but once again chooses to not over-aggress and utilize the Fear No Evil. So far, there's been, I feel like that's the third time, Yuzi, where I could have seen one being dropped and Zav chose not to.
They were just a little bit out of range, I feel. Oh, but BennyQ is in range, forced to use the apple. It's off the mark, in a lot of trouble, forced to Aegis, and... boom.
Dead to the piercing moonlight. First blood for Valo, but he's under the tower, and Zav will make him pay for stepping that far. Also, credit where it's due. Benny died, first blood, Portugal. That apple actually did hit on like the third bounce. Just didn't do too much damage, but still wild. The piercing moonlight through the tower, though, is paid for. So Zav gets the first kill for the side of Bob W, and just like that, we've got action.
First blood gold will go to Valo, though, so that'll help keep his lead there. Cheerio and Solo Troll kind of had a quiet lane so far, and I think it's going to stay that way unless we get some outside intervention, but the pad is where the action is. Holy cannoli, what is going on here?
Holy cannoli indeed. The capture point is fully available and fully interested by both teams. Portugal so far having a bit more manpower in terms of health, but Bob W putting out the damage to keep them away as they have a slight lead on the capture point. Now they'll step in, contest it again, Bob W with the advantage, and they scare away Portugal, who don't want to overcommit, but instead stuck is Leon. The ultimates get dropped, but somehow that Yemo's not dead. The rebuke, the Riptide, and Leon gets away. Portugal support survives. Can they get the capture point? Not quite, but wow, what an escape for the Emoja.
I can't believe that. So tragic that the Portugal weren't able to turn it on there because Bob W sunk everything into that Yemoja. And for them to just walk away after it all, crazy stuff from Ellie on TV. That was nut. That's a clip. What can you say? That's going on the Twitter reel later.
That's
jumped on by
shorts.
everybody, walk away anyways. That's on the shorts.
9 minutes cross, still tied 1-1. In the bush, you see the damage from Tuba. Pretty good on the coast. We talked about aggression potentially playing a factor in this duo lane, Musi, and that's certainly been the case. It feels like every instance these are getting, it is a complete just war.
Valo's under a bit of duress here. Oh, locked in, forced to use the ultimate and picked off there. This place is a battlefield. It's a battleground of the gods, one might say. And Zav is going to have their ultimate coming up here pretty soon. And with pushers going on the map here, I feel like we could make a play for gold if we get another pick.
An objective would be a nice change of pace for this game and could actually give us our first real sort of lunge into lead territory into this game, pulling away for somebody. The purple buff is where it starts. Leon going for the save of the purple. So far, no good. Zav does get away with it, but leaving his support behind, and Nika now the attention seeker, but gets on the horse to get away. Portugal trying to make use of the now low health bars of Bob W. They will be the ones to pull the Gold Fury early. Is there an answer nearby? You see Zav around the corner, Fear No Evil online, Coast also looking. There's an apple!
What an apple!
It catches when it pops! Coast gets the Gold Fury for Bob W. Portugal took the risk, and Bob W. make him pay.
What do you mean? What an insane angle on that apple, too. It goes the distance, and because the apple is going off, it is causing some problems, some CC onto whoever it connects to. That gives Coast the opportunity to walk up and take it. Now Solo Troll could be facing a solo bolo here and gets picked up by Cheerio.
That's a big pickup for Cheerio, especially on the East set, and especially with what we've talked about, Musi, how this game so far has yet to find its tipping points. But add a gold, add a solo on top of the Gold Fury, get some space for Cheerio to breathe, start to rotate around potentially soon. And it's a completely new game than it was even 2 minutes ago when I brought it up.
And what's going to be interesting, too, about Cheerio rotating is they're just a full damage E set. So it's not going to be a tank that's impacting these battlefields. It's going to be these, circle of lives that just connect and deal a ton of damage. But now Cheerio is going to be facing some damage himself.
See the laser out from the RDO, but answered back by the E set, and Cheerio gets away. But look where the Emoja has rotated to. That's kind of interesting. Will that turn into play potential? Usually Leon rotations are not without intent. So is the focus Cheerio? It is. River's Rebuke out. Circle Protection the answer. But so far, Cheerio taking this fight on Leon alone. Sot has yet to catch up, but maybe Leon don't need his help. My goodness. Cheerio goes down. Left side of the map. There is an answer, though. Say My Name, otherwise known as Nog, otherwise known as Gone, will also be gone. 4-2 now, Bob W.
You have to say, because Cheerio is opting to go this full damage build, that does make them a bit susceptible to ganks, especially even from a Umoja. That character does a crazy amount of damage, even for somebody that's going to be building all tank items. But I like the way that Bob W responds, picking off Say My Name. Got to give Benny Q some breathing room to hopefully catch up with a bit of farm and start to level themselves out. But I'm really pretty impressed with the way that Zav's been playing the map so far. It feels like the Hunbats has been there to kind of back people up when they need to be and instigate some fights there too.
Every time I look at the map, something that's interesting is happening. This time, it's waiting in the bush for Leon, but the Riptide to get away instantly goes back to the Firebrands. What a quick answer. The mechanics they've gone nowhere for Leon. Just perfectly responded to. But for Bob W, I like that we're trying to make things happen across the board and kind of keep that foot on the gas pedal, Just because there's nothing happening on the map or there's just Firebrands trying to sit in the bush and make that play, I like the call. Keep Portugal on their toes. But now a gank out in solo. Cheerio instantly pops a circle of protection, tries to hang out in it, gets a bit of a heal. A silence under the tower, piercing Moonlight to follow. Cheerio might fall, but is answering well, has backup from Zav, and down goes Valo. The answer back was better for Bob W. Plain and simple. Next to bite the dirt will be Solo or Troll. Nico with the credit.
That's what I'm talking about too. Zav shows up right in the nick of time to be able to save Cheerio. And Nika's showing us some pretty good tech here with this Guan Yu stampeding ultimate. That is a very fast horse. That is some, I forget the name of the gacha game, but everybody knows what I'm talking about. Just neumes out across the race line, straight into a stun. That's going to be devastating come late game when they get to connect and then get a Talos Assault off without dying.
When you're right, you're right. When you're right, you're right.
When you're right, you're right.
ADCs have been kind of quiet this game, or the latter half of this game, compared to the beginning, because it felt like they were just fighting nonstop, getting aggressive nonstop. Coast and Tuba, both players, never afraid to tussle in a 1v1, so to speak, to actually try to make that happen. So are we expecting rotations out earlier than we're accustomed to from ADCs? Is it only going to be for that Gold Fury? Where's your head at?
Honestly, between Coast and Tuba here, I think they're both just trying to get their items online. ADCs are really strong right now. I feel like they scale pretty well, and once they get all their items, they just kind of destroy everybody. So you want to accelerate yourself to that point. If your team is handling business, both Portugal and Bob W, I feel like they've had moments where it's like, oh, we don't need to call all the reinforcements. I think you just kind of hang out in lane and farm for a bit. Coast is happy to do it. Tube is happy to do it. They just want to get their Titan's Bane online and start killing people.
Gold Fury is up, and you can see both teams had an interest for a moment, just peeking it out. But that will fizzle. The Moonlight has also fallen across the battleground, which last time we saw the attention that brought to the mid lane. My goodness, it was aplenty. Will continue. Coast in trouble. Stampede out. Coast trying to juke and bob and weave, and it's all successful. The juke shoes still fit for Coast, and backup has arrived. Look at the E-set, has a high gank to try to get through and get a stun. The Riptide caught and caught again on Leon. Now Tuba in trouble, gets a jump away, but followed up on by the horse. The Rebuke has ways around it. This time, Bob W aren't letting the duo lane get away, and the On Her will fall.
On Her didn't have ultimate for that engagement. They popped it early, trying to finish off the kill on top of Jing Wei, and that leaves them exposed to all of the CC that Bob W has in tow. Finally starting to pull away with it just a bit. We're waiting for that tipping point still. That could be the Gold Fury that they're picking up.
You see Bob W already stepping that way, kind of just waiting for the squad to arrive. And my goodness, what a job Zav is doing, or excuse me, Cherio is doing of keeping the Emoja away. Could open up the rest of the team to make a play if Portugal gets over aggressive, which they will not, and the Gold Fury is actually done being looked at. Instead, to the capture point.
Interesting. Yes. You got to get on that mid pad. So important. Really cannot be stated enough. Being able to get those pushers out into the lane and resetting your backs is just that good because it puts pressure on top of towers. But look at the split action here, Anthony. Bob W is also picking up a Gold Fury.
Nobody stopped the Gold Fury, and it's going to go down pretty quickly. Circle protection for good measure. Wait, hang on. Emoja close. Not in time. Zav gets the Gold Fury for the side of Bob W. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, you can see that contest bar is favoring the side of Bob W. Portugal looking for an answer somewhere on the map. They'll choose the mid lane. They'll get aggressive on the point. They got 4 members there as the ADCs will 1v1. But a wonderful strife. Nika tries to follow up into the back line. Has no luck to begin with, but the apple was also out. So now Benny Q, appleless. The point almost captured. But enough is just being done to slow down Portugal, to keep them from answering on this point. And it will go to Bob W.
Pushers are going to be out. Not only that, but they also get a ritual to get vision on the map. And that's going to be critical when trying to pick up an objective like Portugal is. Knowing that Bob W has to back after an engagement like that, maybe take a look at that pyro, but think better of it again. Unfortunately, Portugal just has not been able to split the map here, but they still scale pretty well towards that late game. Ratatouille is online for Gone to be able to start dealing some damage. We just got to get that Ob Shard, and I want to say a Soul Reaver, just because as we take a look at the builds here, we've got some health items, not only for this Guan Yu, or pretty much actually only for this Guan Yu, but he's going to be doing so much healing that you want to be able to shred away any health that you come into contact with.
Mm-hmm. Anything concern you for the side of Portugal? I know you've touched on a few things that need to be cleaned up, but is there any straight up concern at the moment? And if not, when's that panic point?
I don't really like the Artio build here. I feel like without Spirit Robe into all of the CC that Bob W has, Yogi's isn't going to be enough to keep Solar Troll alive and moving. And I feel like Portugal letting this Pyromancer go could also be a bit of a tipping point. Somebody stand in front of him.
The bubble is really the only contest. So Cherio with a circle of protection will secure the Pyromancer for the side of Bob W. They continue to add stacks on stacks to their gold counter.
And not only that, but a bomb in the back pocket is going to be handy for any other objective that they pick up, or just towers that they can start pushing through. The gold differential is going to start rearing its ugly head because penetration is not quite online for Portugal here. That makes Nika that much harder to kill, especially when he's got all that healing there too. But I feel like the potential is still here from Portugal. They just have to be able to find a pick at this point. You've got some characters that can 1v1 or just kind of decimate somebody and lock them down, right? Artio and Tsukiyomi can play together and lock down a Jingwei with a good cripple and a good stun, but if you're the one getting jumped on like Valo is now, it's not a good look.
Looks like Nika's going to hard commit to this. You know why? There's backup on the way. The apple will soar through. Won't find a target. But Bob W, they adjust. Stampede popped. In they go. Stun onto the On Her. The On Her will exist No more! Almost brought Zav down. Matter of fact, it forced the Fear No Evil. Now look at Portugal trying to respond. One Riptide already to try to get closer. Valo's piercing Moonlight can travel quite the distance. You see them trying. Now the slow's out. An attempt from Valo to sneak through. The chase is still on. Say my name here too. Piercing Moonlight will connect. And down will go Zav. Valo turns back to the main fight at hand with Nika as the new target. The rebuke to keep the Guan Yu in. The squad is here. The Guan is gone. Leon with the
Fire
credit.
Giant?
Fire
Whoa,
Giant.
what are we doing over here?
Excuse me, yeah. They've got all the backliners there. This is possible. This is free for the side of Bob W. So the answer back to Portugal's best fight of the game, let's just go kill the Fire Giant real quick. Portugal will only get a tier 1 in response.
That's crazy, and that fight was so good for Portugal. Elion with the wonderful Yamoja ultimate cuts off the options for Nika. Valo is able to catch Zav with the tip of their ultimate as well, but how can you feel good about that fight when Bob W turns around and says, yeah, let's do fire. Yeah, fire looks good here, we'll do that. Portugal will be able to find a Gold Fury to stem some of the bleeding in terms of econ and gold, but I don't know. Knowing that you had to use all of those tools and the backliners weren't there, it was a really good fight, but I'm imagining in my mind's eye what that fight looks like if Cherio or BenQ are there, and maybe it doesn't look as good anymore.
And you called it early. You talked about what Nico was going to bring to this matchup and on this Guan and how it could become a problem if unanswered and once the build came online. I feel like a lot of that's coming to fruition with Nika so far. We saw how much it took to kill the Guan and how much it took to get past the Guan. Not even kill the Guan, to get past the Guan to try to get the kill they were chasing for to begin with.
The Guan Yu also has erosion built up, which is such a tech item. Anytime anybody gets a shield, you're going to give yourself some prots, and you cut down how much shield that they get. So the Yamoja is going to be generating a lot of shields. Hello, wait a minute.
The pillar to slow the horse, but the stun's still going to connect. Bob W looking to make a play. The Fear No Evil will slow it down. Some damage back onto the head of Cherio, but Cherio doesn't seem to care too much. A little bit tanky, and just enough tanky to be unbothered. So Bob W, make a bit of a play. Don't find much on it, but they don't seem to mind. They'll step to Pyromancer.
Bob W doesn't have any ultimates, though. Portugal could have a good fight here.
Stuck in the Pyro pit. The rebuke blocks everybody in, but where's the damage to back it up? You need more than that. Starting to find some. Piercing Moonlight on Coast. The damage will connect. BenQ with a good strife, but not enough damage there either. Bob W will split, send some right, some left to get away. The RDO will commit, looking to bring them down to the tier 2. Now has backup in the form of Say My Name. It will not work out. Cherio is in no man's land, but is able to pick up one man.
Whoa!
Make it 2 men! Cherio, you're in his land, evidently. What a play from the E-set to make something out of nothing.
And you see that apple thread the needle, connect on top of Gone there. Cherio is chasing after them, by the way, unafraid of anything, and BenQ is coming up from the rear.
Gets the stun, gets the silence, followed up on by the strife. Another stun connects. Now Zav is here too. The Fear No Evil and the overhead smash, and Leon will fall.
So at the start of that fight, that Pyromancer pull was a little sketchy because Bob W had no tools, but who needs tools when you just killed him instead? Look at all this damage.
Sot stuck, Sot dropped. Cherio another kill. Make that one 5. Whoa, where did all this come from for Bob W? It's like this whole game they've been leading a little bit, but Portugal was always in the rear view, and just all of a sudden Cherio was like, wait, I can just kill people, huh? This is kind of cool.
Wait a second. I'm in the E set. You lose. XD. What are you even talking about? And what's so crazy, that pyro pull was so sketchy for Bob W. They almost get completely wiped for it, and Cherio gets left in the back, like, just completely alone to do whatever they feel like. They get the spirit ball on top of, they're on her, Coast forced to dash away here, but you are a Jingwei, are you safe?
Gotta come down, and Piercing Moonlight will be waiting for you. Through, the damage connects, but instantly Valo is stunned and brought down by Nika. So Guan Yu still getting some value in response. 13-6 now reads the kill total. Gold lead very comfortable for Bob W. Fire Giant to respond fairly soon. But it looks like Bob W's interest right now put pressure on the left-hand side of the map to set themselves up for the Fire Giant in the near future.
It's going to be hard to take down that tower without your Jing Wei, but you do still have the rest of your team to maybe win some fights. I might back up here and consider a Ancient Gold Fury to debuff that mid Phoenix and those side lane T2 towers.
Will they go in fully? Do they fall off on Nika? Do they take their time on this attempt? We've seen Bob W not afraid to press the gas pedal and go aggressive, but notably that Stampede for Nika is down, which has been such a key option to start the fights for Bob W. They'll call it off. They'll retreat to grander things for the time being.
Mid pad is going to be available, and you know what? Fire Giant's coming up in 10 seconds as well, so you don't want to commit too much and lose. And Bob W's objective fight is just better than Portugal's, I fear, because of Cherio's ultimate, being able to drop that giant circular protection, get a bunch of damage off, confirm it, and you have Coast with the Boomba Spear, Titan's Bane, Jing Wei. They're just going to pick it up and shred it, and Portugal has no idea.
Completely caught sleeping. You can't afford this when you're already that far behind. So Portugal will indeed lose the fire, it seems. No way the RDO gets there in time. The fire will fall. Dagger in pocket. Bob W look poised to end this game.
Not only did they get that Fire Giant, they won the mid pad too. Portugal asleep at the wheel maybe a little bit here, or just not willing to walk up and contest. Pyromancer is going to be gone as well. Are there 2 daggers in play right now? Benny Q and Nika both have a dagger. Oh, the dagger got passed off so much it resets the timer. Somebody's dead, by the way. I don't know who that is, but they're not
dead.
Living. They're dead.
Valo.
Okay,
oh my
okay.
goodness.
Oh jeez, look. Okay. Bye, Valo. It's been real. The dagger falls off in Nika because the timer wore off.
They just took a Hindu hammer to the dude's keyboard.
Yeah, no kidding. So Portugal walks away with the Ancient Gold Fury to trade out, but I don't think Bob W cares. You have pushers going in every lane uncontested still, so they're just going to walk down this mid Phoenix while putting pressure on the side lanes.
And they go. Mid Phoenix, the siege is on. The Stampede is pressed. The apple to follow. The apple connects.
Wow.
Oh goodness, look at the damage go. Sot almost blown up. A dagger used early. Why not? You got him to spare. Zav will get 1. The Mid Phoenix will die, but that's the only Phoenix that Bob W can get. The rest they have to leave. The tier 2 towers are still standing. I think Bob W just realized the same thing. They will regroup, regain, and head to the tier 2 and left.
It was the right side pusher that just got picked off by the tower there, but you still have the left side pusher, and you could back up and TP up, but it looks like with the Fire Giant around their belts, Bob W are going to continue to keep up the pressure and maybe take a look at that Phoenix as well.
It just feels like Bob W have all the time in the world, all the plays they can make, and Portugal has to get lucky now. This game has turned so quickly. Apple in. Damage go. Nika with the stun, the blow up to follow. The commitment from Bob W, is it there? They might not even need to yet. They got all that poke, and they step back in now, following up on Cherio. The left Phoenix will fall.
Super well played there by Bob W. The little give and take, ebb and flow, forcing out the time lock Aegis from Elion TV. And I like the way that Cherio played that fight as well. Instead of turning and looking at the Emoja, the Spirit Ball goes out towards the left side. It tags Tuba and stops the Honor from playing the game a little bit with that stun. So Bob W has been very clean with these fights. I also got to highlight really quickly, I don't think I've seen Benny Q miss an apple. Like, I saw him miss once, but it would have hit had Valo not taken a wind sprite away. Dude's like a sniper with these golden apples. Whenever they start charging it up, I know for a fact it's going to connect and things get gnarly immediately.
Every time, because even if the damage isn't spreading, right, you're forcing one person to kind of say, ah, crap, I got guys, get away from me. And that is enough to throw off a fight. And if they don't do that, then the damage is spreading. It just makes everything a bit of a nightmare for Portugal to deal with. Musi, this is always one of my favorite things to ask Trelly, because he kind of always hated the question, which is why I like to ask it so much. Is there anything Portugal can do?
Yeah.
You should feel honored that I asked it.
They should probably kill everybody from Bob W. Nah, I'm kidding. Well, the answer to that is we have a really solid defense actually with Gone on this Merlin crazy area denial, just throwing out abilities and trying to slow play it as best you can and bait out some of these ultimates and some of these engages without getting too caught up in it, right? We're playing back, we are playing for space, we're trying to bait them underneath our Phoenix and lock them down after we poke them out a little bit here.
Ben Q's just free casting right now. There's spirit balls, there's strive, there's things flying every which direction. And Portugal is just trying to dodge the artillery, the apple, the bounce! Oh, it was close, but the strife hit importantly. Some damage still got spread around. Bob W, though, they're taking their time.
I like the way that Portugal is holding this so far. Not falling under too much duress, but the minions haven't really had a chance to walk up yet. As long as Merlin can keep clearing it, keep staying back, waste some time here. This is good for Portugal.
Why not just wait for your moment? Another great strife. This time Cheerio steps up. The stuns are out. Oh. Here they go indeed. The apple pops. Sot goes with it. Now it's a 4v5 to stay alive for Portugal. But the bodies are going to start hitting the floor pretty quickly. Cheerio and the squad step up the Riptides to the fountain to just try to survive in the meantime. Portugal on death's door now. The right Phoenix will fall soon, but notably not going the fastest. Mid Phoenix is about to respawn. Titan will be next.
Got the mid Phoenix, the Titan is up. 30 seconds until Tuba or Solar Troll respawn. I gotta tell you right now, dealing with the constantly spamming ESET in Discordia has gotta be one of the top 5 worst experiences of a Smite player's life.
Valo experiencing the trouble of it right now. The Aegis, the apple caught through the Aegis, and then he used Piercing Moonlight. He brought the apple back to the rest of the team. Look at the damage and say my name, Tuck, and the Titan will fall. Bob W will win the game. An unlucky ending for Portugal, but Bob W had that game under wraps for the last few minutes, and they ended up taking it and bouncing Portugal out of the tournament.
It's just actually just horrendous to be able to go up against where you have a Discord and ESET going blah, 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 and you're like, all right, done, I'm done, it's over, I'm done, I don't want it anymore. But luckily, the fight is over. You don't have to deal with it anymore. You're out.
Still more games to go, though. The bracket is still ongoing. We have more exciting matchups when we get back here on Smite Prime. We'll be right back. Hello, sorry to interrupt the banger music right as the beat dropped. That's unlucky timing. But welcome back to Smite Prime. The games continue. I'm still Malum, still joined, of course, by Musi on screen, just like that. Bang. Oh, Tess, I love when I get in sync like that. It's always so good. Mm-hmm. The games continue. That was probably the closest we've seen to it. We've seen one more dominating game. We've seen a couple of close games. That was the first one that had a true swing point in the game.
It definitely felt like Bob W at some point turned it on and just never got behind, or never stopped being behind the wheel, I think is the best way to put it, right? Sneaking away the Fire Giant for the first FG for the game was actually disgusting. Nika stalling for so much time in order to enable that. Coast getting away from this fight too in order to actually make sure we get FG. It's cinema, right? Portugal felt so good after that fight, I imagine, because they're able to get their ups. And then this fight where Bob W almost sells entirely, 4-man stun from Solar Troll, just for Cheerio to get left in the back. Look at the ESET back there. Who's messing with him? Nobody. And it costs Portugal the whole fight. Like, it's so wild.
There's so many good angles played too.
Yeah.
It felt like every
there were so many
twist
opportunities.
And turn, Cheerio would find angles. Like, this was the big one, I think. Same thing could be said for Zav. I feel like every time there was a bad situation going on, Zav would go over the wall with the Fear No Evil.
Just right where he needed to be at all times. I think of specifically of Cherry underneath that tier 1 getting dove by Valo, and then up walks this Hunbats who presses 4 and saves the day. Like, cool, bro. Thank you for stopping by. Have fun taking all my kills now, I guess, my 7-1 Hunbats. But, Cherry was also 7-1, pumping out crazy damage numbies there, too. 42k. Not too shabby.
And I love the way they played around the Guan Yu. I love when teams just have a style and a formula for a game, and they're able to play it to perfection and adjust works. Well, you know what else is just working? The Smite Prime website. Thank you, Jithens, and happy birthday. Let's check out the bracket and see how things are progressing. That's right! We've made it all the way to semifinals. And we've got Smoke Break versus Witchcraft next up on tap and on stream. And what's interesting about this one, Yuzi, is Smoke Break was comprised of a lot of the members of Smoke Break, if you did watch the Founder Series and the Vegas tournament. And if you haven't, a lot of names you'll recognize on that roster. Whereas Witchcraft have just been dominating all day. They took out Clocked In, which was the odds-on favorite, because how could they not be? So it's a true test for Smoke Break. Top of the bracket, Bob W. we just watched against Rub My Belly. It was fun to say.
Rub my
I like
belly.
them for that name.
Clean my belly. They're cleaning through this bracket. Rub my belly. I have to double check who's all on that roster, because, I mean, making it past this far, they beat out Mushroom Kingdom, who was looking pretty good in the last game that we saw too. But I feel like you made the point earlier, just now, but a lot of these games have been very like neck and neck. Haven't really had too many full-on blowouts, you know? Like it's very much been this, we are making it to 20, 25 minutes and then brrr, it all comes crumbling down.
Oh, as we head into picks and bans, I have to ask, did you hear that noise, Busey? My AC popped off and it sounded like a Loki ult. I almost had a heart attack.
I'm
behind you!
To your house, and he's
Yeah, you sent Sino.
he's getting in there.
There's been some games I've cast of Valo that I'm sure have earned me a certain assassinate move, which is okay. It's the life of a commentator, right? Aladdin, the first ban. Speaking of life of a commentator, not getting to ever see Aladdin play when you want to see him played. And Smoke Break is another team that has always been so fun to watch play Aladdin. Johnny in particular, I saw have a couple good games on Aladdin. I want to say, I could be wrong when I say this. I want to say it was during the Hazer tournament, but that could be incorrect. Witchcraft on the other side, banning away the Odin, which Sunprod played himself. Now, notably banned today is Thanatos, who is kind of always a back pocket pick for Sunprod. So it makes me wonder what we're going to see. We could see a Loki. We could see a Tsukuyomi as well. But what other options are there?
So beyond like Loki and Suki, it kind of depends on what comp we want to run with and what Smoke Break is picking up first here. Like I still like Dodgy if you want to run something that's a little more burn comp focused, but Loki does feel like a pretty solid shout, especially because Witchcraft really enjoys running these what do you call them? Compositions is just like to run at people. Loki really is likes to
like just a straight up W key comp, yeah.
Yeah, just like
Makes
run
sense.
at them and anything that, honestly, I want to see Sunprod run something that lets him be aggressive. Anything that lets him run at people is something that I want to see.
I agree with that. I feel like Sunprod's key to success for me has always been kind of like what I talked about with Mario Bro. It's confidence, and that's always the case for a lot of players who are getting more comfortable and are newer to the competitive environments. And to be clear, I'm aware Sunprod's well beyond that. But just in the eyes of a returning viewer, for example, right? Seeing aggressiveness against names you know is always the key to get comfortable. So I'm hoping for more of that. I would love to see a Tsukuyomi for that exact reason. It's why I love when Sunprod plays Thanatos, because even if the team is behind to 10k gold, Sunprod's still looking to make plays and dive into the backline. I think there's a lot of value to be found in that.
It's interesting, too, to see Smoke Break pick up the Dodgy right away. I mean, she's good. I don't know if I would value her over something like the Iset or Jing Wei that Witchcraft have drafted themselves towards. But with a Yamoja and a Hou Yi, we got the beginnings of that beads burning comp, a lot of CC for Smoke Break. So we are going to get some value from this Dodgy. Witchcraft, though, have the opportunity to still play around a bit when it comes to getting priority on a mid pick. Ideally, something that doesn't get too stressed out by a Dodgy. A Discordia could work. CC immune in that ultimate means you don't have to worry about the chains.
Taking the Hou Yi away from Zapman, who played it earlier as well. Now, we saw this banned a couple of times today, the Yorm. But usually it was target ban situations. Now, Yorm is a character I'm not too accustomed to Snatty playing. Snatty has a very deep god pool, so that's not my overarching point. But just not somebody I've seen Snatty break out in some of the higher competitive games, let alone a semifinals for Smite Prime with money just around the bend.
I feel like it's a response to the dodgy. I feel like we're saying her name a lot, but she was first pick, so is what Smokebreak is building around. But Yorm doesn't get pulled in by
Ooh,
the Paolo, so you don't have to worry about that too much. And I hear you getting excited about this Vulcan pick.
define
Vulcan mid.
excited. I hate Vulcan, but he's so
Oh, okay. Well,
unique
you
to
went,
see.
ooh.
But I do
was
hate
like,
the character. Yeah.
That guy looks so cool. I'm gonna hate laning against him.
Exactly. Yeah,
And I wonder,
that's the problem.
Literally that, yeah. Like, he does a lot of damage. I'm not gonna lie though. I don't think Vulcan is as great right now, especially when you have characters like the E set that can just kind of stun him out. Yeah, you in the back, mail him.
Playing Hua Mulan against Snatty is some crazy business. I'm extra excited now for the solo lane matchup. More excited than I even was before. I know it's not Amaterasu, which is like the signature Snatty selection, but I really like what I've watched Snatty play Mulan. And obviously, Banco, if you aren't familiar with the Smite 2 name for Banco, that is Deathwalker. That is a nasty player at any god as well. I love watching Banco play Mulan and characters that want to combo and get aggressive in lane. So now I'm really interested in the solo lane matchup, even more so than I was before.
Well, and I like what this Mulan does for Smokebreak's comp as well. It's just a lot of beads burning to be had on their team. So all in all, good synergy.
Let's see who's got beads, who's got Aegis, and who goes where. Let's get on to the battleground of the gods for our semifinals matchup here on Smite Prime. The finals is one game away. The finals will be best of 3. This still best of 1. I'm still Malum, he's still Musy, Rosie, and Tess. They've been working hard all day making production happen, and Jithan's behind the scenes. Now, looking where things went, doesn't seem like there's anything too out of the ordinary that we haven't already seen. Nothing too shocking as we got onto the battleground. So, my dear analyst, where do our eyes go?
I'm kind of interested in the solo lane matchup. I think Mulan is very good right now. And I know that even though the Jormungandr passive is pretty solid into the arrow pull that Mulan will have, because if you're unaware, Jormungandr passive, he can't be pulled, right? He can't be pulled and he can't be knocked up. When a pull or a knockup would happen to him, instead, he gets a debuff that makes him take more damage. But you can't move the World Serpent. So that's what makes him such a strong pick into Dodgy and supposedly into the Mulan. But Mulan, with their arrow, yeah, they pull somebody in, but also she launches herself towards her target too. So with that little burst of movement speed, I feel like Benko should actually be able to stick on top of this Jormungandr pretty well and apply a lot of pressure in lane to make sure that Johnny still gets to get value from their dodgy pick, because the Yorm isn't going to be too big.
Now let's go back to Duo. Talk about something I've been excited to talk about. Genetics on Yemo. My goodness. When Smite 2 Yemoja got launched, there's of course the Twitter meme of Genetics just going crazy on the keyboard, and that proved to be accurate throughout the tournaments we saw early on in Smite 2's life cycle. So I'm excited to see that in this particular game. Already got the stun on and lots of damage across the Zap Man, but the Duin's got to be a bit careful. Already took a lot of poke himself.
The only thing that will make Genetics even stronger in this game is when Morgan finally is no longer comp banned and we get to see Genetics run Morgan support again.
That's
and
so
that
true.
It's going to be, that'll be a reckoning. That's when EU overtakes NA for sure, because that's going to be super tough. But what this Yemo can do with this Hou Yi is just racks on racks, stacks on stacks. If you are out of position, you are getting stunned, and then you are just getting a bunch of damage on your head top.
What a name for Baronary, too, to make an impact against Genetics. As we've talked a lot about Baronary today, I've talked a lot about the versatility that Baronary brings to just the game in general. I'm so familiar with Baronary as this nasty mid laner, so good at locking in Scylla in big game moments, for example, and making big plays when they needed to happen. It's still just weird for me to see Barrow in support, but it was so good earlier. We saw a masterclass of it against Clocked In, and for the E set to get into the hands of Barrow is extra interesting.
It's gonna lend a lot of survivability to this Witchcraft composition, which they are going to need against Smokebreak, because Smokebreak's going to be playing for kills, which, obviously, yes, in your 5v5 MOBA teamwork or die video game. You are playing for kills, but Smokebreak's success is hinging on swinging teamfights with their ultimates. Bayoneri's ultimate can deny that to an extent by offering a little bit of a sustained pop when they pop that circular protection. So Bayoneri's going to be on this duty of keeping their team alive and keeping everybody safe.
Focus early onto Snouty on that Yorm, trying to keep the Dodgy away, but has backup in the form of Sun Prod on the Fenrir, who goes in aggressive, has a lot of damage on to Johnny, who goes down. First blood for Sun Prodigy and Witchcraft.
Just in time for those firebrands to respawn, and the beads were burned from Johnny there. So if Sunprod can hit level 5 and hunt down this Dodgy, then they can get their Ragnarok off, scoop him up, and get another kill, hitting 5 right now. Whoa, but a Vulcan ultimate over the top. Now it's going to be the Vulcan that gets scooped up.
Nom noms indeed, but the beads are popped in response, and Sap 7 gets away.
Beads popped too, but Ragnarok on cooldown, so it's not the worst thing in the world. That's why you have him there. And it's important that Sunprod gets started sooner rather than later. Studuin is able to confirm that purple buff.
Studuin just standing there and face tanking that damage was so good, especially because you get the purple. I love that. Like an ADC player that stands on business,
He's him. What could you say? But it's important to mention that Johnny's ultimate, it cripples when it lands, and Sunprod, 2 of his 4 abilities and 2 of his 3 damaging abilities are dashes. Fenrir gets hard shut down by cripples, so Sunprod, if he gets a small lead, he needs to force it as quickly as possible before Johnny starts ulting them on cooldown and just turning off this Fenrir entirely.
Witchcraft played a similar style to this earlier. While they do have the first blood, they kind of starved the map and they played the game at their own pace. So I'm looking to see, are they going to do the same thing? Is it the same play style of play for objectives, take the opportunities when they're there, just keep the game plan simple? Or will there be some adjustment? Will they have to adjust against Smokebreak, which is, again, a team playing on ping as well, bringing a different style, different meta to the conversation, which is something that we're not as accustomed to seeing.
Witchbreak. That's their ship name. Witchcraft has
That's the deli restaurant that they go to.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, can I order a Ymir bagel with cream cheese? What's on a Ymir bagel? Salt? Ice? I'll workshop it. But what Witchcraft is going to be switching up is they don't really have the Odin cage to work with in these fights, and they have a lot of single target CC, but not a lot of group CC. So we're really looking for Sunprod to scoop somebody up, pick a target, and carry them over to their teammates. But when you look at the relics that Smokebreak has, it's a lot of beads. So we need to find a way to force the beads away. But that's kind of tough to do with a Jormungandr and a Discordia. Well,
chomped into an apple. The bombs will drop after, but they will not help. Kaidon gets the kill onto Sap 7 with some help from the big dog jungler Sunprod.
Right as I say it, turns out that if Sap doesn't have beads at all, you are able to just kind of wham bam. Actually, wait, his beads are up. They must have been down during the Ragnarok and just came up later. That has to be what happened.
That would hurt my feelings. I think the last time that happened when you and I played together, I just went non-verbal for a bit. Johnny goes in aggressive and brings out the powwow.
One more?
Is that a death? Not a death. Unlucky for Johnny. Kaidon gets to back in the face of danger.
Interesting. I would have thought they must have been just outside of the range to shoot more of those chains on top to get the damage off there. But it's an unfortunate start here for Smokebreak. If Prod is able to keep this pressure and damage on and Johnny unable to respond, that's going to be the start of the snowball, especially as this mid pad comes up and we start getting some lane pushers out there. Witchcraft are going to start turning it on and maybe take a look at some early objectives here. Gold Fury could be on the market for a team like that with Bayoneri on this E set. That circle of protection is integral to being able to confirm early objectives because of the quick pop of damage.
Dual lane's been suspiciously quiet. I feel like that's the best way I can word it. Yeah, far too quiet. The attention was so low. We saw that for the first blood, then right to mid for Sunprod. It feels predictable to now go over duo and get some attention there. but it's just it's oddly quiet. I mean, it's Genetics, Baronary, and Zapman. The Duin usually follows up on aggression when it happens, but I guess we'll see. Gold Fury gets pulled by Witchcraft. Smokebreak on their way to answer. River's Rebuke is out from Genetics, still alone in an attempt to answer, but that's enough. It scares Witchcraft off the Gold Fury. It resets. Great play from Genetics. One ultimate to back all of Witchcraft off the gold.
Well, Witchcraft does have to come back and maybe play for this mid pad, so you don't want to commit too much too soon. What's worth more? Being able to get a free TP off and get some pushers down the lane, or a gold tree you can come back for later? Looks like it's going to be that mid pad that they want to play for. Sunprod aggressively positioned here, wants to see if they can find a stun.
The capture point's been so fascinating to watch all day. So many fights have broken out, but this one seems a little too far gone. Witchcraft will toss some abilities the way of the Moonlight Favor, but give it up, and it goes to the side of Smokebreak.
A bit of a misplay, I might say. Honestly, like, you could have committed on top of that Gold Fury a bit if you know that you're not really ready to stand up towards that mid pad. This does give Smokebreak some breathing room here, and that's not something that Witchcraft wants to let happen. You got to keep the pedal to the metal, got to keep the gas going, because the second Johnny starts to get up and running here, it's going to get really dangerous for Sunprod.
Another thing surprising to me is that the jungle isn't just a war zone. Every time somebody's farming, there's not a Fenrir constantly in the other jungle. Johnny's not getting aggressive at other camps. And we're seeing it from Genetics just to ward out, but this is kind of some of the most we've seen. It's just a surprising pace. We're coming up on 9.5 minutes. There's only been the 2 kills. The gold's favoring Witchcraft. It almost feels like, which this was proven wrong before I make this point, and people say I'm incorrect. I'm aware this was proven incorrect in Smite 2. The EU slow style was not a thing for Smite 2. It was simply not. Those games were way more action-packed than North American games. But it does feel like Witchcraft has slowed down their style of play even more than what we saw earlier. Chomp, chomp, Genetics underneath the tower, but plenty of escapability. But it does get Genetics handled as the Gold Fury goes down. Is that Vulcan going to get close in time? Doesn't get it. It's let go of in time. But now the drop is there to do on it, and it goes! Sap 7's able to secure the Gold Fury for Smokebreak, and Musi Witchcraft is cleaning house.
There it goes. Fenrir trying to connect on top of Genetics with that Brutalize, get some damage off, but beats Pop. Johnny is back to get revenge. Witchcraft gonna try to clean up what they can.
Johnny was able to get away. I thought maybe we'd get caught in a strife at the last second. Will not be the case. So the Gold Fury goes to Smokebreak, but Sap 7 still in danger. Turns and looks at Zapman. Interested in more than Poke? Not quite this time. So Gold Fury goes to the blue side. That evens up the gold itself. Witchcraft hold on to a gold lead, sure, but everything else is starting to even out.
It's so unfortunate. Witchcraft have all the tools to be able to confirm a Gold Fury like that, but just weren't able to use it. The alley-oop there from Sap 7 was scary enough to make them drop it, but I love the fact that Smokebreak pick it up immediately, knowing that you have the rest of Vulcan's kit to pop the rest of that health bar. It was only down to like 1,000 at that point. You really just got to try to commit it. And then Sunprod going in, finding their kill, but then getting picked off is just so unfortunate. Witchcraft got to make sure that they don't lose their footing here.
We mentioned the deli shop one too many times. The chest hair and the chain are showing Muse.
I was at Witchbreak, my bad. Smokecraft.
Benko focus, bought, and dropped. I said bought, I meant bit. That's okay. Down he goes, Sunprod with another kill, the third one of the game. I was still just focused on the Italian accent. It really threw me off guard. You sound like my dad yelling at me. Anthony!
Anthony! We're in sync. We got there. Johnny under a little bit of duress here. Snouty pouring a lot of damage on, but oh, is it enough? It is!
And one little spit will do it. Big snake, big spit, big kill. 5-1 now for Witchcraft.
You gotta say, Witchcraft, even though they dropped that Gold Fury, they're not letting up the momentum. And Snouty's looking really good with this Jormungandr. You got the Bluestone Triton's combination here, and once this Snake gets to stand next to their teammates, that Triton's Conch becomes all that much better, right? Because it's giving everybody strength and in scaling in an aura around them. So Zapman hits harder, Kaidan hits harder, Sunprod hits harder, and Snatty benefits the most from the item because he's constantly in the aura, but he's got dual scaling on his character. His autos is going to be strength scaling, and then his spit's going to be int scaling. So just dealing a ton of damage.
I feel like so far, hang on, hold that thought. Around the corner, Sunprod jumps in, looks for the Vulcan, gets the bite, brings him past the Rebuke. That won't help enough. And away he goes, though. Sunprod has to escape. Baronary is low. The Uptown Meatball from SAP7 will handle the East set. And Witchcraft thought they had a play, but it blows up in their face. Rotation from Zapman, but a little late. Not able to help Witchcraft step up further. Will this turn to a Pyromancer due to the rotation?
Little late, not quite there in the damage department. Jingwei only really has Lernian and a Rage with no stacks. You need to get kills in order to get that stacked up. And now this Jormungandr, it looks like they might have gotten pinched, but not quite. It feels like Smokebreak's teamfight is actually crazy good. We just haven't seen too many opportunities for them to show that off. Witchcraft is a gank-heavy team. Uh-oh.
They're doing jumps, has to jump quickly, runs into trouble, drops the Suns for some backup, but there's just not enough. Zapman with the final hit, Sunprod with the assist. Now Sunprod jumps away from the purple to get away, but had no issues. 6-2 for Witchcraft, and they just continue to just throw haymakers at the side of Smokebreak. And to your point further, Musi, you know who's been quiet this game is Benko.
Yeah, Benko has not really been showing up or making that impact, although with their Yogis and their Genji's guard, looks like they're going to have that Dwarven plate. Once that Dwarven plate is finished up, Mulan should be able to just kind of move around the map and make it happen. She'll still have value, but her whole goal is to win lane. The fact that she's not winning lane is going to put her in a really awkward position. But to what I was saying before, Smokebreak's 5v5, even with the Mulan from behind, very strong. Witchcraft is very much a gank-heavy lane, a gank-heavy team. They're looking for picks. They're looking to catch you off guard. Smokebreak's gonna walk at you as 5 and say, hey, do you have beads? No? Bye. I'll miss you. So I think Smokebreak scales really well here. As long as they don't let the gold lead get too far away from them, they are always gonna be scary.
All the different accents saying we scale, we scale. I like that. It's a good call. Don't
scale,
do an accent.
Yeah. I wasn't going to.
I got ahead of it, chat. I got ahead of it.
Okay.
Gotta keep the Muse out of trouble. Gotta keep you safe. Long season ahead. A lot of leagues. A lot of leagues to cast for. Oh boy. 15 minutes! Almost 5k gold for Witchcraft on the 6-2 lead I mentioned before. I feel like one thing for Smokebreak that I want to see them play around that they did so well, or excuse me, Witchcraft, is that first Fire Giant, and the Naga for that matter. Witchcraft played that so well against Clocked In. It felt like that was where Clocked In just had simply lost a step in comparison.
I also want to see Witchcraft kind of group up around this Queen Naga now that it's spawned, but it feels like we're going to split our attentions here. Left side T1 goes down. Sunprod made that rotation, but this Queen Naga is going to be very important. Remember when you kill it, 5% strength, 5% int for whoever gets the last hit, and the ritual that drops that makes it so that you can all but confirm a fight or an objective afterwards. It really is, especially as you get later and later in the game. 5% adds up really quickly, especially for a dual scaler like Jormungandr.
Gold Fury started already at half health. A notably missing Mulan will not be here too far away. Rebuke out. Gold Fury dropped. Witchcraft maybe looking for the fight based on Sunprod's positioning. A stun on genetics. Now you've got Snatty here too. Benko up to the mid lane. Gold Fury 500 gets dropped. Zapman able to get the Gold Fury for Witchcraft. No bombs, no rockets could seal that away for Smokebreak.
And this time, Witchcraft alters their plan. They pick up that Gold Fury immediately after the danger of that River's Rebuke is gone so that they can burn it away. And that's the changes, the altercations that I like to see from Witchcraft as they start to adapt around these plays.
Capture point up. Focus split. ADCs have not rotated for this one, so it'll be a trade of abilities for the capture. We've seen this a few times throughout the day today. Smoke Break seemingly letting go of it, not wanting to force anything that they don't think they can handle. So Witchcraft should have that midpoint locked up and secured, so they continue to grow their already present lead. And then they walk over to the Naga, and this is where things get worrisome. Yuzi just touched on the importance of this Naga, and with Witchcraft just kind of being ignored for it and Smoke Break nowhere to be found, this feels like something you shouldn't give up for free.
And Witchcraft did pop that Ritual of Vision so that they know what's going on. That'll be the Naga confirmed for them. The pushers are out, and after this Queen Naga gets killed, that does start the timer to spawn Fire Giant, so the tempo play could be here. Smoke Break is going to respond with a Pyromancer, but Witchcraft are in the area.
Yeah, Witchcraft looked to be led by Snatty in that fight, but Smoke Break had the vision to know where Snatty was, which kind of slowed down the engage that could have been. But the Pyro did get dropped, and it got picked up by Witchcraft, and Sunprod and company will secure themselves a Pyro Bomb, which, as Musi mentioned, if you're playing tempo, if you're looking to make a play on fire, now that you got the Naga, now you got Pyro, you have gold, you have the bomb, everything is going the way of red.
This sets up really big potential for Witchcraft here. You just have to make sure that you play these next few seconds right. I mean, Fire Giant's right around the corner. That's going to be an obvious place to start grouping up and going on, especially now that you backed and finished a bunch of items here. I mean, Rod of Tahuti for Kaidon is a huge power spike, and Sunprod's finished off their Hide the Nemean Lion to go with their anti-crit item there too. So that's going to shut off Doduin. They don't even have any stacks on their Rage yet, so they're not even critting that much, but already turning it off is going to be very hard for Smoke Break to play into. But you know who does have their crit online? It's Zapman with that Demon Blade to go with the Rage. It's going to give him a lot of attack speed.
You can just see how far behind Doduin has fallen. Into the back line goes Sunprod and brings back a target. And that target brought an apple back. Wow, my goodness. Sap 7 TKO'd, if not dead. Sunprod continuing that aggression. The Powwow is the response. Johnny using it to get away. Snatty with the cutoff. The first knockup is Bees, but that was the last hit of the snake. Johnny will escape, but now the convergence begins on the mid lane. Snatty into the back line. So much damage that Sunprod follows up on. And Smoke Break, it's an all-out retreat. The damage is simply too much from Witchcraft. The tier 1 tower will fall, but just the one member for Smoke Break.
Witchcraft not only walk away with those kills, but they don't even have to give up too much in the way of their health bars or even their beads, their relics. They still have everything up in case Smoke Break try to do anything crazy here. Johnny in a little bit of trouble here. I don't know if you know that they're right behind you, Gulp, but Gold Fury up in 20 seconds. Fire Giant up right now. It looks like the dust is going to settle and clear, but that's the tempo that I was talking about, Anthony. The fact that you can just get the Queen Naga, kill that, go over to the Pyromancer, kill that, walk up mid lane, and then win a fight because you are spiraling with your gold lead here. I mean, we are just shy of uh-oh territory.
Uh-oh territory. I haven't heard that in a few months, and that's a problem. Snatty taking some poke in solo, and Smoke Break putting the rush on to try to get a pick onto Snatty. But is this worth? The ultimate's not online yet. You see the commitment go out. Snatty has to fall soon. The ultimate's almost back. They still have not killed the big snake. He gets away. Snad Nation is safe. Smoke Break can't make the play work. Left side of the map. Look at the Gold Fury answer. And it's gone. Witchcraft get that. A complete misstep there for Smoke Break.
Snad Nation is safe. Rise up, Snad Nation. The comms in this cast are unlike anything I've ever gotten to experience before. But
that's a compliment when it's
spot.
with me, because that's kind of my whole brand.
Oh, well, hey, I'm blushing a little bit over here, but you know, you're right. Pyromancer is just going to get swarmed by Witchcraft, by the way.
Famously, I don't read the Twitch chat. I hope famous moderator Upwash is there. Upwash always likes when I get unhinged on casts. It's always a big fan.
Shout out to Upwash. Anti-heal items are back. Divine Ruin will anti-heal. Not this patch, for the next one.
Yeah, speaking of Twitter, Witchcraft get the Pyromancer. Gotta do my job correctly. Pyromancer down to Witchcraft. It's a bomb back in pocket. Smoke Break taking some time, taking a Smoke Break in the brushes, but so far Witchcraft have not made an instant move. We'll see what the patience pays off, if it's for warding or what the game plan is here from Smokebreak.
I mean, Witchcraft just kind of have immediate prio on this Fire Giant. They can pick it up and kind of bait Smokebreak into a fight here. Snatty's going to play the off angle here, be a big snake, and garner a lot of attention. Witchcraft could drop this and fight them, or with EZ ult, they could just burn it.
Fire's at half. Smokebreak looking to go in. Genetics might call the go button early.
There's Prod.
Gets caught off, stuck in the strife. Prod goes for the ultimate. That's going to be no good. River's Rebuke to try to separate the fight more. But all Genetics has been doing is catching flack. So much damage onto the Yemo. But Witchcraft have yet to fully commit to Fire either. So Yemo's TKO. Genetics has to go back to base. And in that time, will Witchcraft go for another play?
Looks like we're just going to back off here. You do have a lot of vision, so get your resets off, grab a whole bunch of wards, and just do the dance all over again. Although I don't think it speaks well to Witchcraft that they weren't able to find the pick there. I think it's just going to be the initial round to burn the Vulcan beads. That was very important because Ragnarok came out from Sunprod and force the beads out of Vulcan. So now this Vulcan can be the prime target for Witchcraft if we can isolate them and get the pick there. After you find that pick, then you play that 5v4.
Oh, no!
Or hold on, find Johnny in the jungle!
Johnny in the jungle just got jump scared, and there's Johnny getting away. Witchcraft just scared the crap out of him, but luckily for Johnny, they just wanted to force the ultimate. But still a big pickup. We're talking about the dance around Fire, the little things that make the difference. Burning the powwow is one of the biggest you could make in that instance.
That's going to be one less resource here, and that's integral to Smokebreak's team fight plan. I mean, you need that in order to punish the fact that beads are getting burned, or you needed to burn beads. It's the whole identity of the team comp, so without it, you lose a lot of your threatening potential, and that does give Witchcraft a bit of an edge here. Remember, less than a minute here before Vulcan beads come up, but that's all the time Sunprod needs to get a stun off from their Unchained to go ahead and connect and brutalize afterwards.
Fire Giant started up, but will the attention shift? Witchcraft have who they need stepped up in the form of Snatty and Sunprod. Snatty hits the ultimate. Will he go aggressive with it? Yes, that's slowing things down. Fire at half. Genetics, eyes on Fire. Can Genetics make the play work off this? The Vulcan notably a bit far back. Fire down to 5k. Smokebreak have to make the play soon. Genetics is caught up and dropped. Kaidan with the credit. Also puts a bone in the dog's mouth. Does he go down? Banco does not. Duduin does. Double for Kaidan. Sap 7 goes for the escape. Takes the wind sprite. Fire Giant down. Snatty leading the crew. Looking to catch Sap 7. Will not do it. But damage is done. The Fire Giant's on the belt of 5 members for Witchcraft. And Smokebreak lost 2 and had the full retreat. Full chase out to their base. Johnny goes to Banco. Sunprod turns the corner. Won't commit.
That's wild. Witchcraft were able to get so much value off of Kaidan's madness there, dealing a crazy amount of damage. And Johnny was looking for that left side flank. They were just about ready to jump onto Kaidan, but right as they want to start to engage, Kaidan just blows up everybody in front of them. Snatty did such a good job making space for their team. It cost Smokebreak the mid Phoenix as well as that Fire Giant around the belts of everybody there. Witchcraft are going to start picking pieces off the board here. Tier 2 tower, probably go back up, find that Ancient Gold Fury. If you're Smokebreak at this point, you trade out, maybe find a mid pad, but be careful with that. If Witchcraft decides to turn it around on top of you, you could find yourself in a losing scenario.
Yeah, it'd be a bad way to lose, just kind of getting caught in mid, trying to get a comparatively minuscule objective. So I'm with you. If you can get it quick, do it quick and get out. They see Snatty, and that's enough to press the go button to leave. The third Gold Fury for Witchcraft will be secured, and things are looking quite dire for Smokebreak.
With that third Gold Fury too, Witchcraft has that Ancient Gold Fury debuff going across the board, but also dealing extra damage to objectives, to towers, to phoenixes, to fire giants, pyromancers, everything like that. So now their burn gets better. We are in the uh-oh territory. We're well beyond the uh-oh territory. It's like 15k, right? That's what's worse than uh-oh?
What's worse than uh-oh is oh no, surely. Right, keep. Yeah, I thought that was
Odo territory. We'll workshop it. There's a lot of workshopping to do.
to the workshop we go.
Yeah. But all in all, this is a very advantageous position for Witchcraft. And I have to say, I am just impressed. I am impressed with the way that Witchcraft has been playing together. Knocked out, clocked in, wasn't a fluke. Was not a fluke, not even remotely, because they are ready to choke the life out of Smoke Break here. You better get ready to go back to work. Your break is coming to an end. Witchcraft walking up, putting a lot of pressure. That left side Phoenix Snatty's buying a lot of space, and the bird falls down expeditiously. And now we're just put it right inside of the Titan room. River's Rebuke comes up and Vulcan Ultimate as well, but we are swarming around this Titan. Sap trying to get some damage off and playing for the space. Powwow is up, isn't able to find the targets. Titan getting tossed around, and Johnny will be the first one to fall. Minions are in the room, and Prod is jumping in. Sap down to half the Titan. Not taking a lot of damage yet. Witchcraft playing it nice and slow, but Zapman's taking a lot of damage in the back. Benko falls down, and that's gonna break this open. Deduin jumps in after Zapman, but Sap is down. Zapman will pay the price for Witchcraft's victory, but they will be able to walk away and move on. And it is well played by Witchcraft. Not a fluke. I cannot say it enough. Not a fluke. Witchcraft are going to be moving on, and we're going to have some more Smite Prime action for you after the break.
Hello everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium. Malum unfortunately had a bit of a lightning storm come in. Zeus ult hit his house real quick, so D-Lo instead on the mic, but don't you worry, it didn't all get shaken up. Our friend Musi stands right beside me in the booth. Of course, you got Tess, your almighty eye in the sky, right alongside Red Rosy Panda, keeping the prod lights on, that cam steady. Jithins, your man behind the curtain. Musi, I'm new on the scene. What's been going on today? What's shaking, Bacon?
Clocked in, got knocked out round 2. I think that set the tone for everything today, but not only did they get knocked out by round 2, they got knocked out by this team right here, Witchcraft, who just faced off against Smoke Break, and we're looking pretty good all throughout. Smoke Break never had a chance to really utilize their team in the way that I think I really wanted to see him happen. And Witchcraft was just able to get active on the map. I mean, Snatty was looking good with this. Jormungandr, Sunprod was able to find and isolate Sap 7. And all in all, really good stuff. And Kaida was just ripping a ton of damage with Discordia towards the late game, too.
Musi, what better time than a kickoff tournament for us to kind of realign and reform the meta of Smite Prime? How many times have we seen Clocked In just kind of step up and, you know, treat it like a job? They get their punch ticket and they instantly get off once the clock strikes 5. Now Witchcraft are kind of making their teams hype their game. It's fantastic to see new threats be formed.
And they're going to be going up against Bob W in this next game. Little sneak peek for those who, you know, don't have all the cool permissions that I do in this Discord to see what's going on. But we'll take one last look at the numbers here. And yeah, 2 kills, 1, 2, 3 kills in total. Didn't really get to take off the way that they wanted to, Smoke Break. But Witchcraft are just on a tear right now.
Scary stuff. At the numbers here, and scary stuff when you just consider the fact that Witchcraft kind of come in off of the left side wings. No one expects them to be the top dog. So I wonder if our friends on Bob W are prepared for the threat looming in the wings. I wonder if they're prepared for the big bad bracket coming their way either. Take a look at this, man. Just the path of destruction being left by the sorcerers on the bottom side. Bob W versus Witchcraft. Best of 3 finals for the... It's a great day to be a Smite Prime viewer.
Yeah, we have been seeing nothing but good Smite game here on Smite Game. Mushroom Kingdom was showing up really well. Bob W, Smoke Break has been moving through here. Witchcraft, of course, just a tear, a total tear through this bracket. And now we get to see Bob W versus Witchcraft, which I think these two teams are going to be kind of the upper teams for primes going forward. You got Cherry back with Benny Q, so the solo mid lane combination of the orange kiss from old. So that is kind of the core of that team. And then Witchcraft being this combination, Zapman, the OG Smite Titan. They're pairing with some of the newer Smite 2 bloods, Sunprod especially is what I'm looking at. But first, we got to think about, what we're all playing for and everything like that, D-Lo. I think we've got just a little picture for you to tell you what's on the line here as we talk about the Smite Prime kickoff.
Well, would you look at that?
2026. Oh, it is. That is today.
It's a lot on the line, too. 5,000 schmackaroonies, Musi. You can buy a whole lot of Kukulkan premium pass skins with that.
You got 2K for today, 2K for the EU Conquest, and another 1K, 1.5, I think, for the... Hello? For... Well, I just saw something I wasn't supposed to. Huh? I saw me.
Bit of a
purple dinosaur. There. Yeah, a little bit. I don't know what's going on there, but definitely Witchcraft and Bob W are both ready to try to go for all of it right here in this moment now at the 2K that's on the line.
So, Musi, I've been in the wings like we talked about prior, and these P's and B's are on the horizon. What's been the pattern? What's been established? Because it's been a long time since we had an official Smite Prime tournament. It's been a while since the top dogs have been able to step up. And in this new format as well with vault bans, baby, what does that mean? In a best-of-3 set, once a god is played, it is locked away in the vault, cannot be picked up by either team for the entirety of the set, which means that you really have to make sure that you're precisely picking which god you want in a pivotal moment because it's the last time you'll see it.
So make sure that if you get your comp, that you have a comp for game 2 and maybe even all the way towards game 3. But in terms of what's been getting picked up, D-Lo, we've had a pretty solid variety of picks, but the consistent ones, I think, so far have been things like ESET support, still on top in terms of range supports. Pair that with things like Yamoja. Odin as well has been making a pretty strong resurgence. Anything that can force Shell is good because you want to have another character that can force beads. We've been seeing things like Dodgy, like Ares. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Merlin remains to be fairly popular. Same with Discordia. Her ability to force beads, force CC, and also just pump damage has been very strong. Solo lane, little bit of everything, right? We saw the Cuckoo solo, but didn't pan out as well. Ardio seems to be pretty strong, and the other classics, things like Osiris, Jormungandr, Mulan, still have a place in that lane for sure.
It makes sense for Sustain to be a continuously powerful option. We're on the horizon of that flat anti-heal being reintroduced to the meta, so ESETs, your Yorms, anything that can kind of just stay around and continuously generate pressure is going to be something you want to fear. And B's on the horizon, we get to see what the top dogs are looking at, what the top dogs have haunting their nightmares. Once again, it's Bob W up against Witchcraft. Hope you brought your crucifix.
And something to keep in mind, too, as we head into these finals, characters that are comp banned right now. The Morrigan, Thanatos, Thor, and Chiron. Right. So Sunprod not having access to that Thanatos. Anthony mentioned before that they can't really fall back on that pick. It kind of hurts the god pool, I think, a little bit for Witchcraft, but, Sunprod's been showing that they still got the Odin in pocket, and they still got the Fenrir as well.
That's going to be an Osiris to kick things off. Solo lane's got a lot of priority here, and we know just how dangerous Sunprod can be on that Odin. They don't want to see it fall into Bob W's hands either, so you're going to see a lot of those tanky frontliners taken off the board first.
Yeah, Odin Cage has been instrumental to these fights, especially when pairing it with things like an ESET. Bob W, got to make sure that they can't have too many crazy circles to go with that, so take it off the board. I wonder if we get a chance to see Hecate make it through here. That's another pick that's just been constantly banned away from both sides, and I know Benny Q would be able to operate that pick fairly well, so it's going to be the Neath that they take off the board, and Witchcraft, again, ban out their own Fenrir. So interesting. Kind of feels like they shoot themselves in the foot a little bit here because they just did so well with these picks, but maybe we don't need them. We've got new sauce in the book.
Maybe it's Musi what you alluded to earlier, the fact that Witchcraft are, instead of eating that sauce right now, they're saving it in the fridge for a later day. Vault bans means that if it gets picked up by either Witchcraft or Bob W, you don't see it for the rest of the set. So make sure you save it for a rainy day. Save those leftovers for when you're hungry.
Hunbots and Akate off the board. 3 junglers banned by Witchcraft. That means that we have a lot of supports that are going to be picked up this game. So ESET first to be scooped up. Almost, yep, there it is. That does leave Umoja open for Bayonary if he wants it. And you have to remember that once somebody gets picked in a game, they cannot be picked for the rest of the set here. So, hey, maybe take it off the board now so you don't have to worry about it later. But still, a strong contender.
Now Witchcraft have the top 2 picks. And we've talked about this before, Musi, that idea that some metas, it feels worse to give your opponent those top 2 than to take the top slot itself. So with Baron and Disco, I'm convinced that this might very well be one of those metas. Those are 2 incredibly potent magical threats that have a ton of flex potential.
Yeah, Baron can go either support, mid, or solo. Discordia, definitely feeling her out in that mid lane, I think is where she tends to sit best. And Bob W will be able to lock in the Merlin and the Guan Yu. So Nika was running this Guan Yu in a game earlier today, D'Lo, where that, so ESET is going to be solo for Cherry. Guan Yu goes support for Nika. The Merlin will be for Benny Q in mid. This is a similar composition that we saw from Bob W earlier, where this ESET builds full damage. So what happens is ESET and Merlin just constantly spamming out cooldowns, and with the Guan Yu there to lower their cooldowns as well, it's just constant area denial and damage. Bob W makes this comp look incredibly strong, and deservedly so, because it won them a game.
Not only damage, AoE damage in all of its forms. Merlin and ESET can so quickly turn any FG pit into a boiling pot that if you try to step inside of it, all of a sudden you turn the temperature up and it starts to get a bit too steamy for you. Jingwei and Ullr is the counter. Will answer back magical damage with something on the physical side.
And Jingwei's going to be one of those characters that can just two-shot a squishy, something you need when going up against that full damage ESET. There aren't going to be as many tanks this go around, so Burst becomes very, very handy for Witchcraft here, and Ullr can help with that as well. Being able to land a single axe into their combo, you just got to be able to land it, and then somebody's going to die. So it's a double-edged sword with Bob W right now, and I think Witchcraft is drafting pretty well against it. We just need one more character up there, something that can build some anti-crit, or maybe not anti-crit, but like a high to the Nemean line to soak up some damage and deal it back out to stand in front of Bob W.
It's that guy. It's that guy
He
right
can do
there,
it.
baby.
That guy, he can do it. He can make it happen.
What? Oh, let me scroll this side real quick, folks. What? No,
I
wrong
like how
side.
you got the
Aw,
light
Tess,
shining down on you.
You're ruining my moment to shine. There it is. There it is right there, baby. This guy, best god in the game, but also look at the gods that are going to be blocked by that. Nem, Guan, as well as that ESET are going to have a very hard time circumventing a large ice wall on a short cooldown. Hoi Yi and Merlin, yeah, you can get around that, but I got to imagine that if we're seeing this played by the piloted hands of Baronary, very skillfully so, this is going to be a Ymir who waits to see those cooldowns come offline to make sure you've got no way out but the grayscale.
And what this Ymir does as well is it forces Shell, along with Witchcraft's other picks, forcing Bead, so it does put Bob W in a bit of a conundrum in terms of what they want to invest into in terms of relics. So if it's enough to actually force out more than one Shell, remains to be determined, but 100%, if this Ymir catches you in a corridor, you just get kind of cut off. ESET, Guan Yu, Nemesis, the perfect shout from you, D'Lo, and it's what I would expect from you, the Ymir merchant of all time. But not even just a merchant, D'Lo. You're like the Ymir corporate president. You're like all the way up there. You're not selling Ymirs on the street. You're selling them to the masses.
Vertical integration, baby. I monopolized the Ymir, but Witchcraft are trying to monopolize this dub. It's a best of 3 to start things off. We're going to hop right into game 1. Bob W, can they find the last letter at the end of their name? We'll find out as we hop right on in. Musi, take a look at the rolls. Take a look at the lanes. Anything that catches your eye?
Nika's deciding whether or not they want to pick up the shell. That is the conversation that's happening right now. Everybody else has beads. Everybody else needs beads because of the Ullr that's here. Witchcraft has changed it up a little bit. Jing Wei in the jungle for Sunprod, and I really like Jing Wei in the jungle. She is able to move around the map really effectively with her passive, but also she clears camp so quickly with the, the shotgun bolts and then also that Boomba's dagger. So Sunprod should be able to scale way all the way up there to late game very quickly and effectively. So super good for thinking out things like those firebrands early on in the game.
And Musi, we got to cast a game that actually had some similar matchups last round. We were on a cast in a booth together, which was yesterday for OSL, and it was a Ymir up against a Nem, and with also an Ullr paired alongside it. We talked about the CC, and we love to mention training wheels, baby. I see the Discordia route in mass AoE. I see the mass AoE of the Ymir paired alongside Zapman. It's a formidable combination.
It's just CC on top of CC. Bayonary and Zapman are very threatening in this lane, and it's Zapman piloting this Ullr, so you know that he's going to be hitting those axes and landing all of those combos. So Bob W dual lane. Nika and Coast need to be very careful when they decide how to engage. Nika just gets caught out by this Ymir hard between the walls, the freeze, and the slows, so Witchcraft are going to be looking pretty good.
We'll see if they're able to leverage that pressure properly on this left side. And I know we've talked before as well about the idea of the solo being kind of now the new pressure point. A lot of people think, well, yes, you want to get that early pressure off to ensure that 5-minute Gold Fury can be your teams, but sometimes it really is all about the small things. Sometimes it's really all about picking up those rocks on the right side.
Those rocks on the right side, but also the small things is 100% right deal. I mean, we've been watching games where it comes down to how well you're able to, quickly and effectively farm out your camps. Even looking over at this duo lane, right, where both of these ADCs are going to be going the jungle starter to be able to clear out these camps, but Witchcraft should have a little bit of a leg up just because Ullr Ymir clear is just a bit stronger than Ho Yi's, and after that they get to go take a look at that gold camp over at red camp. It spirals a little bit and develops a tiny little snowball. The question is, can Sunprod make big rotations off of Jingwei as opposed to a more traditional jungler? I think the answer is going to be yes, because you have so much setup between the side and the mid lanes to be able to make some CC happen to get your damage in.
Like I said, just layer it on top of each other. You got to make sure you're synergizing well, and Sunprod does a pretty solid job of it, where sometimes they can lack a little bit when it comes to their farm. One thing they certainly don't lack is some fight, and they might be seeing it a bit earlier than you might expect. Especially if they come to this left side. I feel like that's where the kill pressure's been so far, but I know you're a solo merchant yourself, Musi, so talk to me about the Baron and E-set. Can we expect any bloodshed on that side?
It really kind of comes down to who's going to come and interfere with that lane. I feel like Baron does pretty well into an E-set just because he can play at range, but Sunprod is going to try to interfere with Cherio, forces the beads out and back under tower. That's kind of what I expect. Get them nice and squishy before these rocks start to respawn. So after that, when it comes to things like level 5, Baron can suck in the E-set, but you got to be careful not to stand on top of them just because those circular protections can cause quite an issue. Solo lane, BenAQ gets pressured out a little bit. Rocks are up right now, and that's where Bob W is going to be putting their focus. Can Nemesis clear it out in time? Zav comes over, Cherio comes over as well. Prod shows up to try to stand in front, silenced out, hit by the stun, beads forced away, and they're gonna dash. The firebrands are picked up, scooped up, and confirmed by Zav. So far, looking solid. Bayonary going to be forced underneath that tower as well. Nika and Coast putting in quite a bit of damage into Witchcraft here. Kind of a chill start so far, right? I mean, we do have the 1 kill so far for Snatty to kind of keep things going in that lane, but so far, it is business as usual. 4 minutes. 0-1, Witchcraft and Bob W. And I still have to sit here and wonder where we're kind of looking at for the next steps here. Nemesis looks like they're going to be able to find their speed buff, as well as a little bit of pressure here in the mid, but Gold Fury is going to be spawning in 30 seconds. Zav in a little bit of a pinch maneuver here, going to try to force the apple away from mid. Kaidan won't have it for the next fight, but it's all just a bunch of posturing so far. Nothing too crazy to be seen here as Sunprod moves over towards that left side to make sure that we can go in. Guan Yu on the horse, looking for the stun. It's a double. Hu Yi's sons come down. Zav finds the axe on top of Nika, but the damage is overwhelming. Bayonary will be the first one to fall. Sunprod, a little bit late to the rotation here, wondering what they can find in turn, but not able to quite turn it around. And Zav's hanging around in that left side jungle just in case anything else is going wrong. So far, it's going to be that 1-for-1 across the board in the game so far. Kind of quiet, but what you expect. I mean, Mob W and Witchcraft have been playing all day today and looking pretty good doing it so far, so. Moonlight phase begins in about 30 seconds. Remember, those pads are going to be very important. Whoever picks them up, it's going to be pushing down those lane pushers in each of the lanes, and you also get to reset your teleport as well. Witchcraft remains control over the firebrands, and that's going to help kind of propel Sunprod a bit towards the build that he needs in order to finish it off. So still waiting for a couple of key items. No crit yet, but the Learning Bow will be good to get some shots off here. Can you land him? Benny Q taking a little bit of poke in order to kind of back off here. Taking a quick breather before taking a look. 6.5 minutes so far. It's 1-1. Gold lane, 1,000 or so in favor of Witchcraft. So even though they took that early stumble, it's still not looking too bad. Meanwhile, in the solo lane, all for alt, Snatty putting damage on top of Cherio. Whoa, where did Cherry's health bar go? Wing Gus out? Oh, but the Consigned Spirits is a bit off the mark. Waiting to play for a little bit of space here as the rotation comes in from Zaz, but just not enough. Snatty finds the kill over the wall on top of Cherio. But revenge comes in the way of Nemesis. Shows face over near that blue buff to try to steal it, but the Jingwei's going to be there to deny them. Now we look back towards the duo side as well. Things are getting kind of antsy. Pad's going to be up in about 15 seconds. And I feel like both teams have a good chance to stand on it. You know, Bob W definitely wants to try to scale a little bit more towards that late game. If we can get that Guan Yu combination online and get Cherio out of the solo lane. Bob W hanging out near that mid pad. Bayonary starts that rotation over towards that mid side, but Benny Q plays the corner here to keep them away. 49 and climbing for Bob W on this pad. But Witchcraft is around and in the area to potentially contest. Altar Relic's available. Madness comes off. Big double freeze and the knockup. Benny Q blocked by the wall and hit by the golden apple. Not enough to put him down, but enough to keep Bob W off of the pad. Witchcraft pick it up and overtake Bob W. In terms of pad control, starting to climb up to get that ritual. What a great wall from the Ymir there in order to make sure that they can show up and show out. So with Witchcraft winning that ritual, we're going to be able to get these pushers coming up each of the lanes, as well as resetting their backs. It's going to be critical for any laners that want to back and maybe go for an early gold fear here if you want to try to rush at it. But it feels like both teams are kind of okay with playing the boiling point play style, right? We haven't quite reached the boiling point. We're not there yet. But we are able to put some pressure on this map. Coming across 9 minutes now. 1-2. 2k gold lead for Witchcraft is going to try to extend it a bit. Bayo comes to the left side, but guess who's here as well? Zab loops in from the back. Suns come down. We're on that horse. Ymir out of position and out of time. Uses the Aegis, but it's not enough. Now it's going to be the Uller forced to jump away. The axe is good. Bladed arrow, hail of arrows will connect, but Coast is going to stay healthy enough A good gank there from Bob W in order to kind of leverage the playing field here a bit. Sunprod looping through that gold side. It's going to run into the Nemesis here too. Exchange some words. And by words, I mean fists. And by fists, I mean arrows. They do have a little bit of crit online. Witchcraft does have the potential to rip a Gold Fury. When you have this Jing Wei in the jungle, it gives you a lot of objective shred just attached to your character. Because not only do you have your Jing Wei doing it, your Uller can do it as well. It's interesting too, because they went the Cudgel instead of the Bladed Arrow, just so that they can get a little bit more damage off while weaving in auto attacks with all of their abilities, because you get a little bit of damage added to each of your autos every time you cast an ability with that Cudgel. But so far, things calm back down. Relax just a bit. Witchcraft putting a lot of pressure on these brands. Want to make sure that you get those. Remember, when you pick up those rocks, it's an additional strength and int. You get to keep that permanently, by the way. That doesn't go away. So with that, this Jing Wei is really going to start to scale. Sunprod is just on the fast track, power farming as much as they can. Jumping in on top of the Ullers, that man doesn't panic. Walks away slowly. Playing it safe. Knows their limits here. And even though Nika and Coast put so much in, still not enough. From the back, Nemesis going for the pincer. Looking for their way in, but Sunprod's around the corner as well. Dashes back over towards their tower. It's going to be okay. It's going to be the back-off call. But look at the way that Nem and the Merlin are moving. It's going to be called to pick up this Gold Fury. Knowing that Witchcraft is low here, the Uller is still poked out. Coast jumps over, Prod giving chase, putting quite a bit of damage in. The freeze, the beads is forced away from the Ho Yi, and Jingwei ults over. Golden Apple connects on top of Nika. The Gold Fury is dropped. Bob W have to give it up. Zapman playing the left side here, looking for that angle, but a mark from Ho Yi will reveal him and forces him to back away. So far, both teams doing a good job of playing that give and take. Not quite ready to give up any kind of ground. Here at that 12-minute mark, it's still a 2k gold lead for Witchcraft, 2-2. Coast up 2 kills right now, but Zapman doing a good job keeping up in farm. Snatty, 3 levels over Cherio. Completely overtaking. You got that Yogi's Necklace build with Stampede. Solo lane builds are so interesting right now because you just kind of build a damage starter item and then build full tank and you just end up dealing a ridiculous amount of damage. And especially with that Baron aspect where if you are over pumping on the amount of, what do you call it? You know, his passive, you just deal extra damage, so it does quite a bit there for him.
Yes, indeed. Hello, everyone. Sorry about that. We got chain lightning there from Anthony's house over to mine. But nonetheless, you can see that the chain of damage continues to flow. Sun Prod in heavy pursuit there of Zav. Does the double dash down, and there's the layering of the CC you expect to see. The golden apple, it's another golden kill in Sun Prod's pocket. It's going to make it 3-2 in favor of Witchcraft.
Completely pincers off Zav there, just had nowhere to go. Ymir does such a good job at controlling the space in between jungle, and now we're going to try to pincer off this dual lane.
The wall's not going to be able to find the mark since Vapor's Coast does have that hover still available, but Nika is the far more prime target. Unfortunately, also the far more tanky one. On the right side, you're seeing damage spelled right back for Witchcraft as they actually get the solo Dolo on top of Cherry.
That's going to open up this Gold Fury. Merlin is in the area. BennyQ wants to play the corner here, but Gold Fury's already at half.
The burn of a Merlin is certainly nothing to underestimate, and indeed the damage was a bit too much for Witchcraft to take. Fire, which is greatest fear. You don't want to be burned at the stake. Don't want to be frozen at it either. A wall rises up, but BennyQ does not feel threatened as they just stand away for it to collapse. No Gold Fury for anyone just yet.
And that's what these games have been looking like so far, Dilo. Hold that phone. Hoyi ultimate comes out, and Uller underneath the tower at a lot of duress. Dead to rights as they're picked off by Vaporish Coast.
Yeah, hold this damage, more like. You have not only just the Ymir for that terraforming, right? Also, you have the Suns to worry about, too. And it's worth noting you don't have any shells on the side of Witchcraft. So if you end up putting that Sun in the right location, there's really no means to go around it except for taking the long ways. Now, about 15 minutes nearly into the game, a Pyromancer pull called here from Sunprod. Some Baron's Brew assistance over the wall, but ESET is making their presence known. The Spirit Ball not going to be able to find the steal. Witchcraft sniped the objective, but might be able to snipe a good kill on a Kydon as just compensation. Gonna have to be forced to use all of their kit and relics to ensure safety, but the Disco does get out. Now Bob W trying to counter that Pyro pressure with an objective of their own. The Fury pull dropped down to about a third. ESET could decide to make the rotation. They have already been pulled away from the solo lane, but it might not even be necessary as they manage to grab it. The Hail of Arrows comes through, but falls on deaf ears. Benny Q secures it for Bob.
And Prod is able to just start up that Pyromancer too because they're playing that Jingwei with the jungle starter. And look at her again. Immediately goes over towards that Queen Naga all by herself. She can all but solo it. And that's part of the power of this Jingwei pick in the jungle. It gives you so much prio over all of these objectives.
Yeah, this is just gross to watch. Moonlight Queen just going to be dethroned by one Sun Prodigy. That buff perma-stacking all of Witchcraft's pockets, and you certainly feel pretty solid about that. And the issue is, Musi, it's not like that's an issue that's going to go away at 20 minutes. Sun Prod is going to continue to scale as this game progresses, especially with those rage stacks.
Sitting on one right now, but as Sunprod gets angrier and angrier, they're going to get all the way up there to 5. Then the item gives a ridiculous amount of crit chance, and Jingwei already has passive crit attached to her second ability, so it just makes it all that much better. But scaling is what this pick is going to do, because think about it, late game, she's just going to walk up to an Ancient Gold Fury and solo it all by herself. Pyromancer all by herself. The only thing she can't really solo is an EFG, but if the game is going that long, then it's going to be pretty tough for Bob W to walk up to it. They do have Merlin ESET for objectives, but it's still quite a bit to stand up to in front of that Sunprod Jingwei.
Well, the counter might just have to be ending up being that Hoi Yi. Unfortunately, he's already dealing with his own issues on the left side, forced to beads away, and the ice shards are coming. Those Ymir buffs might not have been necessary, but certainly appreciated. Zapman takes one more kill on top of Coast.
Ullr's going to need it in order to keep themselves up and farmed and going. Mid-pad's going to be the focus here for Bob W. It is contested, but for how long? Here comes help.
Unfortunately, the beads were already out, so the Ymir didn't really need to waste the freeze in that moment. Could be something that cost him in the long run, but good consigned spirits allow for a bit more of extra sustain. Unfortunately, Zap did not want it to stay around for the party right after, which means that Baron ult falls on deaf ears. Merlin wisely sidesteps the Discordia route. Does mean they could try to contest low health bars for Sunprod, but it might not be something they want to try to meddle with. So the pad's going to go the way of Witchcraft. They grab one more ritual and turn back home.
This is that tempo that I was talking about for Witchcraft, by the way, because now that you've got this mid-pad, you're going to start pushing up these minions. That gives you a lot of pressure on the map just by hanging around, so they can take a look at something like a Pyromancer or even something like a Fire Giant if they all group up for it. But if you're Zapman, you can also just kind of walk this pusher down that left side and put a lot of damage on top of that T1 tower that's still on the map. Witchcraft are playing this nice and slow, just tightening the grip around Bob W so they can get in that last hit they need to end the game.
18 minutes. That far end of game is maybe a bit off in the distance, but could be quickened, at least the life of Baronary. An amazing wall, but more so puts themselves in a bind. Kydon, in the meantime, makes quick work of Benny Q. Sunprod airstrikes down Zap from the sky and descends down on top of Nika. They will be able to escape. Can the Ymir say the same? Cherio ensures that the shards of ice all crumble into a wet puddle before retreating back down to mid lane. Overall, a 2-for-1, not too shabby for Witchcraft.
Witchcraft can take a look at a tower, they can take a look at the pyros, maybe even a little bit of both. The Guan Yu, Nika has to acknowledge that pusher that's still on the right side, so that's going to open up this Pyromancer for Witchcraft, so with that bomb, they can either stockpile that or maybe take a look at the Gold Fury that's going to be spawning. The tempo, the snowball is developing, it's rolling. Witchcraft just burn away that Pyromancer, and now they get to back and get a lot of gold in their pocket too. Sunprod is going to be getting, or not Sunprod, but rather Kydon's going to be getting their Ob Shard coming up pretty soon here, as well as some other important items for the Jingwei specifically. Now that we have the Deathbringer online, Titan's Bane's around the corner, but with a blink in tow as well, D'Lo. She's just gonna blink on top of you and crit you twice, and then you're Dunskies.
That's scary stuff to consider, especially the fact that now she's getting just a little bit more heated, right? Fully on tilt. 3 rage stacks, so short ago it was 1. Now 19 minutes in this game. 4-7. In favor of Witchcraft, gold lead their way as well. 6K, certainly not insurmountable if you're Bob, but Musi, what's got to be the key? Because Witchcraft are already gathering around to make that gold deficit a bit deeper. Second gold Fury of the map, but this time is going to Witchcraft's favor.
Bob W, at this point, you either have to put up a stand around an objective. Like you mentioned before during picks and bans, Merlin and ESET put together creates that boiling pot of any fire pit or gold pit that you decide to show up to, but you have to get the wards out there. You have to decide what's worth standing at. Fire Giant is absolutely a fight that we need to be ready for. Whether we're 8K gold down or not, you have to be able to show up to it, but you have to make sure too that you don't get picked off early here. Jingwei's waiting out there in the jungle, ready to go on top of anybody that decides to walk up to them. But for now, looks like everything's safe, but Witchcraft is going to be on that FG fairly soon.
You know, Musi, I noticed there's a term you mentioned yesterday for a different game, but a similar concept, a stand and deliver comp. Bob and W are more of a make you stand and eat the damage kind of comp. You stand there for long periods of time, you eat the circle of protection. You stand there, you eat the 9 suns that Vaporish Coast drops on you. You stand there and you take all the ticks of Merlin's damage. But the issue is, what hard CC is there aside from a Spirit Bomb to make you stand there and take it? I see a lot of Stampedes being built by Witchcraft that can easily let them march out of any big AoE circle.
It really is. Bob W is just trying to play for space. Like, when they want to engage, it's going to be off of Nika's ultimate Stampede horse in there. They don't have the Stampede this game, but they're going to horse in there. Or maybe Zav can go for a slice and dice slow or something like that, but they have to play for the space and get up there with their giant circles. Witchcraft have started up the FG.
The root's going to be off the mark, so Zav can stay safe for now, but FG's already dropped down to about a third. Bob W beginning to make their presence known. The fight begins in earnest, but with the freeze dash back miss. Good work by Nika. The FG gets reset. So now Bob W know that Witchcraft have no intentions to grab the objective, so they got to stay safe and ensure those Guan heals can get Benny Q back up to full rights. Witchcraft throw the apple on top. Vaporish Coast takes some good damage, but Cherio takes the worst end of it. Sunprod's on the killing spree, and now this is a man advantage for Witchcraft. They can begin the FG once again in earnest. Nika on the front lines. You have the horse in pocket, like you said, Musi, but do you want to get up in the stirrups? Do you just want to watch from the sidelines the Kentucky Derby? Begins to slice up Snatty. It's a good wall to try to block off, but here comes the horse. Doesn't go for the confirm. Instead, Zapman's going to be able to grab it for all 5 members of Witchcraft, and now Nika's the one who might be burned at the stake, staked at the cross. Nika goes down. It's 2 kills and FG for Witchcraft. Pyro's up next.
You really got to give a big shout to Kaidon in that last engagement, sniping somebody out, slamming Coast's head with that golden apple, and it breaks up Bob W's formation. They all have to try to spread out to avoid the damage from that ultimate, and that just buys so much time for Witchcraft to go in, find their pick, and then just go back to picking up the Fire Giant, which, because Cherio is dead, how are you sealing that FG? It's just not going to happen unless Witchcraft manages to screw something up, or you just leave it as a burger flip to figure out who gets to have it. So really well played from Witchcraft there, and it's just going to further enable their team. Snatty's big, Sunprod is absolutely scaling. We got that Titan's Bane on now, and it looks like Kaidon is going to be getting even more damage on the up and up here. Sadman's got their Titan's Bane as well, so tanks are going to get shredded. Anybody who gets hit by that stun is going to get hit by every other ability that Witchcraft has, and it's going to spell doom for whoever comes into contact with them.
Musi, it's a great shout from you that really further shows the genius of Witchcraft's comp, but maybe the fallacy of Cherio to think you could step up to Sunprod. That kid is 4-0, baby. What made you think your 1-5 ESET self could even walk in their direction?
Welcome to late game Jingwei, by the way. You stood in front of her, you die. I'll miss you, I'll see you later. Witchcraft, start left side burn.
Sunprod's not going to be able to be part of the fight, so you've lost a lot of your consistent damage, but the FG might just be enough. Dagger is in the pocket of the Uller. Not the one you want to see tanking, but certainly can deliver out some spankings. Nico there with the conviction heals, though, and also the ricochets. Not the worst composition to try to push off the siege, but Vapors Coast no longer has the Suns, and Sunprod continues their grim march down right lane. One more Ricochet for a bit of extra poke, and here comes the damage. Maybe not, just a bit of Consigned Spirits poke, and Baronary takes a bit of poke of their own right as well. This bird slowly being sapped dry, but now ESET's back from the fray. What can they do? Just sink back to the bushes.
Bob W has been doing a good job staggering their ultimates, trying to buy as much time as possible, but Sunprod has slowly been pushing in that solo side lane by themselves. Cherio's going for the flank here.
And already Sunprod might be able to rejoin the fight once that right side bird is down. An amazing double root, and the disapparating magic from the Discordia is going to provide quite a bit of poke and force Vapors Coast back. Rest of the team not sure if they want to step up or also call the board for retreat. Phantom Shell is going to be called, but Vapors Coast can't back that way. Sunprod's already in your own fountain. It's an airstrike to rejoin with the rest of the team and peel the wings off the left side bird. What an audacious play from the jungle. But now it's going to be on the side of Bob W to try to go for some big bold moves. Kaidon is stampeded underfoot by Benny Q, and now it could be trouble for the Baron. Separated from the rest of the team, but Bob W don't want to push the issue. They'll have to take that one kill as a consolation prize.
And somehow, through all of that, the left side Phoenix is still standing for Bob W. There was some potential for that game to almost end in that moment if Sunprod was able to connect on the rest of the backline there, but they were forced to ult right away, so the damage was fairly mitigated. Bob W was able to hold on for just a bit longer. Cherio and Benny Q as a duo here are able to buy a lot of space for anybody that wants to enter into their zone, and especially when Cherio was going for that flank maneuver. You know, they have a very solid defense that Witchcraft has to respect. Just because you're huge doesn't mean you're invincible.
I do want to give a lot of credit to Bob W. The fact that they let that right side bird go down, I think there would have been many a team that in their hubris would have also tried to send maybe one or two to confront Sunprod and would have found themselves nursing a bruised ego and also a lose screen right now. The fact that they decided to hedge their bets on the best bird instead and make sure that left side is up does allow them a chance to potentially defend against the next FG once it comes back up.
Ancient Gold Fury taken off the board. Pyromancer is going to be the next thing that Witchcraft is going to be looking towards. And when it comes to Bob W on this defense, you have to ask yourself the big question. How are you stopping this? How are you slowing this down? At this point, I think you're just playing under your Phoenixes, trying to play with the space that you know is going to be safe. You can give up another FG maybe, or you can try to steal it away with a Cherio ultimate, but it's not EFG. So it's not completely game ending. Well, actually, D'Lo, as I say that, I look at that timer up there and gulp. It's around the corner.
27 minutes, 5-11 in Witchcraft's favor, and my god, what a gold lead, nearly at 20k at this point. That FG might put them over the edge. Wall rises up to force Nika and Benny Q back. Already having that flicker down is fantastic. That's all they needed, all the pressure, because Cherio can't even step up to drop the Circle of Protection. That means one more FG uncontested for Witchcraft.
This could be dangerous here. You have to make sure that you don't get picked off. One pick could be enough to throw this game off kilter and just end up losing everybody. Careful of the axes and careful of the knockups. Here come the pushers.
Oh! Blink in there from Sunprod, but can't find the splash crit arrow they needed to get the big burst of damage.
Apple
There's
connects.
the ricochet off of the golden apple, but Benny Q manages to stay safe in the back line. How's your front line doing? Not great. Nika nursing quite a big of wounds. Sunprod makes it death instead. One member down, and Witchcraft are looking for a bit more. The bird will fall in mid.
Left side bird is going to be the next objective, but that right side pusher is going to make it inside that Titan room, so Bob W has to let it go in order to acknowledge that pusher. This looks really good for Witchcraft. 5 strong with FG.
One axe is all this Uller needs to make Cherio evaporate, and it could be the wrap it up to start things off. Make a big bow, put Cherio in a casket, not before Sunprod goes with me. The Uller will be able to finish them off, but now you've lost a ton of your damage as well as your intimidation factor. A fire wave pushes in, the Titan begins to get pushed out, and Benny Q walled off from the team. Drop down a less than a third. Barrow's still got a dagger in pocket. Shove off, Benny Q. We've come for a lot more than a kill. We've come for it all. Witchcraft, take game one.
what a very cleanly played game one as well. Almost from start to finish, they just looked so strong as the game progressed. Sunprod was able to scale almost without contestation, and Snatty was holding it down in that solo lane as well, which really just enabled the Xingwei to just skyrocket up too.
You know what, Musi? This harks back to a long-running tradition of Sunprod's death in a game where they are deathless, meaning the doom of the enemy team. This has happened frequently. If you remember the time where Sunprod got a godlike and destroyed everyone alongside Speak No Evil and Globe, this was another example of that moment. Don't kill Sunprod, because all it means is everyone else on your team will shortly follow right afterwards. And we've got more gameplay to follow up with. Stick around. More Smite Prime action after the break. Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium. D'Lo back here on the mic, joined here in the booth with my good pal Musi Clan as we watch with open horror as Witchcraft just continue to dominate the realms. Will every Smite player have to sign the Devil's Book to get a dub? That might very well be the case, Muse.
The bright side here is that Sunprod can't play Xingwei again, right? We get to...
Yay!
Take a sigh of relief if you are Bob W, but Bob W don't get to run back the comp that they have been slamming, I'm assuming, every game so far in this tournament. I mean, it's just the two that I've seen, but yeah, no, Witchcraft has been playing some very, very good Smite 2. This kill also. Now you see her, now you don't. There she goes. Two autos and a Lernium Bow proc. It's all it takes, dude. It is actually just ridiculous.
You too can shred Cherio with 3 easy steps. Yeah, Xingwei was gross, and honestly, with Odin still in the wings, again, the fact that I feel like Witchcraft have banned away these picks that you mentioned before, are ones that these players on Witchcraft are known to enjoy. I truly do believe, Musi, it's them saving some of that secret sauce for that rainy day, and it might just be coming up now. That being said, Bob W certainly had some moments of glory. What in general do you think they need to step up on, aside from the P's and B's board, to make sure that this game is a different result?
We gotta give Zav a character that lets them make big swings in a fight. I'm not saying that Nemesis can't do that, but I will say that if we can give them something like a Humbots like we saw earlier, that was putting in a lot of work, right? We need some more initiation. I think it's just what we were missing from that team comp. So I think once we get a little bit more of that in pocket, we'll be doing good and we'll feel good about what's going on, just like these Vault bans.
Feel good about that. Like you said, no Xingwei, and that's because we operate off the Vault ban system. Any god of the 10 you just saw played are locked away under key for the rest of the series. So that means that anything you saw banned last game still can be available unless it's banned again. But nonetheless, no Jing, no Baron, none of that nonsense. Instead, it's going to be a clean, fresh, new 10 picks.
So if it goes to game 3, which I haven't seen Witchcraft drop a game so far today, but I haven't seen Bob W drop a game so far today either. So this is new territory for Bob W and potential new territory for Witchcraft.
And it's going to be some new P's and B's for us as we hop right into the screen. We're going to find out what these teams' mindsets are going to be now at times. It's interesting because there's no longer the ability to kind of get a respect ban off of a character that you just got to see, because even if you're traumatized by the Xingwei, you don't have to worry about it anymore. So you have to think instead far in the future. These formats of competitive play really force you to think 3 steps ahead, not only of what you want to do, but what your opponent's looking for as well. Musi, what are your expectations for what gods we might see?
I think that we need to take a look at what's going to be off the board and then think about what's going to be on the board. I can tell you what we're not going to see, at least not from Sunprod. I don't think we have the Aladdin in the back pocket for Sunprod. Instead, maybe looking at something instead, like the Odin or the Fenrir again, provided that they're not banned away. Right, Hecate I don't think gets to see the light of day here either.
Wow.
And Sylvanas, has been kind of banned away too. Yeah, there goes Osiris, that's for Snatty. There goes Odin, that's for everybody. So there's a lot to be played with here still. Yamoja could be picked up here if it's not banned away. I think that's going to be a support that we see this game, just because that River's Rebuke offers a ton of potential. And Agni could be a mid laner that we see too, the ability to throw the fire bombs and flame waves over the walls. And I know for a fact Benny Q makes that pick look dastardly good.
A Neath ban comes through, no global presence going to be provided. The Fenrir as well. I think Witchcraft really are just putting those two aside and saying, you wait, if we need you for a game 3, we'll call on you then, pal. But the Aladdin still does loom in the wings. We've seen this before where a Sun Prod team has had that available, and like you said, it's just not, I think, in the God pool. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that banned away from Witchcraft, but it's a very particular pick, and there's a very particular lack of Paul here on the roster, so maybe even if it's left available again, we just don't see it grabbed because too many people don't know really how to play the Wishmaker.
I mean, I think Benny Q could probably run it mid, but I think there are other picks that maybe they would go towards first. Kukulkan with the aspect is still available for somebody to pick up. Hecate looks like it's making it through. That could be a first pick here for Bob W. If it's not a Hecate, it's probably going to be a Yamoja, depending on what makes it through this last band.
I mean, it's also depending on what you feel like is your best way to leverage a victory forward. It's the Hecate, so I like that Witchcrafter calling on the goddess of Witchcraft herself. Low-key, not really much thematic consistency, but it does swipe at Benny Q, so I'll allow it.
I mean, Loki could be a pick that comes through as well for Sun Prod, honestly. That's a good shout, D'Lo. No,
That's
little
true.
ball knowledge going on in
Accident.
that nog. There it is. No, on purpose. Everything is on purpose, remember? Yeah.
You're right, calculated.
Yeah, calculated infinitely. I think Yamoja's the pick here, honestly. I mean, or a Hunbats.
what you
That's
said
also the thing
instead.
I was looking for Zav. So that does leave Yemo open for Binary, which could spell trouble for Bob W. But if Bob W walks away with Yemo and Hunbats, that looks very good to me.
I definitely think you need a top lock to support here. I think Yemo's backline presence and the force, like you said, forces you out of your shells very easily. It's hard to deny the utility of it, but instead it's the Sylve alongside the On Her. Not what I expected. Drop me some knowledge.
Sylvanas has been getting banned away pretty frequently so far today. And I feel like Sylvanas definitely does have a place among some of the top picks here. Scepter of Dominion tech, where you throw down the scepter, you pull somebody out of the Scepter of Dominion. That's super good. You have a lot of sustain. You have a lot of CC and a big team fight ultimate as well with that Sylvanas also. I do like that for Witchcraft here. Pairs well with the On Her. The Aladdin is hovered along with the Newt. That's a lot. That could be really good. I wonder, too, if it's... Cherry strikes me as the person to play Aladdin solo, just so that they can have an Aladdin on their team. But I'm thinking it could be a Newt solo and then Aladdin mid.
Yeah, before you had Cuckoo running your solo lane, despite being a typical backline damage dealer, it was Newt aspect that was actually doing the exact same thing. I've seen people just slap on a prophetic cloak and heal for 80,000 across the entire game. It can be ridiculous to enter a team fight with a quarter health and leave it with 5 kills and then also a clean bill of health. Agni and Ardio going to join the A team here alongside. You mentioned the potential that an Ardio can have to dominate inside of a lane alongside the Flame God. Not too shabby.
I really like this composition for Witchcraft. I like the Ardio here too, specifically as a pick into the Aladdin. She's such a good counter pick. Yes! The other god that you're so intimate with, Aladdin, you know for a fact that Ardio just kind of shuts you down, right? The
So
AoE
annoying.
cripple can be so hard. And Agni too, really hard to jump on him as an Aladdin. If he gets the dash and the smoke off, then you're stunned there. All of a sudden Sylvanas is there. Gets really dicey.
For a second, in my mind, I like had a momentary brain blast where I was like, Awelix, Sylvanas, Aladdin, brain blast, Awelix. Then I was like, she's terrible. All right, so like maybe not, but it could have been good.
Wait, we're not locking that.
It could have been good, but the Sununos is going to join the Wild Hunt right alongside the Anubis. Again, a very stand and deliver kind of god. The Anubis is going to have to make sure they're carefully positioned, but if anyone's able to ensure safety on a god that normally has very little of it, it's certainly Benny Q.
Where's our tank, D'Lo?
Oh, Newt?
Where's my tank on this Bob W comp?
Hold on
Where's
a
my
second.
tank? What am I doing here? Nut support with the aspect.
Like, genuinely.
Anubis
Yeah,
solo.
that is...
CERN.
Okay.
ADC.
We've seen Anubis carry before.
There.
Could be an Anubis carry. We've seen this before in Smite
can.
Prime's Hallowed Halls of History, but I don't think that it's something that we're going to see Vaporish Coast go for. But let's talk about the other side. They've secured their jungler. It's not the Awilix, thankfully. Instead, it's the God of the Winds, Sun Prod, one of their prime picks on Susano.
I do like the Susano here. I mean, anything that enables Sunprod to W key, get aggressive, and be somebody that can initiate fights and facilitate these fights, that is somebody that I want, or that is a pick that I want Sunprod playing, right? Self-sufficient, but also shows up and wins a fight. So I like this Susano pick here. Works really well, too, with all the CC that's already with the team, so he can play pretty safely, knowing that people likely shouldn't have beads up or any relics that should be able to turn on him and cause him some issues. And with that Sylvanas heal, he can always back up, catch a heal, play off to the side, clear a camp, and then re-engage on a fight.
Witchcraft's frontline is terrifying. Sylvanas pulls you in, Scepter Dominion or no, and then the Artio instantly puts up Tangling Vines. It doesn't matter if you have your kit available for you to jump out. It's locked away from you, and that is a scary thing. But the game has been disbarred, so we're going to hop right in and see if maybe Bob W can recover from that Bob L they just took so shortly ago. Musi, we got to take a look at what Bob W got. What are the comps? What are the roles?
So, it was what I thought, right? Aladdin in mid, Anubis solo, Hunbat's in the jungle, Newt support, and CERN ADC.
Okay.
That makes sense. Everything else on Witchcraft side also makes sense exactly as we would assume. No real tricks there. We take a look at some of these relics too, D'Lo. A lot of beads, a couple of shells. Nothing too crazy, honestly. I respect all the beads picked up, too. CC chaining is going to be very important in this match. It's very much a, did I hit you with a stun? Did I hit you with a root or a pull? If yes, die. If no, wait until you can do it again.
I mean, yeah, speaking of stuns, look at what we got here with the Hoonbot's aspect just to make sure that you can add a bit more CC on top. And again, it's training wheels. It's one of the easiest stuns to apply alongside the Amir Freeze, and it's mobile as well. So you're really hoping for Zav to get that turnaround potential we mentioned before. It might not come in your own damage since that aspect does weaken you a little bit with your solo damage potential, but once you're locked in alongside the other 4 members of your team, it's going to be a scary combination. Benny Q, though, on this Aladdin, that's where I really got my eye.
I mean, Bob W is a team that scales. That is for sure. Benny Q with this Aladdin pick should be able to cause a lot of havoc, at least until Snatty starts becoming involved in these fights and gets that cripple going. But I do believe that with this Aladdin pick, Benny Q can definitely play for himself and with himself to be able to play make on the map and just facilitate a lot of damage.
If you're Benny Q, you really want to try to get that Wealth Wish off and a kill before we start to see rotations come through, especially from that solo lane side. Once that Artio rotates for first pad, if she does, it can be really dangerous to deal with here. And this dual lane side, by the way, also dangerous on both sides of the spectrum. Look how much damage a CERN and a Newt can put out just because they have the added benefit of everyone has ranged autos.
Yeah, I mean, this dual lane is the artillery lane between the Newt, the Sylvanas, the AD carries here, but something about this Newt as well, with the aspect, it's different from the Newt that we saw earlier today. Her kit changes a bit, so now with her aspect, her 2, that second ability with the circles that show up on the ground, the second inner circle, when you hit that, it's going to land a stun, so she has a ranged stun, and then her dash also adds a little bit of a cleanse to her teammates, so when she, throws the dash out there, she'll be able to give the people next to her and herself CC immunity.
Oh, might need death immunity if you're Zav, but having respect for that tower, Sunprod is going to step off. But that's the issue right there. Zav knows they can't take a 1v1 against Sunprod because they have aspect. They can try to shake him off, but the jet stream allows them to follow through so much, and that's just going to mean Sunprod lurks around this corner. It does call over the Newt, though. If Sunprod overstays their welcome, they could find themselves in quite a world of danger. Now Zav going to try to keep them around for a bit longer, though Newt does abandon the chase. That means Sunprod gets some free invade farm.
The other thing to mention too, Zav with this aspect loses out on a lot of damage on that overhead smash. They are... Ooh, hello, Sunprod still sticking around here.
Oh, I don't think you're going to be saved thanks to those beads, buddy. A quick flash of the Storm Catan. Zav falls lifeless to the ground. Witchcraft with first blood.
Meanwhile, over in the dual lane, Sylvanas is taking quite a bit of both. Payaneri forced
Nice
to use the
disperse.
shell, but a great disperse is gonna keep his teammate alive.
You open up the dictionary, you crack it open to the page where it says nice disperse, and that's the picture you see right there, baby. That man using great peel there. And that's what that knockup does for you. Cherio gonna be knocked down in just a second. Sunprod might fall in the tower though. Storm Kata gets him out with enough life, just barely to stay alive, but now it's gonna be up to Snatty to ensure that the Hoonbots doesn't step up to deliver the death blow. Sunprod starting off really strong here 2-0.
The only unfortunate thing about Sunprod getting that kill is the fact that they give up Firebrands to make it happen, but I don't think you care if you're Witchcraft. Sunprod with 2 kills, that is so good to start, and he's taking that all the way to left side to get Prio on this purple.
This is dangerous work here. The early dash does mean there's no more CC immunity allowed for Nika and the rest of the squad. Sunprod says, I'll take advantage of that real quick. Here comes the Typhoon, the one that hits Malum's house. Gonna also hit that Newt like a truck. This is trouble. One last spear in the face. What a great impale. What a crazy kill from the kitty cat. 4-0. Witchcraft can do no wrong.
Zav's level 3 walking up to this. What are you gonna do, little gup? Benny Q's 5 though. Let's make it happen.
From the top ropes, they jump on the purple buff. It's nice to hit a target that's your own size, huh?
Yeah, right. Like, all right. Those 3 guys, they look pretty big. I'm just going to clear these back camps out. Good movement here from Benny Q, trying to get back what they can. That's what this Aladdin can do. Stays very mobile, clear out your wave, go invade some camps. Benny Q's got to get up there immediately because Sunprod with a lead like this is so scary.
Kydon with an invade like this also is pretty terrifying, especially when the Ario's charging right at you. It's a quick stun and not much fun here for our friend the Anubis. There is a rotation incoming from the little Guphoon bots, but you don't have to worry about that. The beats can be reserved for the Staff Slam because there's no level 5 difference. The difference is going to have to come with the man advantage. Aladdin makes the rotation. That's enough to scare off the invading forces.
So far, it's not a quiet game. What am I about to say? It's a quiet game. It's anything but a quiet game. Sunprod's running really hot, stealing a speed buff as well. Zav is level 4, D-Lo. 5 minutes in the game. Oh my gosh, and it's so tragic. Bob W needs this Hunbots to get to level 5 as soon as possible to get active and get to fighting. But now that he's there, you're 2 levels down, you're a bunch of gold behind. There's an Erudite finish for Sunprod. That is a crazy amount of snowball, and this is where it can get really dicey too. This Anubis is dead.
Well, B's gonna instantly shrug off the wrap and stay a while, why don't you? I don't even have a dash, crazy lady. Leave me alone. One last auto is all you need, but a Jingwei, you are not. Cherio escapes with a sliver.
Just didn't have the root available there. That would have been curtains. Oh, but the Anubis stayed. Cherio is still by that tower. Dicey. It looks like Zab wanted to play around a bit in that left side, but it's just not going to happen. Dilo, we are almost towards nighttime and about a minute and a half until that initial pad spawns. And if things keep up this way for Witchcraft, they're going to get that early pad. They're going to get those lane pushers and they're going to transform it into something a bit more, a Gold Fury, more Firebrands. Just keep on feeding Sunprod with that 3-level lead.
I hope Dad Prod doesn't have a curfew out for Sunprod because that could really spell a big issue for Witchcraft in this game. But 6 minutes so far. 4 kills, not stopping anytime soon. 3K ahead for Witchcraft without even an objective to their name. Scary stuff. You talk about how important it is for Zav to have that level 5. They do now. The question is, where should they put it?
Honestly, everybody's got beads, and maybe you take it over to that dual lane because that's where Witchcraft is putting a lot of focus here. Go for a pincer maneuver or something.
Purple buff's about to spawn right back up. Aladdin is present as well. Haven't seen the lamp do too much, but
there's the wealth.
Up, trying to get some extra cash on top. Might be on top of Sunprod. That shutdown gold was certainly feeling nice. A great pre-beads, though, for the leap, and now into the lamp we go. Sunprod getting a 1v1 for the ages, but quickly become a handicap match. Vaporish Ghost grabs the kill. Beautiful work by Bob W. On the outside, though, things are not going quite as well for your jungler. Zav eats the death, and here comes the damage from the meteor shower. One more lamp. I wish for power. I wish Kydon's head to roll, and so it shall be. Bob with 2 kills to answer back.
That is what Bob needed in order to turn this game around. You shut down Sunprod, you show up with Benny Q, that Wealth Wish popped before, so Aladdin gets to get extra gold off of kills and assists from that gank. and the Power Wish used as well in order to facilitate it and make it happen. So now this Aladdin gets to scale super hard towards this mid game and get active and online, and this also puts Zav back in the game, still 3 levels down, but at least you get some gold to your name, you get some kill participation as well.
Could be trouble there for the CERN. A nice disperse right on in, but a better Bramble Blast to ensure that no one could actually follow up. So solid work on both ends of the dual lane spectrum. Evades the Wind Siphon. Benny Q is showing just how precisely they can play this pick, and you need to. Again, this is a scaling Aladdin, and having that Wealth Wish alongside the Power Wish, knowing the value of that wealth to make sure that you put everything into the tank just to ensure you get that bonus gold, allows them to stand up to this RDO once she starts to rotate. Can't step to that Anubis, though. That laser does damage.
Yeah, he's got that Bancroft's talent online with the Conduit Gem, so a little bit of life steals, some damage there too. A lot of survivability when Cherio gets low. It pairs very well with this passive, which gives him protections and lifesteal as well. The lower that his health goes, Bancroft's talent gives you a little bit more intelligence and lifesteal when your health drops, so that'll keep him alive in lane, whereas Snatty's going to be opting for this Yogi's Necklace, which is just going to be a ton of health and nary a need for a blue buff ever again.
Moonbots is lurking towards this left side, but not going to be able to find too much save for Sylvanas, and on her walking forward, they will. But will there be a response is the question. A nice pull. That's the Nature's Wrath as well right afterwards, but unfortunately, the fact that you have this ability to dash right out does mean it's difficult. Skyfall comes through, finds the carry. Hoonbots is present once again, but there's just not enough distance to be able to close. That's going to mean Bob W turn back with empty hands.
Few ultimates used there on the side of Witchcraft. If Bob W wanted to force another fight, they could, knowing that you still have the Hoonbot's ultimate in tow, but Sunprod's around the corner, got that Barb Carver online too, so as long as Sunprod's able to weave in auto attacks with their abilities, they're going to pump a lot of numbers. But the purple buff is back up, D-Lo, so you know what time it is.
Yeah, it's invade time, baby. The Huns are here, and it does seem like Vaporish Coast recognizes it. Jetstream is down, and the pole is out. Here comes Aladdin, though, from the top ropes once more. Baronary not mobile, and now in the lamp as well. And will the rest of the team be joining them? I don't think they have the liberty to, because the rest of the squad of Bob W is here on zoning duty. Now with the CERN inside the lamp, Baronary's death all but assured. Nika joins just to watch with a satisfied grin on their face. Bob W starting to answer back 3-5.
Benny Q is going to be the winning factor for this team composition. Sunprod's playing the corner here, actually. Can you catch him?
Oh no, the Sultan's Grace was down, but actually did not get caught by the Wind Siphon. Now here comes Zap, and here comes a whiffed Staff Slam. Seems like we're just going to have to be satisfied with that unfortunate engagement.
Tragic, but honestly, Bob W, they need a little bit of tragedy Delta Witchcraft if they want to keep alive in this game so far, because while Benny Q is looking very good with this Aladdin, Kaidon is keeping up in terms of farm. Just because they're not getting kills doesn't mean that they can't be relevant, and you do still have that jungle experience and gold gap with Sunprod. But what has Sunprod been able to get accomplished so far with their lead? Honestly, it's kind of slowed down a bit, and that does leave me a little bit concerned for Witchcraft. We gotta break it open at some point. Look for another ganker. Try to find a gold Fury to get things rolling.
Another Nature's Grasp.
Oh!
Right after the pull. Beautiful Impale following it up, and Baronary swipes away the kill on Vaporish Coast. Already had members of Witchcraft waiting in the wings to start up this Fury, and so it shall begin. Sure, you do have Benny Q stepping up, but aside from the Kufik Invocations, not really much liability to find the steal, so Witchcraft have a meal of that first Gold Fury, easily goes their way.
They Porish Coast on the CERN. You don't have a CC immune ultimate, so the amount of CC that an On Her and a Sylvanas have in pocket, I mean, Sylvanas has got CC on 3 out of their 4 abilities, so you're gonna get caught by something. Zapman lines up that Impale very nicely, and there's not a whole lot that can be done. Even though Nika has that dash to be offered a quick cleanse, you have to use your dash to get it done, and it puts you out of position, so it's just a tough spot to be in.
Speaking of, now they just used it already, but Zapman and Bear don't care because they likely know that members are on the way. The cavalry's been called. Aladdin's going to be the one to cut off their escape. Sultan gets pulled right back in by amazing heal from the Sylve. Back into the lamp you go, Barrow. This is your punishment. Nice peel, but now you gotta die, buddy. Unfortunate case for the tree, but you've done your job, buddy, so you can be satisfied. Die with a smile.
Dawnhurst, though, in a bit of trouble. Whoa, good disperse,
Oh, no!
but not good enough. Zav plays it very well and catches the Lion King underneath their tier 1 tower. Witchcraft respond, though. They pick up that Pyromancer. They split the map pretty well, honestly. I think if you're Witchcraft, you take that trade.
That was a really solid pre-beats there from Zav to ensure the disperse knockup didn't come through, because they would have been dead to rights, certainly, had the CC landed. So overall, amazing job there. Like you said, I think that Witchcraft still responded very wisely to not kind of get tilted, not overplay their hand. And all of a sudden, that slowdown we're seeing, it's going right back up to Mach 5, baby. 13 minutes, 5-6. Bob W done a great job answering back on the kill board, though the greater macro seems to still elude them. 5K behind.
I have to say, Witchcraft has been doing a great job playing this map, right? Wherever Bob W is in force and numbers, they always try to play the opposite side. And if we want to take a strike at somebody, it's always their on-timers. I think about Witchcraft, the way that they've been playing the purple buffs. I mean, this is the first purple buff I've seen where it actually goes to Bob W. Whereas other times, Sunprod is usually just on that thing in order to strip it away, give that dual lane a huge lead, and they've been using it very well in order to earn space, but looks like Zav's going to take another bite on the left side to even the score.
This is trouble for poor Barrow. They do decide to choose the right path. All it was a decision between left and right, but sometimes that's the difference between life and death. Zav playing the corner, but does decide to try to slink back to the shadows, knowing that Sunprod is still level and a half up. What's interesting about this jungle matchup is that both have abilities, Musi, that can be cast for damage and then a TP right after. So depending on who's got the upper hand, there's so much chase potential.
I'm a little worried about Zav's positioning here. They do have the ultimate, but looks like Witchcraft don't want to go for the pincer. They're going to get those oracles so they can have vision on that Gold Fury when you clean those up. Get a little free ward on there. That's going to let them know that they can play it safe, knowing that nobody's coming through that Gold Fury pit. Queen Naga's going to be spawning soon, Dilo. That's going to be the next big objective to look for. You clear it out, 5 strength, 5% scaling for your character, and the ritual. When you pop that ritual, you get an effect whenever you hit something with a damaging ability. You get a little circle on the ground, Star Strike hits, extra damage. Pop that in the middle of a team fight or on an objective, and it absolutely shreds. So Witchcraft are in a great position to play for it or try to bait Bob W into a fight before claiming it for themselves.
Good segue into the real question that matters when it comes to these objectives is the Queen Naga does spawn on the right side. Who's got the best hand for secure when it comes to these compositions on paper?
So Bob W has a lot of burn, especially with Cheerio's ultimate, but Witchcraft, I feel, is going to have better secure because you have the Ogni bombs and, in a pinch, Sunprod ultimate as well. Both of these teams want to play to get a pick first, maybe get a 5v4 before actually full on committing. You don't want to go for the coin flip with anybody standing in front of you.
Let's see if they oblige by that. Moonlight Queen pulled by Witchcraft once again. We saw Sunprod nearly solo it last time. This time they say, all my homies eat, I suppose, as the on-her begins to lap away at it. That's okay. Bob W, taking a page out of Witchcraft's book, decide to split the map and go for the Fury. That being said, can you do it quickly enough? Sylvanas is on the approach, has steal potential, but a great polymorph might force them away from it. No! Witchcraft! No way! You still steal that! They signed the Devil's Black Book and sold their soul for a Fury. Inside the lamp we go. This time, Benny Q, the numbers are not in your favor. Scurry up that wall as you wish, but you gotta come back down. 6 feet under, Kaiton with the double.
Witchcraft steals it with the Star Strike ritual. Bayonary was able to throw out an ability either right before or right after they became a boar, and that Star Strike, that little bit of damage was enough to steal it away.
That's so
can't
messed
believe
up.
it. That's so messed up, dude. And now Witchcraft are also actively working on that mid pad and a Pyromancer. We are snowballing out here. We are doing money fans with our gold lead, money spreads. And now we get to force down these pushers too. Get a quick reset, golden pocket. This is looking brutal.
Imagine a 16-year-old walks up to you and says, go ban for ban with me right now. That's the situation that Zav is confronted with as Sunprod continues to scale up into this game. Mid-pad assured, 17 minutes. Bob, despite looking okay on the kill board 5-8, it's Witchcraft's gold lead that is really provoking fear. 9K this early on. What can Bob W do to slow the roll?
So you do have crazy scaling. You can play a bush here, go for a little pick on top of Zapman, Benny Q, make it happen.
This could be potentially a solid means of entering on him, but that shifting sands instantly answers back. Whoa! Scary stuff as a quick wind siphon is the jump scare for Benny Q to sound their retreat. Sylvanas is waiting in the wings. If you find a cheeky little pull, that Stampede might deny it. The Sun Prod baits out the Staff Slam, forces the Hoonbots to turn around. Unfortunately, Sylv just does not have the chase potential that an Aladdin has, so they are going to be able to escape. Nonetheless, I like the way that Witchcraft are playing, literally running them all the way back to their tier 2. Now that's an intimidation factor.
Bob W does have some crazy teamfight ultimates to rely on between Zav and Nika. And to an extent, Benny Q as well. You just got to be able to leverage it properly. Artio takes a bunch of damage there, but I don't think Witchcraft cares. We're on the chase.
Ooh, beads forced out from the Artio as well now. As your mid laner, a really solid lamp snipe from Benny Q, just unfortunately better relic play from the opposing mid. And now they got to retreat once again because a Lion comes in from the left side, and they got the entire Pride back with them. Kaidon takes down Vaporish. Into the skies goes the Comet Bringer, but unfortunately there's no one to follow up for when the sky falls. Nika arrives only to be stunned in place.
Unfortunate so far for Bob W. They want to try to find anything off of it, but it's just not happening. Witchcraft is finishing up some pretty key items here too. 2 Titan's Bane, all but finished. Sun Prod and Zapman are going to have their penetration online. That's terrifying. Kaidon doesn't have their Ob Shard yet, but it's just a matter of time. So you were asking me before, and I was kind of touching on it, but what can Bob W to turn this around? Like, how are we winning? We do still have some pretty solid defensive plays, some pretty solid game-changing ultimates with the Hunbots Fear No Evil. Nika's got that giant ultimate as well. Big AoEs, great for defense. We just need to be able to leverage that and poke somebody out just enough for Benny Q to get a chain of kills and try to pop off from there. But without that, it's kind of tough. Witchcraft is very ahead.
FG on the horizons have no ultimate, but that's okay. The poke on top of Artio might be enough. In from the wings, but the staff slam damage is just not there with that aspect. FG forgotten. It's all about the fight now. Into the lamp we go. Nika trying to assist, but Vaporish Coast on the outside. The fight does not go well for Bob W. A nice disperse on in, and Cherio escorted on out on a stretcher. Double kill there for the Lion. Inside the lamp, it's chaos and bloodshed. Benny Q's been erased, and now Sun Prod has to find their exit. The rest of the team can do the dirty work for me. Zap with a triple killing spree, and Zav the sole survivor.
It was a good initiation from Bob W there. Cheerio getting a lot of damage off, but Snatty, they do have the Yogis. They do have the Spirit Robe as well. It's so much healing, and there's a fair amount of CC from Bob W that it just
How is he at
procs it
full?
constantly. Well, hey. My doctor prescribed me my Yogi's necklace, and I haven't needed a new buff ever since, Dilo. I haven't needed a health house or anything. I'm just up. Fire Giant, Pyromancer, Gold Fury on the left side looking mad juicy right now for Witchcraft, and they are ready to just start slamming these leads. We're finishing Titan's Bane now because of all that gold that we just got. So now, not even the single tank on the team can stand up to it.
With 3 small payments of $5.99 gold, you too can play just like Snatty and walk into a team fight with absolutely no fear. And unfortunately, the fact that Zav is on this aspect, you saw how low they were when the staff slam hit, and if that had been a non-aspect Hoonbots, maybe that does the job, but they didn't have the ultimate in that moment. They didn't have those massive team fight swingers, Musi. You have the composition for it, but you're just not getting the abilities off in the right moments. Now, we're getting a Gold Fury off instead for Witchcraft. Unopposed, a dagger in Zapman's hand. This is a scary situation.
Oh, saving grace of Bob W right now is we still have a T1 tower in solo. So we can't just push it down left and jump on a Titan. Because the Titan's health scales with how much towers we have on the map. So we got to be able to trim those off first. Ancient Gold Fury hasn't spawned yet. So these pushes could potentially be held. Are we going to try to 3-man Snatty?
I don't know, man. He does have a Yogi's necklace live on TV. You've seen it here first, and easily able to shake off that totem thanks to some beads. Now they go
Look at
back
how
in.
fast they're
The rest
healing.
of the team is not even nearly on the way, but Snatty does not seem to care. I've got my Yogi's necklace. I'm going to rip it off your corpse, Benny Q says. But in the meantime, left bird's been burned away, and mid bird's about to be in the same spot. It's going to be a Skyfall there from Nika, but there's no damage to follow up for it. So what was really the point? Mid bird taken, and Witchcraft slink back to spend their well-earned gold.
Yeah, I mean, the Artio is just not somebody that's relevant enough to kill. She is relevant enough to kill because she does so much in a team fight, but 2 Phoenixes? I'm
team
not
wasn't
so
there.
sure. The team wasn't there. So it was just an unfortunate trade, but Bob W is taking anything that they can get just to try to get Zav some more gold here. Their Titan's Bane is going to be coming up soon. That's an important spike to think about. The Porish Coast as well. I mean, you've got the Certanos can go to the Autumn stance to shred away Prots, so you've got that going for you, but it doesn't beat a good classic Titan's Bane.
Certainly needs to go to the gym, man, and get some experience. Level up, level 17 here for them and the bots. That feels rough. You're staring down a Sylvanas that's 1 level ahead. It says get your numbers up. That's rough stuff, to say the least. 23 minutes, 6-13. Witchcraft doubling down on the kills and nearly doing the same with gold as well. About 15K their way. And we talk about it's not insurmountable. With players of this caliber, you still got to give Bob W their flowers, but it's getting hard to believe as the minutes tick on.
One of the big things here, too, is that Bob W only has the 1 tank, realistically, and they're up against Witchcraft's composition, who just shreds squishies and tanks. I mean, Sunprod's on a complete tear, and they're able to rack up a crazy amount of damage. If Zapman pins anybody against the wall, they're pretty much dead to rights. So this momentum earns Witchcraft so much on the map. Down goes the T2, and we can slowly walk up this Phoenix. Even if we don't get it, it's still good, because there's a Pyromancer to turn back and do as well, and Fire Giant's going to be spawning soon.
Dagger has fallen off of Zapman, so at least there's something going for you. Bit of damage from Nika, who steps up. First the dash, so no CC immunity left for the team. They might need it right now, so they use it in the form of the ultimate instead. Doesn't find the pull on anyone. Sherio's already poked out as well, so they've got to stay hidden. The Pyro Bomb gets a bit more damage, and the rest of the autos finish the job. Sylph turns back because the poke's a bit too much. The laser not going to dissuade Snatty from diving all the way back in. Did you bring your Yogi's necklace? No, I brought the team instead. I brought a Fear No Evil. Zap goes down, but now stuck inside the Locust Plague. Sherio grabs Barrow as well. It's a 1-for-2 so far. Bob W pushed forward. Solid stun on top of Snatty, but they do have the dash to escape. Aladdin trying to follow up on their own. Where's the rest of the team, Benny Q? They quickly realize it's not up there with me, so they instead rejoin in the right side.
Witchcraft got a little bit too greedy there, ended up paying a couple kills, but you get the Phoenix, the Fire Giant's up in 5 seconds or so. Bob W can't even make a play for it, D-Lo, because the mid and left Phoenixes are down. They have to clear away these fire minions, otherwise they will kill their Titan that's down even below half at this point. I would say at this point, Bob W wants to try to clear away this mid pad if possible, use the pushing minions to try to push away the fire ones. I mean, you gotta try, because if you just clear waves, it's just not gonna pan out.
I don't know about this one, but hold on. You do have the Anubis present, and it gets the beads off the Artio. But now all their kit's been expended on that one solo laner. Sunprod takes a moment to farm some aura before TPing into the jet stream and awaits for the newt to descend right back. Pulls back in too, but Zapman gets zapped. Zap takes the kill. The Fear No Evil was enough to ward off the rest of Witchcraft, but can you stop Sunprod from stomping the rest? Storm Katal right back to the rest of the team to take down Cherio. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but Artio leads the charge. Stampede able to try to get the rest of the team out a dash to immune the root. And Nika's got to try to get the Comet down to find some means of peeling them off your Hoon bots. The team survives, but the mid bird certainly won't.
Left bird won't be looked at here because Fire Giant is spawned at this point. Had Bob W lost anybody else in that engagement, that could have been the end of the game, but Benny Q did a good job getting their back off and getting back towards base. Witchcraft's still fairly healthy. You don't have Zapman, so maybe you don't go straight to fire. You can get this Pyromancer, you get the mid pad, which actually Bob W were able to get before the ritual ended. So that's big ups for Bob W. That's a good sign for them, so they can at the very least just try to keep the minions away from their Titan.
I think this has been a case where maybe Snatty just is overestimating their ability to ward off 4 members by themselves. It took quite a lot of poke damage before the rest of the team arrived and trying to stall for them. And I think that Witchcraft are going to now start to put a bit more respect on their names at this point. But an FG certainly gives you some reason to walk around with a bit more swagger. Benny Q grabs the red. They try to make this RDO dead once again. Started up by Witchcraft. The FG will begin. Sunprod's not quite present for the fight just yet, but I don't know if Bob W are awares. Half health so far. Mika going to be the first one to step into the pit. Benny Q closely following behind them. But Snatty going to try to do a good job of beleaguering and harassing them in the meantime. Left side bird has respawned. And with that ritual, we'll be able to push actually down, so no fear, at least for those lanes. But the longer this goes, the more at risk the Titan's health bar becomes. Bob W trying to win the battle of attrition. Fire Giant, once again, back at half. But Sylv can play the long game as well with those wisps.
We're in the air.
Managing to nimbly dodge the grasp. Here comes the Skyfall, but where's the follow-up right afterwards? It's going to come from the board form, but it's going to be instantly immune by the Sylv. Baron Ares low, but they still manage to pull one right back in. It's Benny Q, already served up on a platter. On her, had to use that jump to try to retreat and ensure their own safety, and Witchcraft are nursing some awfully low health bars, so they're going to decide to just take their victories where they come, hit the hot reset, come back to do it again.
Benny Q hit that wish of resurrection as well. Immediately back on the field. So you know Bob W was worried that Witchcraft might try to force an FG after the fact, or maybe try to play off the low health bars, but Witchcraft have all of their TPs up and a T1 tower still in mid, so they're going to be right back to that FG pit, slapping it once again. It's going to be the dance all over again, except nobody from Bob W has an ultimate.
Sweat rolling down the back of their necks at this point.
It's
been a long game they're playing. Snatty has been doing a good job of stunning out the front line. It's now being burned and turned. Witchcraft going to try to finish the job, but who's got the ways to do it? Baron Ares takes it for all 5 of Witchcraft, and Snatty's got to retreat back to the front line. Mika will go down in a blaze of glory, and Vaporish Coast knows Sunprod's inevitably coming for their head next. It's a killing spree for the jungle. Zav will try to turn tail, but there's nothing you can do in the face of this absolutely monstrous Zeus. Cherio will fall as well, and Benny Q, no wishes left, no friends left, no life left. Zapman grabs the deicide, and Witchcraft march up mid.
Witchcraft is the new team on the block. Snatty, Sunprod, Kaidan, Bayanarian, Zapman took down Clocked In round 2 and wiped the rest of the Smite Prime tournament as a courtesy without dropping a single game, D'Lo. This is our new top dog.
We've talked about this before, the era in which the new names, those rising up from the recesses of amateur leagues, will come to claim what is rightfully theirs, and you at home might very well, on this day, February 7th, have just witnessed the coming of a new golden age. Hello everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium. We just got to witness here in the booth, me, Musy, Tess, Rosie, Jithins, as Witchcraft, through their divine sorcery, have somehow managed to sweep aside some of the most polished and pristine players that Smite 2 has to offer. Once again, D'Lo here, joined with Musy in the booth, as we got to watch a hell of a day to bring back the kickoff of Smite Prime. Musy, your thoughts just thinking back on what we've seen today?
We used some pretty darn good Smite game that we had a chance to put our eyes on. Every game was awesome to watch and see the new era of Smite gaming that we got here on Prime. Each team really put out their all, and it's exciting to see the new teams that we got, made of some new players, some old players, but especially this Witchcraft team has me really excited for the future. I need to see a Clocked In versus Witchcraft best of 3 set like yesterday. And I need to see more of this Bob W team going forward, and more of the Mushroom Kingdom for sure. Really, really excited for what we got cooking up in this next couple months.
We need a team name called the Crucible. It seems like the only thing that's going to be able to stop all these witches running around and causing havoc. But you can see right here, the best and the brightest of Smite 2's competitive era just being stomped underfoot by one Sun Prodigy in the return of Zapman, which just feels so good to have those words leave my mouth. But nonetheless, there were some great plays on Bob W's side. They had moments, especially with Benny Q piloting this Aladdin, where things felt good. But Musi, we called out at the very beginning, once Snatty starts to rotate and just flex with their big fat chain on that Yogi's necklace and start to cripple everyone, there's really not much that poor Benny could do.
Yeah, this already a pick from solo lane, not going the aspect, being able to constantly switch forms, and Yogi's necklace in solo as well. It just makes you unkillable, so Snatty just didn't have to worry about much of anything, especially when you get that Spirit's Robe proccing as well. Against all of the CC from Bob W, but the CC that was there was like Initiation CC or big game-changing ultimates like Zav, so Snatty just kind of lives forever, but Witchcraft had CC for days to set up, lock down, lock in, and finish off a whole bunch of kills.
I want to throw a lot of credit to Baron area as well on this support Sylvanas. Some amazing plucks. And Zapman with a constantly, peerlessly placed Impale to follow shortly after. Some amazing Disperse peel as well. You take a look at the bracket, you see a Path of Destruction. Witchcraft not even dropping a game is an incredibly insane debut for this Golden team.
Super solid. Really exciting to see this bracket too. Shout outs to some of the other teams that made it here pretty far as well. Rub My Belly, Smoke Break. I mean, good to see Smoke Break back on the screen. Portugal was looking pretty good too. I think anybody here in this round 4 we are going to potentially see again in the future. And it makes me even more excited for what the EU players got cooking up for us in a couple weeks.
Rub your belly, Musi? Well, you know, if you're going to twist my arm about it, you know. Come here, buddy. No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
Oh.
Let's get this guy.
Yeah, we can cut. No, we got other stuff coming up for y'all. We have a Divine Art contest, folks, and this is also some really cool stuff that Smite Prime gets to put on. If you've been paying attention during these break screens, you've been getting to look at some of the best art the community's got to offer. Make sure to take a look, and if you have a bit of an artistic bug inside of you that you want to show the entire world, well, submissions are still going on up until February 13th. The voting takes place from the 14th to the 18th, and you can see some nice little prize diamonds right there for you to grab some Kepri skins or whatever else you so please.
Super pumped about the art contest. I've seen some really solid contestant submissions, especially the Soul one. Holy mama. And we also got Smite Box Party Pack coming February 15th with none other than a bald little Biak eye in a box on the bottom there. Oh boy. Oh, I'm on that. That's right. Oh, it's going to be me and Bobby. We got Mort there too. Holy, this is going to be a good time. Kepri Gun, Bun Hots, Inbound Musi, Morty, and Ducky. Oh, I hope you're ready for a good time because I am pumped.
It's going to be certainly an interesting and entertaining spectacle, so certainly make sure to keep an eye on the Twitter for that. Make sure to take a look once it rolls around to being live. The best Smite Primes on camera and behind camera talent has got to offer alongside some other community staples. That being said, you can also take a look at other things coming down the line, which is our February 21st EU Conquest tournament. You talked about it before, Muse. We are going to shortly be able to see what the other friends on that side of the pond have got to offer. I'm sure it'll still be just as impactful and just as interesting to watch. February 28th is the Joust tournament as we begin on a little bit of a different scenic tour across the other modes Smite's got to offer. So tons of more content coming at you guys, both with competitive action as well as some fun stuff on the side.
I am super pumped for everything that we got going along here, Dilo, and very excited for the year 2026 and Smite 2, Smite Prime here on Smite Game with everybody.
You know, you can see people talking about it in the streets. You see them talking about it in the tunnels on Twitter. People are starting to really recognize that Smite 2 is entering its full-fledged stride, baby. So if you're watching this first time seeing Smite 2, you're like, oh, that looks fun. It is. Download it. It's free to play. Why not? But as far as what we got to offer y'all here today, that's unfortunately going to be the end of Smite Prime's Kickoff 2026 tourney. I've been D'Lo, joined here with my friend Musi, casting right alongside me. We've had our almighty eyes in the sky, Tess and Red Rosie Panda, keeping the prod lights on and that cam steady. Please thank our production for all they do. We could not yell at games without them. Please give a big shout to our friend Jithens as well, the man behind the curtain who keeps everything running. I can tell you, one-man
Happy
army
birthday.
when it comes to management. And always make sure to wish him a happy birthday. Yes, he prefers red velvet cake from what I hear. But that being said, last and certainly not least, thank you, loyal, obedient viewer, for your time. We hope you've enjoyed this series just as much as we have. Keep an eye to the sky for more Smite Prime content coming at you. And until next time, good games and good night.